This is OSA's 35th annual conference. It will be held virtually today, Saturday, August 7th, as well as tomorrow, Sunday, August 8th. The Oromo Studies Association has decided to again hold this year's annual conference in a virtual format due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic in the interest of social distancing, as well as due to ongoing limitations for international travel. As we all know, every year the OSA conferences bring together scholars from all around the globe, and this is a key component of the conference. Despite the virtual format, we hope to make this as captivating as possible with a schedule of engaging presentations and robust question and answer segments with audience members, as we did during the mid-year conference. Since its founding, the Oromo Studies Association has made an immense contribution to Oromo scholarly studies, as we all know. Over the past few decades, OSA has become a critical platform for the exchange of scholarly work and ideas in a wide variety of topics, including history, culture, politics, law, economics, health, and so much more. As was noted during the mid-year conference, this year OSA's executive committee has selected a topic that is very pertinent and very much on our minds. The theme for this year's conferences is recommitting to the project of decolonization in Africa, economy, governance, knowledge, security, and power. The mid-year conference in April opened us up to this theme with riveting talks and panels by presenters from Oromia and other nations in Africa as well. Decolonization and self-determination are key to addressing the political and economic challenges that we face today. This challenge of decolonization, which lies at the heart of Oromia's struggle to attain economic well-being, is shared with many African peoples who face the same challenges. Due to pervasive false narratives about Ethiopian exceptionalism, the condition of the Oromo and other southern nations has been obscured. Consequently, most Africans have not recognized their kinship with the Oromo and other peoples in Ethiopia who face the challenges of decolonization. Looking at the present context, the current situation in Oromia and across Ethiopia is very devastating. Um, and the regime and aligned forces have waged a brutal war on Oromia as well as other nations and nationalities, committing unspeakable war crimes, violent massacres, and countless political arrests, state sanctioned killings every single day, all in the name of eliminating the people's right to self determination and maintaining the colonial legacy of the Ethiopian Empire. Unfortunately, we are seeing many other very difficult political situations across Africa and the rest of the world as well. To address these challenges, again, the OSA Executive Committee has built its theme around highlighting what the Oromo and more broadly the southern peoples in Ethiopia have in common with other massive populations in Africa. All are suffering from the lasting legacies of colonialism on the continent. This theme on recommitting to the project of decolonization in Africa reflects not only shared experiences among peoples in Africa, but also a shared interest in building lasting solutions on African foundations. This year, OSA's conference will feature presentations and discussions related to comprehensively mapping the parameters of self determination, focusing on the major pillars of economy, governance, knowledge, power, and security. I want to thank the OSA Conference Committee for putting together a phenomenal program that I'm really excited for all of us to enjoy. Today, our program will continue until approximately 5:15 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time, which is also 10:15 p.m. in the UK and just past midnight in East Africa. In order to make sure that we get to hear all of the phenomenal content that has been prepared for us today, and out of respect for our presenters' time, we will be sticking to a very strict time schedule. So once we get into the panels, each presenter will have 15 minutes, and a sound will be played when there are 2 minutes left, 2 sounds when there's 1 minute left, and then 3 sounds when the mic will have to be cut off. But to get us started, I would like to invite our elders and religious leaders to start our program with Eba, or blessings. Eba is the Oromo practice of drawing the assembly together to call attention to the significance of the event. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming Hat Asik Zanabech Selgan, Obolube Birru, K. Samuel Berhanu, Sheikh Hamza Nasir, and Luba Dr. Banti Ujulu. Thank you.
Na kalsa wag dabare koti
Eye.
kalatomi waka naga bulchite naga no holch waka naga no holchite naga no bulch waligalte no ken jalala no ken tokkumma no ken walgayi walitti qabama keenya kana nu ati nu ebbis yaa waaqayyo beekaa keenya nu bulchi dhalataa keenya nu guddisi ijoollee keenya yaa waaqayyo iddoo jiranitti ati nu tiksi yaa waaqayyo biyya keenya biyya nagaa taasisi walgayii kanarratti waan walii gallee waan biyya keenyaaf addunyaadhaaf bu'aa buusnu irratti akka walii gallu ati nu gargaari yaa waaqayyo si kadhannaa biyya keenya Oromiyaa ati nu tiksi akkuma jirutti Afrikaas nu tiksi beektota keenya nu bulchi waliigaliiti yaa waaqayyo waliigaltee keenya irratti nu jabeessi yaa waaqayyo ani xinneesseetan eebbisaa ati iddoon hir'isetti ati naa guuti eebbifamaa waaqayyo siniifaa kennu galatooma. Xumuree.
Thank you so much, Hat Asik Zanabech. I actually don't believe that, I'm not sure if any of our other elders and religious leaders are in here yet. I know we had an early start and we started on time, but I just want to open the floor in case they're here under a different a different name. Obolube Biru, K. Samuel Berhanu, Sheikh Hamza Nasir, or Luba Dr. Bentio Julu. If any of you are here, you're welcome to come up. Otherwise, we can move forward.
Maro, yes.
Yes.
Sheikh Ismail Mohammed is here. Dr. Banti is here. Luba Samuel and Luba is joining. Let's start with Sheikh Ismail Mohammed.
Please come to the mic.
Okay. Nagamam.
Hey.
Okay. Alhamdulillah, salatu wassalam ala rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa wala. Ya Rabbi sikadanna warra sitti walitti qabame barumsa isaa kana sheerii gochuu barbaade yaa waaqati itti dabaliif qe'ee isaanii eegi, ijoollee isaanii eegi, biyya isaanii eegi, lafa isaan keessa jiran eegi, warra akka isaanii immoo itti dabali. Har'a jarri kuni waggaa 35 fuuldura ka wanti kun jalqabame yaa Waaqa galata kee asiin nu ga'uu keedhaaf. Baay'ee maqaa tokko nan dhaga'a, maqaa warra kanaan dura keessa turanidha. Baay'ee waan nama gammachiisudha. Yaa Rabbi si kadhanna biyya keenyatti deebine mee nafxanyaa Oromoo fi nafxanyaa Amaaraa nurraa kaasi. Jara nurraa qabi. jara kana lamaani kan nu fixaa jiru warri mana keenya gubu warra qe'ee keenya gubu kana yaa waaqsitti laattan Abiyyi Ahmad amanteen qabuuti yaa Rabbi ati nurraa eegi namicha kana warri nama ajjeesa warri nama fixanii warra amanteen qabnedha sababaa malee warri nama fixan kanaafi ati nurraa eegi jara kana yaa Rabbi woboo jabeessi mala kenniif injifannoo kenniif hunda fuuldurammoo Finfinneetti gashi woboo Finfinneetti gashi yaa waaqsi kadhanna warra haqa qabu haqa keenyaaf dhaabbanna yaa Rabbi woboo Finfinneetti gashi hogganoota keenya Yaalmarroos warra Saawuzii warra Giddugalaa akka jiranitti ati jara kana nu gargaari gargaarsa kee malee bilisummaan hin jiru hundumaa saba Oromoo akka jirutti bilisummaa kana Waaqayyo nu haa ga'u fayyaa ta'a.
Fayyata. Next, I would like to call up Luba Dr. Bunty. Are you here? K. Samuel.
Yeah. Amana nagamalat.
Eye. Ifama.
Tole unmute gochuutu na rakkise. Hunduma keessaniif nagaa Waaqayyo isiniif haa ta'u. Maqaa Waaqayyo Abbaa kan Ilmaa kan Hafuura Qulqulluu sadan Waaqa tokko. Yaa Waaqayyo walgahii waldaa qorannoo Oromoodhaa kan waggaa kanaatii waan nu geesseef galanni siif haa ta'u. Waggaa lamaan dura walgahiin qorannoo Oromoodhaa biyya keessatti ta'ee ture. Amma garuu rakkoo biyya keessatti dhalateen Oromoon beektonni waliin mari'atanii walitti dhiyaachuudhaaf carraan arganne. Isa kanaaf immoo si kadhanna yaa Waaqa keenya. Diina keenya saqee keenya irratti dhufee mirga keenya saamu karaa nutti cufu qe'ee keenya irratti ijoollee keenya ajjeesu humna keetiin rukuttee nurraa kaasi bilisummaa Oromoodhaaf kenni saba Oromoodhaa karaa garagaraa dhiphachaa ari'amaa gidirfamaa jiru gaachana ta'ii diina isaanirraa dhowwii riphee lolaa keetti ergitee isaanii loli gooftaa ati biyya keenya biyya nagaa taasisi Oromoota beekumsa ati laattee fi beekumsa isaanii garmaleetti fayyadamuudhaa fi baasii qotee bulaan baase baratanii sadarkaa adda addaa ga'anii garuu Oromoo irratti hojjetanii qalbii isaaniif kenni kan isaan beekumsa isaaniitti fayyadamanii alagaadhaaf hojjetanii Oromoo bal'eessanii yaa Waaqayyo ati gara qalbiitti isaan deebisi beektota Oromoo biyya alaa jiranii afaan tokko yaada tokkoof qabsoo Oromoo irratti dhiisanii dhuunfaa isaaniitiifis adeemaniif isaanis qalbii isaaniif kenni hunda dursa Oromoof Oromummaa akka dursanii fi rakkoo Oromootiif furmaata akka kennan beekumsa isaanii kana gara sirriitti akka bu'aa Oromootiif buusan ati isaan gargaari walgahii kana eebbisi jalqabaa hamma xumuraatti ati geggeessitoota walgahii kanaas isaanii wajjiniin ta'i xumura isaas miidhessi galataaf nu qopheessi maqaa gooftaa Yesuusiin Waaqayyo isin haa eebbisu. Fayyata.
Fayyata. K. Samuel Berhanu.
Maqaa Abbaa kan Ilmaa kan Hafuura Qulqulluu sadan Waaqa tokko ameen. Yaa Waaqayyo Abbaa keenyaa karaa OSAtiin kan walitti nu qabdee bakka jirru hunda keenyaa walitti qabdee yeroo ammaatti hafuura keenyaan akka si'annu akka nu gidduutti argamtu walgahii kan akka eebbistu si kadhannaa yaa Waaqayyo nu gidduutti argameeti walgahii kana nu eebbisi namni Waaqayyoon qabu an tiksee keessanii kan isin sodaachisu hin jiru nuun jettee jirta yaa Waaqayyo ammallee ummata keenya sajjeefamaa jiru ummata keenya isa hidhamaa jiru ummata keenya isa rakkoo adda addaa keessa jiru nu hubadhu yaa Waaqayyo irree nuu ta'e walga'iin kun kan rakkoon uummata keenyaa irratti mari'atamee irratti murteeffamee rakkoon uummata keenya irra jiru ittiin furmaata argatu nu taasise kan jecha tokko laphee tokko mari'atee jecha tokkoon waliin duukaa hiriiree waliin raawwachiisu nu taasise yaa Waaqayyo. Ati nu tiksi hayyoota keenya nuu qari yaa Waaqayyo. Daa'imman nu guddisi jara hidhaa keessa jiran nu hiiki. Jara lubbuun isaanii boqotanii jiran mootummaa kee nu dhaalsisi. Jara immoo uummata isaaniitiif dhaabbatanii irree ta'anii of kennanii uummata isaaniitiif jiran urree isaanii nu jabeessi yaa Waaqayyo. Jara wajjin nu ta'e garbummaan gadadoon qe'ee keenya uummata teebbiste uummata garraamii kanarraa qe'ee isaarraa mana isaarraa abaqatu jarri uummata kee uummata Oromoo ija amaadhaan ilaalan dadhabanu yaa Waaqayyo. Irreen isaaniis dadhabu iji isaaniis dadhabu uummata nagaa qabu uummata safuu qabu ummata aadaa guddaa qabu ummata si jaallatu yaa Waaqayyo bilisummaatuun jiraachuu barbaadee ittiin jiraatu yaa Waaqayyo ija amaadhaan kan ilaalanii balleessuu barbaadanii ati gaachana ta'iti ummata kee kana heegi waan nu goote hundaaf si galateeffannaa gara fuulduraattis waan nu gootuuf si galateeffannaa maqaa abbaa ilmaa hafuura qulqulluu sadan waaqa tokkoon ameen Waaqayyo sagantaa keenya nuuf eebbisu.
Fayyata. Lastly, Obolube Biru, are you in the room? If so, okay, I don't think so. So we're going to go ahead and get started. It's my pleasure to introduce to you our first panel of the conference. This panel is titled Examining Cultural Legacies, and our moderator for this panel is Professor Mohammed Hassan. I'm going to welcome him to come and take the stage right now.
Professor Mohammed is connecting. Let's go to the opening remark by the President and the board while Professor Mohammed joins.
Okay. All right, thank you. So before we move to our first panel, I would like to introduce Dr. Kabare Feta and Dr. Guluma Gamada for opening remarks from the OSA President and Board Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Marartu. I think for the opening remark part of the OSA's President will be a repetition of what you nicely summarized on the theme of the conference. So in the benefit of like the rest of the people who could take advantage of Afan Oromo, I will summarize it, what you just said in English, and the Professor Guluma will go in English to give a background of OSA for newcomers or new audience of our conference. So already anyone Marartuni Afan Ingilizanyatini, why conference kana tuttukte gabaabseetan irra deebi'uun barbaada. Tokkoffaa konfiraansiin kun akkaataa kamitti aseetaatti ta'e taappikiin yookiin ijoon qo'annoo waggaa kanaa kan waggaa hedduu galeessas ta'e han konfiraansii sirmaa kanaa akkamitti ta'e akkamitti seetaappii ta'e kan jedhuu fi ijoo afurtu irratti caqafame. Tokkoffaan Oromiyaan garboomuu biyya alaati alahan Afrikaati ala yookiin immoo biyyoota garboomanii ala miti garbummaa Oromiyaan hamma keessa jirtu biyyooti kanaan dura garbaanis keessa darbanii ka jedhu. Lammaffaa garbummaa Oromiyaan garboomte kanaaf baay'een akka ta'ee addunyaan sirriitti beekanii warri kaan akka Oromiyaan hin garboomnetti beekti ka jedhu. Inni sadaffaan biyyooti garboomame maal wal fakkaatu qabu maalirra wal fakkaatu kan jedhudha. Tokko aadaa balleessuudha. Garbifataan biyya tokko yeroo biyya tokko qabatu aadaa balleessu. Lammaffaan sirna bulchiinsaa balleessu. Sadaffaan immoo dinagdee yookiin qabeenya isaanii qabachuu kan jedhutu ijoo commonly biyyoota colonized ta'e keessatti han argamutu kana sadantuu irratti fokkasii hoo ta'e wayya han jedhu konfiraansii bakka kana irratti qophaa'e jechuudha. Isa gochuu fi qo'annaan kanarratti godhamu akkaataa kamiin biyyi garboome ka Afrikaas ta'ee Oromiyaa kana jalaa bahu maal gochuutu irra jira akka jedhutti eeriyaa jaarratti akka qayyabannaan godhamutu gaafatame. Tokkoffaan walabummaa dinagdee akkamitti dhuunfachuun danda'ama akka jedhu. Lammaffaan akkaataa kamitti biyyi ijaarame akka jedhu. Irra deebi'ee akkaataan for example Afrikaan innaa biyyi adda addaa foormidii ta'e fedhii uummataatiin otoo hin ta'in warra kolonaaizii godheetu akkaataa uummati sun uumamu akkaataa baawundariin seetaappii ta'uu ta'ee fi isa irra deebi'anii yaaduun hiikota rakkoota tokko tokko dhalatee gochuu danda'a akka jedhu. Inni sadaffaan beekumsa aadaadhaan dhufe yookiin immoo beekumsa duraadhaan duudhaadhaan namni qabu tokko irra deebi'anii walaboomsuun barbaachisaadha akka jedhuu fi maaltu barbaachisa walabseessuu jiru akka qayyabatamu. Inni sadaffaan waan biyya foormis ta'u nageenyi biyya tokkoo eegamee hin jiru nageenya uummata irratti hundaa'e kan uummati walakkaa ta'e irratti dhaabbatee gochuu fi long lasting yookiin rakkina yeroo dheeraa furuu fi naannoo sanatti maal godhamuutu jira akkamitti nageenyi uummata walakkaatti hammatee deema akka jedhutu gaafatame. Inni shanaffaan inni arfaffaan beekumsa addunyaa keessa jiru kana hojjaarra oolchuu fi paawuriin eessa jira humni eessa jira gara kam jira kan jedhamutu humni addunyaa garamitti deemaa sana hubachuun nurra jira ofii karaa tokkotti yoo dhiibne addunyaan gara biraatti deemaa yoo ta'e tarii waan sunillee baasuuti akkaataa kamiin humnoota haaraa uumamuu wajjiniin walabummaa yookiin bilisummaa barbaannu kanaan Afrikaas ta'ee kan Oromiyaa fi saboota biraa barbaannu kan akkamitti allaayinii goonee waliin deemne kan jedhu. Inni jaaffaan rakkina yeroo barbaachisaa akka ta'e irratti fookasii gochuu fi keessumaayyuu Oromiyaa keessatti keessumaayyuu wasa Oromiyaa fi kibba yookiin kibbaa fi lixatti waan koovidiin fidee dabalatee state of emergency yeroo dheeraa irra bu'e kun yeroo dheeraa fi yeroo gabaabaa akkamitti saba sana huba. Sabni sun immoo isa jalaa bahuu fi maal gochuu irra jira kan jedhu qo'annaan akka irra gaggeeffamu ture. Ijoota nuni jaan gaafanne keessaati shanan sun yeroo giddu galeessa konfiraansiisii hammas kabaranii ta'eera. Inni jaaffaa sun ammayyuu hin taane daataa haaraa barbaachisaa beekamaadha. Koovidiin akkamitti state of emergency jala kan jiru uummata Oromoo fi uummata biraallee akkamitti tuquu danda'a akkamitti immoo irra aanu kan jedhu ammallee kabarii hin taaneef hunduratti qo'annoon itti deemu akka kabarii godhu abdii qabna. Inni kaan shanan sun ta'ee shanan sana konfiraansii paanaalii oddoo 8tti adda adda hirree guyyaa duraa konfiraansii paanaalii 4 qabu. Guyyaa lammaffaarra kan 4 qabu taappikiinsaa ajandaansaa already ergameera irra deebi'uu hin barbaadu onlaayinii deemtanii ilaaltanii OSA websaayitii irraa ilaaltanii waan sanarraatii warri pirezentii godhus specific teemiinsaa konfiraansii sun maal kabarii godha kan jedhu hundumtuu achirra jiruuf irra deebi'uun barbaadu kan atteenshinii akkasiin gootan yookiin sirriitti dhiyaannee akka hubattan illee irra deebi'ee barbaadu. Special paanaalii sadiitu jiran barana qophaa'e. Tokko keynote conversation kan jennu yookiin immoo ergaa olaanaa osaa baranaa kan jennu akka durii one way communication yoo ta'in akkaataa namni lama olitti walitti dhufee ka'ee yaadota achirratti busheessee waan ilaalu kana especially waan issue topic kana keessatti tokko ta'e irratti focusii kan godhu kind of conversation akka marii yidduu warra ergaa olaanaa dabarsanii jechuudha. Inni lammaffaa state nation formation kan jennu kan akkaataa Afrikaanitti kan jedhu suni xiqqoo special panel inni fudhanne Afrikaa miyaa ilaallu Horn of Afrikaa ilaallu gaafa Afrikaa akkamitti formidii taate walii qabnee ilaallu illee ekspertoota gaafa Afrikaa walitti qabne. Inni sadaffaa Oromiyaa forward kan jedhu waa'ee walabummaa independence suni yeroon isaa hammaayyuu Oromiyaan garamitti deemuutti qabdee rakkina amma keessa jiru irraa kan jedhu isarra fookasii godhaa websaayitii irra jira hundi isaayyuu asirratti dhaabaa yeroon kos dhumeera Dr. Gulummaa OSA board chair akka maakii fudhatanii asumaan gaafata.
Thank you, Dr. Guluma. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Merartu, and thank you, Dr. Kapeda. On behalf of OSA, its board members and the executive committee, I am pleased to welcome all of you to this conference, the 35th OSA annual conference. As all of you have been participating and presenting papers and attending in OSA activities over the last few years, or maybe for the last 35 years, very well known. But just for the benefit of the very few who just joined us, I would like to mention that OSA was established in 1986 in the diaspora here in the United States, where I am right now, and has been organizing conferences, workshops, and since 1993, it has also been publishing its journal, the Journal of Oromo Studies. For those of us who have been participating in this for a very long time, we are really very proud of what this organization has achieved in spite of the huge challenge, the limitations of resources, financial or otherwise. We have been able to overcome and at least continue the organization and publish the journal. We believe that OSA, with all the limitations, is maybe an example of an Oromo institution established in the diaspora and has functioned for over 3 decades, that other new Oromo institutions can learn from and build on its positive contributions. Over all these years, we have been meeting abroad, except maybe only in 2019, because of the political circumstances in Ethiopia, which in the first place necessitated the formation of the organization abroad. But in 2019, with a little opening of political liberalization we saw at the time, we were able to conduct the conference in Finfinne, Addis Ababa, where over 2,000 people, I believe, attended that event. Our hope was that maybe we will make this regular meeting in the heartland of Oromia. But unfortunately, since 2019, after we held that conference there, the situation has changed dramatically, deteriorated, and making it, in fact, difficult for us to return this conference back into Oromia. Of course, over this last year, there is also a COVID issue that we have to meet virtually. I hope this will change next year. We still keep up hope that maybe we will soon return the conference to Oromia. So in short, I just would like to welcome you and enjoy this conference over these 2 days, which is really packed with the presentation by experts on Oromo studies. Welcome again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Guluma and Dr. Kabede. So we are going to go ahead and move into our first panel, examining cultural legacies. To introduce this topic and the speakers, I'd like to welcome to the stage Professor Mohammed Hassan. Professor Mohammed, the floor is yours.
Said the panel title is Survival Strategies, Sustainability, and Implementing Traditional Wisdom, all of which are really very interesting. Scholars who will address this topic are Asmarom Lagasa, Abdisu Asafa, Gimbar Nagara, Abdullah Abdu, and all the friends from OSA. I am not sure if Professor Asmarom is able to join us this morning. I was really trying to reach him yesterday, but unsuccessfully. So we are going to start with Adisu Asafa, and I am going to ask each speaker to briefly introduce himself instead of really me saying what I don't know much. So the best thing we do is we start with his topic is indigenous institutions and wildlife conservation, the Oromo Gada system as an exemplary vital role player. This is a wonderful topic. And the scholar is joining us from back home, which is even more really exciting. And I call on Adisu to 15 minutes, if I am correct.
Yes, that is correct. I don't see Adisu here right now. Adisu, if you're here, please raise your hand. It's possible that he may have gotten disconnected. If you would like to maybe call on someone else who is here right now.
The next one is an old friend, Abdullah Abdu, and his topic is contribution of Gada to political economy. If I may say just a word, early in OSA activities, I remember Abdullah was really very active, presenting inspiring papers, actually, especially on economic topics. And I'm glad he is back into the fold, OSA fold. Abdullah, the stage is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So I will I'll share my host disabled participant.
You can go. You can go
I?
ahead and share your screen now. And just as a reminder, you have 15 minutes. So when you have 2 minutes left, you'll hear one sound. When you have 1 minute left, you'll hear 2 sounds. And when your time is up, you'll hear 3 sounds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so this is the title of my paper, The Stability of Gada and Economic Growth. And this outline. High-level introduction, determinants of economic growth, policy and economy, political stability, investment and growth, and meaning of stability and the stability of Gada. So this is long, so I cannot do all of this. So I will do the introduction, and then I'll jump to number 5, 6, and 7. And if you have questions on the others, we can do it during the discussion. Okay, so this is a summary of my presentation. So I'm going to say polity and economy or state and market are interconnected. Political stability is good for investment and economic growth. Gada is democratic and stable. The stability of Gada emanates from its institutional design and derived from the institutions of Gada, a structure of stability named push-pull mechanism. So that's the main thing I'm going to present. And this mechanism is universal in character. What I mean is that you can apply it to any country of your choice, developed or underdeveloped. Okay, so what inspired the paper is the observation that we have a lot of constitutional coups in the last 2 decades or so. We used to have a lot of military coups, but now it's more of constitutional coups in Africa and Russia and China, where the incumbent increases their term. They change the constitution to stay in power. Okay, so that can create a lot of instability. And I don't know if you remember what happened in Gambia about 4 years ago when the guy refused to leave power, and the ECOWAS countries have to send the military to force him to accept the result of the election. So I'm going to talk about, if you can have an institution or a constitution that's self-enforcing, and you can avoid that type of problem. Okay, now because I'm in economics, you may be wondering why I'm studying Gada, because Gada is an additional institution and a traditional institution. So actually, there is a lot of interest by economists on this issue, and I just listed some of the papers that appeared in leading economic journals. The Economic Journal is the leading British economic, and then the NEBR and American Economic Review. Okay, there is a lot of interest on indigenous institutions and discussed by economists. And the first one, for example, says power and persistence, the indigenous rules of representative democracy. So I don't want to go into details. I'm just saying that a lot of interest by economists, leading economists, on indigenous institutions, including indigenous democracies. And their main theme is indigenous or proto-democratic institutions provide impetus towards modern national democratic institutions. They help in bringing about democracy now. Okay, and they go into other details. But the main thing is that the way they do it is they look at the cross-sectional ethnographic data, so they don't go into details of specific institutions. Okay, so what I'm going to do, look at the case of Gada. Okay, what are the particular groups within Gada that I'm not going to talk about whether Gada is going to lead to help in bringing democracy to Oromia. That's given. Okay, so I'm going to go into another question. Okay, is Gada stable? Okay, politically stable. Okay, I'm not demographically. I'm not talking about Ilman Jarsa problem. Okay, I assume that problem is small or somehow solved. So I'm talking about political stability. Okay, because if you have political stability, then you will have high rate of investment, and high rate of investment means high rate of growth. So the relationship between stability, investment, and growth is proven. It's a proven relationship both theoretically and empirically. So I don't want to go into that. So the interesting question will be, is Gada stable? Okay, so what do I mean by stable? What do you mean by stability? In the literature, the idea of consolidated democracy and stable democracy means the same thing. So the term consolidation and stability are used interchangeably. So one of the definitions given by Stedler, who is that writes a lot on consolidation and stability, is this short definition of stability. A political system is stable, a democratic regime that relevant observers expect to last well into the future. So a system is stable if relevant observers expect to last well into the future. Okay, so the question is, does relevant observers, including investors, expect GADA to last well into the future? Okay, so I'm going to show that that's indeed the case. In the case of GADA, relevant observers will expect it to last well into the future. Now, this question has been addressed by other researchers, not about GADA, but they have compared parliamentary systems and presidential systems and asked the question, which one is more stable? Okay, and they find out that parliamentary systems are more stable than presidential systems. Okay, so how does GADA fare? Okay, so in order for a system to be stable, it has to be self-enforcing, or there must be some enforcement mechanism that the people who are in power respect the rules. Okay, for example, if you have, GADA says 8 years, right? 8 years of rule for the ruling Luba. So are they gonna respect the rule or not? Okay, so there are 3 ways of making people respect those rules, the term limit. The first one is internally induced code of conduct. They do it because it's ethically the correct thing to do, or what we may call SAFU. The second one is system incentives. That is, if they don't respect the rules, there is a threat of rebellion, credible threat of rebellion. So, for example, the Rabadori is waiting to take their turn. Professor Asmarom says, as if they are on horseback. Okay, when their time comes, they are ready for it. So there is a credible threat of rebellion if the ruling GADA class does not, move out. There is credible threat of rebellion. The third one, external or neighborhood effects. You could have international forces such as the African Union or international community to put pressure on you to respect the rules. Okay, so because we're talking about GADA, I'm going to just talk about number 1 and number 2, but I will more focus on number 2. Okay, in order to show that GADA is stable in the sense that that's defined, I'm going to use 2 diagrams, one by Baxter, the other one by Asmarom Lagasa, and there is a debate between Baxter and Asmarom, concerning about the ritual aspect of it and the political aspect of it. So I don't want to go into that. I tend to agree with Asmarom, but the diagram helped me. Okay, the 2 are complementary for my purpose, and I'm going to assume that the ritual is political. Most of the time, it could be that. Okay, so there is no really contradiction. But for my purpose anyway, the diagrams will help me to indicate that GADA is stable in the sense that we define it. Okay, so and then I'll use the Baxter diagram to show the system is stable in the sense defined, and I use the Asmarom diagram to explain why it is stable. Okay, all right. So the Baxter diagram, when I show it to people, they get a little bit confused. So what I do is I will start with a Canadian example. I did this diagram for Canada, how the 2 major parties in Canada, the Conservative Party and the Liberal Party, held the power between 1867 the last 150 years, beginning with the Conservative Party. Okay, so the blue line is conservative, the red is liberal. So the parties in the last 25 years held the power in this fashion. Okay, so the conservative rule for given years, and then the liberals were, then the conservative were. So they sort of, you can see how they move from between these 2 parties. Okay, and a relevant observer, an investor who observes this, will say, well, it has been stable this way, and it will continue into the future. So I have this arrow, you expect it to last into the future. So the system is stable in the sense we define it. Now, you could do the same thing for the GADA system, because the GADA system, we don't have 2 parties, we have 5 parties, right? This is the Baxter diagram, okay? So you have 5 parties. I call them P1, P2, P5, or you can give them the traditional names such as Robale, Bermaji. And this diagram, which Baxter uses to analyze family relationships, actually can be used to show the Gada system in terms of parties is stable over time. Actually, this one is much stronger than the Canadian one because it goes into the past. We have data, for example, from Smorom for about 300 years for the Borana Gada system. Okay, so what you see here is, for example, if number 1 is Robale, after 8 years, they give power to number 2, which is Bermaji, and to number 3, number 4. So that's how it goes. And then after 40 years, Robale comes again, right? So 1 to 1 is 40 years. And then to the next one, it is 80 years, right? Next one is 120 years. So you can actually see centuries of a stable system, okay? There is no refusal to leave power. Okay, so a democratic regime, the definition, a democratic regime that relevant observers expect to last well into the future. So the relevant observers, including investors, expect Ghana to last well into the future. From that diagram, you could say yes. Okay. Now, but why is it stable? Why don't the Bagadas refuse to give up power? Okay, and that could happen, right? The system can break down as a result of external pressure, or because internally a system can develop. So that could happen. I mean, there is no system that is completely, foolproof. So the system can break, but does it have a mechanism that make it more likely to last? And I'm going to use this terminology. The Gada system has a push-pull mechanism within it that make it stable, in the sense defined. Okay, so by push, I mean there is credible threat of rebellion, and by pull, I mean when you retire, the future is not bleak. Okay, retirement can be attractive. At least it's not dreadful. There is also economic opportunity for you after you retire because of property rights structure that you have within Gada. So that property structure is important because in Gada system, livestock are private, but water and land is community owned, not state owned, not privately owned. It's in between. And so property rights structure within Gada is very important in terms of. Okay. So this is a diagram. I have 2 minutes. So this diagram of ASMRO, the left side is the push. The right side is the pull. You can't go into details of it. Okay. So push pull. Rabadori is around the takeover. They are on horseback to take their position. So it's a credible threat. Okay. You can. So this idea of push-pull mechanism, I put it in a 2x2 matrix. So you have push-pull, but you can divide them into formal and informal institutions. Okay, so the term limit, the fact that leaders are elected early. Okay. The Rabaduri have already their leaders. That's a push mechanism, and then the pull mechanism is when you retire, you participate in legislation, mediation, judiciary, and so forth. And you can add other things. I added other things here because, as I said, the system is applicable to any country. So you can put in things from other countries or from international situations. Like I added Mo Ibrahim Prize. When you retire, you get $5 million. That's a pull. Okay, so this is driven from Gada, and you can talk about weaknesses of the system a little bit. I don't know if I have time. Do I have still time? No. Do I have 1 minute?
No,
No, okay,
unfortunately,
thank you.
but you can wrap up.
Okay, so my wrap up is the system can have a problem, moral hazard problem, because you are assured of coming to power. So there could be lax performance, but we have GUMI and the democratic institutions which counters that. So the moral hazard problem may not be big. And so in general, so this push-pull mechanism is a concept that we can derive from GADA. It is sort of a gift to political economy, a contribution to political economy. It can be applied really to any country. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, Abdu, Brother Abdu. And the next presenter is...
Addisu is here
oh,
now.
wonderful.
Yes.
So please take a minute to introduce yourself and then make the presentation. And we all are delighted that you are joining us from back home.
Addisu, you are on mute. If you could unmute yourself, please. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my name is August7. I'm a conservation biologist. And currently, I'm pursuing my PhD at Marburg University in Germany. So this is about my background. So there's a correction on my presentation. Actually, I submitted 2 articles, and it's one of them which was accepted. So my title is Cultural Wisdom Conveyed Through Birds, Indigenous Knowledge Passed by Oromo Proverbs Associated with Features of the Northern Ground or Humo. Shall I continue? Hearing me? So the content of my presentations are introduction, methods, results, and then I will briefly explain this and policy implications. This study was conducted to find describe Oromo Proverbs associated Northern Ground Field, and which is actually locally named or known as Humo. The aim of the study was to contribute to our understanding of the relationship between human culture and the local biodiversity, and including their traditional knowledge, wisdom, and how this benefits human well-being. Humo, or the Northern Ground Bill, is which is native to found in most parts of Ethiopia. Currently listed vulnerable conservation status, which means it's closer to these birds are large bodied and they are black with white primaries or flight feathers, and the males have red neck with while females are completely blue. So the study explores how social cultural are conveyed to society through Oromo proverbs associated with features around hornbill. I used an ethnographic research, based ethnographic study. This approach is actually a qualitative analysis technique based on online data, and I used actually an qualitative research at the end. So the source of the data was that on 19 March 2019, a photograph of the northern ground hornbill and the text questions were posted on a popular Facebook named Dr. Sena, Jirenya Sena. And HR questions asked were actually, what is the name of the local name of the bird, and what are the proverbs Oromo uses actually that are associated with some features of the hornbill. The original post was then shared by 261 followers. So it was conducted based on data obtained from comments or forwards of the page. The two important questions here: what is the name of this bird? And write down one proverb which Oromo people cite in name that describe this imaginary attribute. So, general, under 50 service, text comments were downloaded from Dr. Jirenya Sena, or from the original post, and 320 comments were downloaded from 58 Facebook shared the original post. So I used thematic content analysis method to identify proverb taxonomies and use thematic interpretive approach to describe and interpret the meaning and functions. Overall, 60 proverbs were identified. From given the limited time allocated to me, I only present actually 7. The first group of proverbs is those are tied to hornbill's call. More people perceive that hornbill's call resemble the moan of person suffering from hornbill's moan without actually suffering. They say that mourning is humus habit, which is but other people say that humon wangarajul at, or hornbill's moan is due to some unknown internal suffering as a disease. So 5 proverbs associated to this hornbill call is described here. The first proverb is humon ukromale at. Hornbill moans as if in pain. Usage is that is used by one of 2 arguing persons. As a person against something ideas without ground foundation or without a reason. The meaning is a person complaining something in a trivial or ambitious manner that is not taken seriously by others, and it functions actually to censor cheaters. The second one is humota ukoti. I'm becoming the hornbill, says the retired old man. Proverb is derived from the following oral form. Egdannan nitifu. Egdannan adademu koti humota ukoti. The translation is, if I'm born and gain maturity, I'm going to be engaged in marriage. So I'm becoming another. If I get older and retired, I'm going to mourn. So I'm becoming. Proverb is used by adults and elders to advise families and relatives what the person's experience and the need to. Meaning is actually latter days are the most difficult time in one's life, which others barely understand. And actually functions to reflect our more customary practices embedded in the Gada system. The families and relatives are responsible for taking care of retired person. Third one is Akumuhumot Adanich Alisu. One like the hornbill and then be silent. To express one or someone else's sudden anger against unpleasant situation one is going through, which cannot be dealt with or is beyond the capacity to deal with. The meaning is best weapon when you cannot afford to deal with the matter. And the proverb functions as an instrument to reinforce the need to adapt to changes. Another one is mu jette humon. Mu, the honeybees. Happiness over somebody else's action. This is used when it is believed that directly expressing feeling brings them no gain, and silence is the best way to let someone know that they did something wrong. The meaning is silent disapproval of something or someone else's action is right. And it functions as a simple way to strengthen patience and to correct misbehavior and poor practices. Another one associated with call is mu that they do rather stolen already. You think one buys a donkey in China, says the Honorable. This is commonly used when somebody is betrayed by someone else, and they should have known better at times. When a friend is known by the community to be dishonest. The meaning is forgive and forget about the loss and get into the wrong decision. And this proverb functions to reinforce self-adjustment to situations and to teach the consequences of carelessness. Another second group of proverbs is those are tied to hornbees social behavior. Pair of male and female hornbees are usually found together, but such birds are often observed foraging far apart. Oromo people believe that hornbees live up to 8 years. There's passing in between two birds on the ground would lead to longer eating, but the birds do not allow people to pass in between them because they quickly run and people approach them. And proverbs tied to the social interactions are presented here. The first one is Walmale Malkamnare, only we are there from in two ways. One is used to advise people to develop and maintain a spirit of strong bond and togetherness within a family. Meaning is for people, lives are tied to each other, where one can happily survive in the absence of the other. Interest differences or disagreements cannot prohibit them from acting together. And this functions to strengthen and reinforce togetherness of Oromo families, relatives, neighbors, and clans. Second, meaning is and usages is actually used among most used by political leaders and activists to advise Oromo society to be united and stand firm together to struggle for the rights and benefits of the current generation to come. And meaning is Oromos are there for each other, regardless of differences in their religion, clan, or geographical location. It functions as a tool to strengthen and maintain solidarity of Oromo. Second proverb associated with most social behavior is written iyan in of between battle yet we do not get physically close to each other, but never let an enemy pass in between us. It's used to advise people to build and maintain their social bond, whatever intense differences or disagreements may exist between them. And meaning is people whose lives are tied to each other should stand together to protect their communal rights, although intense differences or disagreements may Yeah, I'm done already. So the conclusion here, this study actually reflects how Hornbill as a natural environment plays a role in conveying wisdom, which the proverbs appear to play four major sociocultural Oromo customary practice, collective functions, reinforcement of tolerance and solidarity between members of Oromo society, testament to situational change. Proverbs appear to literally describe Hornby's biological functions, and this may suggest that the proverbs do not have culturally motivated cognitive basis and reflect accumulated wisdom centered by Oromo communities that are local environmental components. It is needed to examine whether Homo is culturally most important bird species to Oromo society when compared to other co-occurring bird species, and what motivated the Oromo people to select the Hornbill for its cultural beauty. Thank you very much. If you have a question, you are welcome.
Thank you very much. For this really truly interesting presentation. You took me village of my verse, where the story about Humo was Rabbi Umri Humo Sehakenu was the best blessing actually elders could give, and I hope you examined seminars, Oromo wisdom literature, and probably Father Angelo Mezi's Oromo wisdom literature when you get the opportunity to enrich what you are doing, which is already rich. Thank you very much. And our next presenter is Governor Nagara, and his topic is the Tulamas Mount Tukala, embedding natural beauty and indigenous wisdom. Tukala is called Zikwala. Please go ahead and make presentation.
Embodying natural bounty and indigenous wisdom. When I begin with introduction, mountains universally capture human imagination, have a sense of wonder and then evocative beauty. Mountains are eminent sacred sites. They have inspire a feeling of detachment and then an elevation. Mountains universally provide an intersection between reverence and geographical significance. Mountains almost cover 25% of world land surface and 12,000 of human population. Are the repositories of enormous biological diversity, economic value, and others. So my aim of my study is to deal with Oromo's sacred mountain, which almost share the same presumption as culture all around the world. So my presentation is a brief summary of Oromo sacred mountain sites known as Mount Chukala. The methodology is a qualitative research approach of a descriptive and analytical protocol for data observation. Abundant information was gathered from oral information. Oromo view of sacred mountain. For the Oromo, mountains are the model for all earth surfaces. Mountain is the epitome of mystical pillar or Utuba Golole, which stands at the center of a cosmos and connected to the upper Walabu to the lower Walabu. So the methodology, this methodology that by nature of its closeness to the high supreme, the principal divine mound was a center where Hasasa Waka revealed to downtime Kallu. Such mound, primordial mound is Mount Namadur, which is center of all creations where Yaya Guracha abides. As a descendant of the primordial Tulu, the Tulama have a tradition which says Sadetan Tulu Waka, which includes Chukala, Erer, Bosat Korma, Furi, Egdu, Foyata, Galan, and Wato Dulacha. Of these, Mount Chukala is the senior sacred, mentioned as Hangafa Tulu and Sadeta Waka. So this figure is a partial view of the mountain. The legend Mount Chukala really then opened for elevation. Mount Chukala is located in East Showa Zone, the highest peak in Central Rift Valley, almost at really 2989 meters above sea level. According to existing tradition, a pioneer to mountain area was Mutuluraya, who was a Bagada from the Liban clan. Tradition says moving from his residence, mentioned as Sosotu Warkai at the mouth of Hawas River, the Kalu from his clan opened the mountain Chukala for libation or Boranticha, with blessing, sacrificial, and ordering some social rules. The tradition says then, directed by his prayers, sealed point on the mountain summit was converted into a lake, which he said, Chukala tunaf bukai. So he named the lake as Burka Chukala and called the mountain as Tulu Chukala, which was formerly named Sartai. Long later, earliest residents around the mountain was a known wealthy person known as Moti Dido, who got the Mundis name to his son, or named his son Chukala. Iskalu was mentioned to be Nabi. Nabi gains his foothold on other sacred landscape. The tradition says Nabi has rested in the under the shade of Oda tree. Again, the tradition utters the course of the flow of Hawas River was shaped by Nabi's horse footprint. It says, Lagni Hawas Panamila Pananabi. Again, the same tradition, they says that during Nabi's funeral events, a massive explosion caused to the formation of many futures around it. Of these, the 6 legs of God were observed then among those created through such explosion. Tradition again links Nabi to cultural as well as natural landscape. So the legend credits Nabi with attempting reformation of Gada and the social rules, while the Gada assembly at Odanabe abandoned its services, particularly in between 8th and 11th centuries. So Nabi has left his name on Odanabe, word said to adopt from Arabic language through presence of Muslim communities in the area. This is confirmed through the recent studies by Alamayo and the Reje. In the 10th century, the Kalu of Marie Galan was assassinated due to the conflict between Christian and the Muslim Sultanate in today's Showa. This was just 2 generations before the Nabi opening into the Mount Chukala. So we have really then evidences for early consecration of Mount Chukala, even before Abyssinian Christian kingdom, referring this mountain as temporal services. Nabi was assassinated, according to tradition, by Warra Malakat Bulani. The murders then abhorred his effort to organizing Gada laws. So according to the tradition, the plotters chased him away from Mount Chukala to Tullu Boset, which is to the east of Adama city. So they killed him on Tullu Boset, but later the local people brought his dead body back to Chukala and buried him on the summit of the mountain where he had been conducting Boranticha, and erected megalithic monuments, the Sida Nadi. So these two figures shows the one is Nadi's shrine, which was almost erected in around 9th century and demolished in 2000. The other is a view of Lake Chukala. Well, really, then Mount Chukala is meant for a Tulama. It involves multidimensional representations. It's a temporary center for Gada reformation, particularly in the 10th century. It became a premier center for Thanksgiving or mountain Irrecha. It also then has featured the megalithic tombstone of Nabi and the Lake Chukala as a points of Recha ground. This lake is surrounded by some touch, aladu, and three species garri, which are taken during Tankis giving ceremony conducted twice biannual in a year. So the Recha on Mount Chukwala is one of the largest, even in Oromia, Ethiopia, probably even in Africa. So Mount Chukwala is also represented a center of profane and the sacred mountain wisdom. Mount Chukwala is again is regarded as the epitome of truth and justice among the Tulama. Is center of lawmaking, is sacred ulfa, is place of safu. So it is really then where nobody dares to talk bad things wrong and they speak untruths, according to the tradition. Tradition again goes on that Mount Chukwala is a premier of sacred center of sacred biodiversity. Everything, whether animate or inanimate, are sacred according to tradition. The mountain physical features, the soils, the stones, the whirling wind and the weather environments, the trees, the mammals, the lakes are all sacred and then untouched or unexploited for anthropogenic activities or services. It's again a center where Christianity and the Wakefata interacted for long centuries. So it's a center of dual religious faiths. According to the tradition, which is really then attested by data or written data, Nabi opened around 9th century, and the opener of this Orthodox monastery, named by an Egyptian Saint Gabriel Memphis Kidus, arrived there in 13th century. So it's already then Chukala, son of Moti Dido, who received, who met this guest for the first time. He is said to really then talk to this unusual person by saying, Esar of the Abbo. So it was from the term Mrs. Abbo that then the term is given as a name of the saint. This Gabriel Memphis Kidus is locally named as Abbo, and his monastery is again mentioned as Abbo Chukala. But this Nabi's shrine was demolished. The dispute over its re-erection between the Tulamagada intellect and the clergies. The clergies totally hammered the monument into pieces, and they've been further denied to disclose the slayer to justice. Dod Abagada, after the long discussion, took the case to the then president of Ethiopia, to Girma Waldegorgis, and the monastery, the clergies on their part, went to the office of Meles Zenawi. So the prime minister was informed through the president. Then the Prime Minister, as he heard the issue, he directly then warned the clergy, saying, what do you ask to do for you once demolishing other heritage? So he told them that you should go back to your village and resolve the issue through your, they say, through elders. So accordingly, the Tulama then received as equal as a guma of human life for their demolished megalithic, that means 12,000. However, the plan to re-erecting the monuments were really disavowed by the clergies. Even said to there was a representative from Oromia Office of the President and the Culture and Tourism Bureau, which the clergy says we are not accountable for regional states, but to the federal government. So what they said and told by Baghdad and Go. Here is strategies what Navy has really avoided, and the strategies through which conservation of the mountain and the resources reinforced. But because of time, I could really connect with this part. The current challenge, there is really then contesting claims. Tulamas are denied their guardianship and the ownership rights, the discretion of the land, the landscape, and the transformation into settlement area. Almost 118 households, near to 1,000 persons lived on this mountain. Almost 99 of them are from outside Oromia, came from outside Oromia, and in the pretext of serving the church, facilitated through the clergies. So the clergies then, after demolishing the monument, they halted mountain Irrecha since 2009. Because of ideally then using their affiliation, they did or blowed Tulamas successfully. My conclusion, Mount Chukwala is the center of great mountain biannual Irrecha. For generations, centuries, reserved through strategies for ritual services. Tulamas connectedness gave, as a result, then gave a place-based mountain identity. Multidimensional representations demonstrate culture-based nature conservation. Mount Chukwala is integral to the Oromo nation. However, attack on Tulama Sacred Center in 2019 revealed an open denial of ownership and guardianship rights. This physical and ritual practice separation has triggered detachment, dissociation, the loss of connectedness. This effect has jeopardized people's means of addressing problems collectively in sacred place, and the ways of doing things differently. Dissociation is part of a colonial project, continued from the past, disavowing inheritance and impoverishing the Oromo identity. Hence, the Tulama left with a memory of victimization, loss in a face of contempt and defensiveness. I need to pursue peaceful discussion between the Wakefana or Gada leaders and the Ethiopian church clergy to resume the mountain Irrecha and re-erect the lost megalithic. The negotiation will end the contestation which has resulted in mountain forest burning almost every year. The Tulama Gada intellect and the Gumi Aboti Gada should break their silence, expose the acts publicly, and pursue legal means to solutions. The local authorities shall to work in new settlements on the mountain and organize settlements in another place to halt expropriation, resource butchery, and further ecological disaster. Both the cultural heritage and environmental conservation, resource conservation policy in Oromia shall be reviewed in a way to aligning with the cultural landscape, the guardian people's wisdom, and the rights of the builders. OSA and the other institutions shall encourage, collaborate, and design similar research to work on Oromo heritage, protected from vandalism to see the light of the day. Finally, I acknowledge Adama Science Technology for financing this project. Thank you, Rabula.
Thank you for this really enlightening, wonderful presentation. This is the huge heritage for the Oromo people, and it clearly indicates the Oromo presence in the region for hundreds and hundreds of years. There is absolutely no doubt about this aspect. I hope our people will really struggle to restore this incredible heritage. And I hope our friend from back home will have the opportunity to consult a wonderful book on Mount Kenya, which will really provide you with incredible information. And if you have not consulted it already, I will definitely email you about that book. With this, Marerto, how many more minutes do we have for questions and answers?
Professor Mohammed, you have 20 minutes, and I will give you a 2-minute warning with the sound.
Oh, wonderful. Now it is for the audience to raise questions, and if you raise questions, please direct it to the presenter, and be, if possible, be specific. And if every question is really very long, many people will not have the opportunity to ask questions. So make sure it will be short so that others will have an opportunity. And the floor is open to questions. Yoo wal dhageenya amma yeroo gaafii fi deebii warri pireezenti godhe kennu yogguu gaafii gaafattan nama gaafiin sun laaltu gaafiin teessan to the point namni biraatii siree akka harkatu jechuu barbaadeeti. Galatoomaa amma gaafiin eegalamuu danda'a.
Okay, I see that somebody has their hand raised, so I will allow them to unmute.
Please.
If you can put your video on, that would be helpful as well. Thank you.
So thank you so much. My question, I'm Regisa from Ethiopia. My question is to Abdu. Thank you so much for an inspiring presentation on the Gada. My question is, actually I left it on the chat box as well, and my question is, how could we make this incredible, valuable system to work in Oromia today, so that we can actually benefit from it? I just wanted to hear your opinion on that. Thank you so much.
Okay, that is a very broad question. So, what the studies on indigenous institutions indicate is that indigenous institutions, that ethnic groups that have proto-democratic systems, can rely to some degree on their tradition to help them be democratic. So there are three ways in which this will help. One is, democratic societies or ethnic groups that have democratic tradition will resist autocracy, will resist dictatorship, and their culture is a training school of democratic practices. Even if it's a ritual, some people say Gada is now a ritual thing, but they elect their leaders, so it is really they are learning something. And these traditions tend to persist. They don't die. They like, there was a lot of pressure on the Gada system to be, to destroy it, but it lasted, but at least in the form of rituals. So because of those things, there is a basis to modernize them and become democratic. So one is learning about it, and using it as a form of resistance, and but beyond that, studying it and also learning something from it, because you can learn from parliamentary system, presidential systems, but also you can learn from the Gada system. So I think learning is important. I'm not aware. I don't have a good knowledge about how, for example, the government of Oromia now, in the government of Ethiopia, what they think about Gada. Sometimes they have positive attitude, but I'm not sure if they are trying to implement some parts of it. That's all I can say.
Thank you. I think up next is Gonfa Seta.
This may, okay, my question is to, okay, you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this question is to the previous presenter about Mount Chokala. And Dr. Muhammad Hassan, in his book, said that beyond beyond the reasonable doubt, there were sedentary Oromos in the 15th century between the Blue Nile and the Gibe River. And also myself, when I count my generation back to 21 generations, and end this with Amaya. Amaya is one of the three brothers of sons of Liban Macham. And though I say that if that generation is over 9 or 1,000 years in the area, this means these people are contesting that even Finfinne was Barara, and these people we have no root in Shawa or elsewhere. So the presentation of this gentleman who brought about Chokala, how much it will take us to realize our history, to teach, and also use as evidence for our presence. Even if there was no historical root to that, if a people is settled for thousands or even hundreds of years, there is no somebody claiming an eviction these days. So it is all about power. And how can they reconfirm for me, these two gentlemen, Dr. Muhammad Hassan and the guy whom I didn't catch the name, spoke on that one. How do they confirm our presence, are indigenous to the area where we are? Maybe some movement might be occur. This is natural elsewhere. Please, I'm finishing my question. Thank you very much.
I think both of the presenters, Atisu, Asafa, and of you will try to answer the question.
Coverage. Let me really then request Professor Mohammed to take my part and give a response.
I think Professor Guluma had written on Barara a long time ago, and Barara has become the new name for Finfinne. Anyway, there is clear evidence written recorded evidence for Oromo presence in the region of what is today Central Oromia, traditionally named as Shawa. This evidence comes sources clearly dating back to at least 1,000 years, as Gonfa says. And people, of course, human beings always move. They don't stay in one place, especially those who are involved in pastoralism. This notion that even last year in Finfinne, there was a demonstration where this crazy individuals, Oromo people, even saying they have the, how would I say, the audacity to say the Oromo have nothing to do with Addis Ababa, with Finfinne, and they have to move back to Borana or to even Madagascar. This is nothing but fiction that we created earlier. Let me not waste other people's time, and please go, probably one of you will simply add to this. We understand your situation. It is very important that you, yeah.
Are there any other answers to this question before we move to the next? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call on the next person. Actually, Professor Asaf Jadlata has raised his hand in written form, so please go ahead and ask your question. Let me just... Okay.
Thank you, Maratu. My question is, the first question goes to Dr. Abdo. He talked about the stability of Gada, and he mentioned that whenever a Bagada refuses to leave his power, there would be rebellion. This rebellion was not only that, there were also rebellion to overthrow Bagada, which really created a big problem for Oromo society. The motis or kingdoms emerged by overthrowing a Bagada. So how can you reconcile the stability of Gada when it was for sometimes people were fighting against dictatorship by rebelling against the Bagada, but after sometimes warrior class emerged in Oromo society. In fact, this warrior class that became a collaborative class for Habasha to colonize Oromo. So there is something is missing on the issue of stability. For me, what I discovered is that there is important factor missing, which is professional or a kind of bureaucracy that would maintain stability. When leadership changes, every time another leadership will come, the continuity, there is some kinds of imbalance between continuity that created power vacuum that allowed ambitious warriors to take power to promote their selfish interest, and finally even to join them to colonize, humiliate and colonize the Oromo people. So what do you say about this? Another question is for Obodiso. What Malemal Kamna, what the Humo proverb related to Humo proverb. Almost during 16th, 17th century, Olmale Malkamna was very important because Oromos defended themselves from Christian empire, Christian and Islam, Muslim empire builders. They stood together and fought against the enemy. But now, probably what Maryam Al-Qamna is very questionable, because when Oromos are killed, executed, murdered in many places, many Oromos are quiet. When war is waged in many Oromo regions, other Oromos are quiet. So this saying, well, Maryam Al-Qamna, does it work now, or what is the problem with that? The third question is for Bogumbar. Oh, I don't know whether I correctly said your name. How did the contestation between Amhara Orthodox Church followers and Oromo indigenous settlers started? When did it start? Thank you.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. And I listed three ways in which a system can be stable. Okay, so I didn't talk about the external factors, and so externally, the system can be overthrown as happened, right? Through colonization, the system can break down. And so the external environment can be positive or can be negative, can be enforcing the system or can be, against the system. And that's actually discussed by people who are studying, by economists who study this thing. They'll say you're tended to be more democratic if your neighborhood is also democratic. So in the case of Gada, the neighborhood is not democratic, and that has negatively affected the Gada system. Also, internally, property rights structures can change, and the system can break. So I mean, the system is not foolproof. I'm just saying that it has structure that most probably which helps it to be continuously democratic. But yes, there are of course you face problems both externally and internally. That's what I can say.
Thank you very much, Dr. Asapa. My short answer is yes. For example, during the Oromo protest, activists and people were using this proverb actually to promote Oromo togetherness and the solidarity. And currently, as said, actually, it might be actually not real, but still we use the proverb because to encourage the system that weakened. Yeah, that's the point. Thank you.
I think then said this me. Really could not put an exact time where when the contestation began between Oromo or the Amara, or the Oromo and the Amara or the Christians. It could really be then as long as history itself, because we have then evidences which really then precises the presence of a sort of mutual even interactions between this the Wakefana believers and the Orthodox. When I take the case of Chukala, Yates is a historian who really did his PhD on this Shawa nature of state and polity in Shawa, which Professor Mohammed himself, I think, advised. So according to Yates, really the Oromos and the Christians in Shawa have a long time interactions for long period of times. The interaction was sometimes mutual, mean that the Oromos then even protected the Amaras when they face attack from the Muslim sultanates and the others. Then on the other hand, they really then pressurized the Wakefata or the Oromos and the Gada to accept Christianity. So really then the mountain contained a monastery, which was established in the name of Abu Gabraman Paskidus, or we say the Abbo. So the celebrants of this the Christian events were the Tulama Oromos. They celebrate their Wakefana or Boranticha or the Dalaga, and then even they attend the Orthodox ceremony again. But really then the contestation then mounted to demolition of Nabi's shrine, which really then did happen in 2009. So almost then Oromos were the group, the Wakefannas and the Oromos are almost dominating every activities and the practices on the mountain, including involving in the church ceremony itself. But since 2009, they come to have a strong upper hand on Oromos, and then even totally really marginalized them. So it was really escalated in 2009, but such storm of contestation, I think, has the long history with the mixture of mutuality sometimes then friendly relations. This is what really then I can say.
Thank you. Other questions? Marartu, how many more minutes do we have?
We have about 10 more minutes, actually. So I think we can at least take one more question. It looks
wonderful.
like
We have plenty of time. Yeah,
yes.
Please raise your questions.
Yes. So next is Professor Makuria Bulcha. I will please go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you very much. All the presenters have given us good information, good historical information about the Oromo and Ethiopia, of course. I'm not going to ask questions, but I will make very quick statements about what has been said. To start with Mount Chukwala, it is one of the 8 mountains of God. The area as a whole has been the center of Oromo religion, sort of a religious center. What has happened is from the start, when the monastery was built, there was a conflict already. That conflict was settled by the person, the saint, he's a saint, who sent people who built the church there. He made a concession between the local people against the Oromo and the priest to make peace and to have both religions in the same place to worship. He said that document is in the monastery itself. Someone has looked at it and wrote down that on the internet for about 4 or 5 years ago. I couldn't trace it back, but it was written. He was there and said the saint was advised the priest, that was back in the 1200 or 1300 AD, to allow to live together with their people. And that is the first conflict, by the way, about religion. Asapa said something about when did this conflict start. The conflict started long time ago. If you look at the record of the church, the saintly histories, what is that called? you find that in GES, they have written it down that the conflict was when the the group built the monastery in Tulama, and the conflict was between Galan, the name Galan, and Yaya, and the priest. Already it started there. And then the rest about the conflict, the leader, the Abagada was killed. It was the girl who was killed, by the way. First in the conflict somewhere. I don't know which one is that. Going back to this religious center, the 8 mounts of God, plus the rest, got the attention of the Christians who tried to turn that area into New Jerusalem. You see, Deborah Zayt, they named these biblical names, Deborah Zayt, that is Shofto. In Nazareth, that is Adama. Then they went out and the Galila, the lake which was, I mean, the dam which became the lake. It is Galila. And the island in Zwai also has also the same biblical name. They wanted to turn that area into a new Jerusalem, a new Israel type. And that conflict is there, and the questions about the one that Gonfa raised is also answered in this way, because they have tried to change the name and then are trying to say today that the Oromo came in the 16th century to this place. By the way, I have written an article, Oromo commentary has come back online now, an article which I titled both Barara and Addis Ababa are built on Oromo land. Please read that. And I go back to this, the 12th century and show archaeologically, anthropologically, topographically, that the Oromo were there long time ago. I mean, in Tulama. I wanted to say that. Thank you very much. I took some time, but wanted to comment on this.
Professor Mo, other questions, please? We have only a few more minutes left. Very precious minutes left.
Yes, if someone has one very, very brief question and answer, we can take that. Luba Samuel actually had his hand raised first, but it got removed, so I will call on him. And unfortunately, then we're going to have to wrap up this question and answer segment. Please go ahead and ask your question.
Okay. Thank you very much. Dhugaa galatoomaa. Just I am meditating about Tullu Cuqqaalaa. I was there for practicing Orthodox religion Abbo annual festival. Gammadeera akka kanatti seenaa dhaga'een beeku. Alan achi keessa jiru akka kanatti dhaga'een beeku. Dhugaa rabbiitiif tulluu lafa seerritti tumamuu, tulluu araaraa, tulluu dhugaa amma sana dafqinee ala baanu achirratti akka kana bishaan ciisee arginu kenna waaqaa akka ta'e hubannee naannoo sana uummata naannoo sanaatiif illee fayyadee jira. Wanti sun ala jennu minaan isaaniirraa konkolaataan Finfinnee irraa dhaqu, minaan namoota naannoo sana jiran irrayyuu alanni ba'ee deemu, uummanni naannoo sana ala irratti walitti buufaayyuu argina. So seenaa kana really akkamitti lafa qabamee amma kara lammaniin spiritualitiin oddoo sanarraa mirkanaa'aadha jechuudha. Turizimii addunyaarraa gara sanatti fiduu kan danda'udha. Amma gaaffiin baay'een akkamitti oddoo konfliktii ta'ee ture yoom jalqabe isa jedhudha. Ani immoo oddoo dhumti kun oddoo konfliktii ta'uunsaa lafa afuurawwaa ta'uunsaa abbaatti yoo gale Yoo Oromoon mootummaa qabaatee naannoon mootummaa Oromoo mootummaa uummata mootummaa fedhii mootummaatiin fedhii uummataa eegama yoo ta'e kun siyaasa kam keessa iyyuu hin jiru waan hafuurawwaati spiritual place holy place gatii kana lafa namni marsee manatti ijaarratee wal fuudhee wal horee walitti jiraatu miti naannoon sun akkasila jedhame more than 19% occupied kan ta'e namootuma aadaa kanaaf amma jennu kana hin eegnedha. So mootummaan dirqama kana jira kana achi kaasee iddoo biraa kaa'ee the place of meditation waaqaa wajjin kan walitti dhufan safuu wajjin kan namni uumaaf uumamni walitti dhufu kan akkamitti taasisuu danda'ama inni kun akkamitti hojjetamuu danda'a gara fuulduraatti addunyaarra konfliktiin amma ortodoksii fi qabeenya Oromoo isa duraanii jiru amma la baay'ee lafa namni kabajatu dhaqanii waraanaan qabachuun kan turedha seenaa kana keessa amma sila jedhamee jira abbaa irree qabutiyyuu murteeffataa deema yoo Oromoon biyya isaa qabatee jiraate mana isaatti seenaa isaatti ala deebi'u aadaa isaatti ala deebi'u inni iddootti deebi'uu qaba Oromoon immoo safuudhuma isaatti kunoo eessaa dhufte aboo jedhaniitu fudhataniitu keessummeessanii garuu achumatti immoo nama waaqaa sana haalluusa ta'uu halluu jechuun egaa nu beenna kabajamaa waaqa wajjin safuu nama qabudha isa ajjeesanii achirratti immoo kan seenaa sana balleessanii kan isaanii ijaarrachuun waaqa birattis fudhatamina hin qabu karaa amantaatiinis fudhatamina hin qabu seenaa isa akka kanaa isa dabsamee barreeffamee jiru kana oddootti deebifamee akkamitti deemuu danda'a what is the future akkamitti oddoo kana akkanaan deemuu dandeenya people moobiidhuma kaasuudhaan iyyuudhumaan oddoon nu jalaa fudhatame jechuun dhugaa kana cuqqaaluun hin danda'ama hambisuun hin danda'ama isa jedhudha galatooma.
Hedduu galatooma Luba Samuel yaada fiddan. Marartu if I take just 30 seconds keenya mootummaan qabu if sossobuun barbaachisu mootummaan ammaan tana jirtu mootummaa nafxanyaata harka 100 guyyaa ummanni keenya mootummaa isaa qabaate cultural heritage protect godhuun dirqama tahuu qabdi jechuu barbaadeeti kan ta'an Gada principle ar'aas boruus gaafa mootummaan Oromoo ijaaramtu laal Professor Asmaroom Oromoo Dimokiraasii keessatti principle 17 lafa kaa'e san keessa at least 2-3 100% practical hojjechuu danda'u. Number 1 laguma qofaan tukka. Number 1 always leaders are elected and for a limited time. This is a powerful concept. There was always peaceful transfer of power. You bless, the losers and the winners actually embrace each other, blessing each other. And then there will be peace over there. And these principles will really be helpful for the future of our people. But the first thing is ummanni keenya mootummaa isaanii ijaarachuu barbaachisa. Otherwise, laal wareefu Professor Mokraanje maqaan himame sun cuftunu it was the work of the 20th century. Reality ground. One amma ejem chiro in the 1920s when it was changed to us, those who have power always change reality on the ground. Ummanni Kenya, they have to establish their government. Jechuu barbaadeeti dhiifama marartu dhiifama guddaa warri present gootanis hedduu galatoomaan ja'a. Really, this is a wonderful panel. Hedduu galatoomaa keessaa those warri biyya keessa research gootanii these inspiring things share hojii gootan ifufaan ja'a jabaadhaatti ifufaa karaa dandeessaniin galatooma afixadhe.
Thank you, and thank you so much. Before we move on to the next panel, I just, on behalf of OSA, wanted to say thank you to Professor Herbert Lewis for being here.
It's my pleasure. And actually, it was foolish of me. I did have a question, but maybe there'll be an opportunity to ask it later. But it's wonderful to see you all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will go ahead and bring our next moderator up, Dr. Ismail Abdullahi. Please go ahead and take the mic and introduce the next panel, which is exploring governance issues. I think most of the speakers for the next panel have already been made co-hosts, but File Jalata, if you're in here, please raise your hand. Thank you.
Thank you. As it has been said, the topic of this panel is exploring governance issues, providing a focus on governance or governing practices through eras of conquest, domination, adaptation, and renewal. We have 5 distinguished speakers. Without further ado, I will call on our first speaker, who is Dr. File Jalata, and his paper topic is Challenges and Prospects of the Democratic Power Transformation System of the Oromo, the Makabuta Rituals in Focus. Dr. Jalata.
Dr. Jalata, if you are in here, we did not recognize your name, so please raise your hand. Otherwise, Dr. Ismail, if you would like to maybe call on the next panelist.
I think Dr. Jalata joined as a user. Maybe make him co-host user.
Okay, great.
So he is not here? Okay, user, go ahead. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, my PowerPoint is not visible for me. Is it visible for you?
It is not, but you do have permission to share your screen.
Okay.
So.
Sorry. Sorry for the inconvenience.
And just as a reminder, each speaker has 15 minutes. When you have 2 minutes left, you will hear a sound played as a reminder. With 1 minute left, you'll hear 2 sounds. And then when your time is up, you'll hear 3 sounds before the mic comes off.
I think the PowerPoint is shared for all of you. Is it visible for you?
It's coming up now. We see your whole screen. So if you open up the PowerPoint window. You can go ahead to your PowerPoint program. I think you can leave the Zoom since we already can see you clearly. But if you go ahead and open up PowerPoint or your file.
Okay.
Screen is zoom is the drop minimize go up. Minimize go up. It's a sometimes talk. It's minimizing matan royert.
This one?
Yeah,
They're
just
only heading.
yeah. You can just open up your presentation on PowerPoint. Yes. Yes.
As you can see from the slide, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. The title says Challenge and Prospects of Democratic Power Transformation System of the Oromo, the Macha Butta rituals in focus. Actually, as you all know, Gada is an indigenous and homegrown. It is neither planned and neither imported nor transplanted from abroad. And it is an ingenious, multifaceted, imaginative philosophy developed by indigenous society. And it is also an endogenous, neither made or established by external force. It is a constitution which was developed by Oromo people with equitable distribution of power and the privilege. Gada is an icon, index, and a symbol of Oromo society. But the basic principles of Gada, for information, it is an objective focus on a rule of law rather than rule of man. It's universal, works everywhere, and it is eternal, live forever, and works for every society of the world. Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
And Butta incorporates many concepts in different parts of the motifs, originated mainly from customs and accumulated knowledge of the society. The rationale of this paper is therefore to uncover what are the challenges and the challenges that directly or indirectly affect the power transformation system of Gada, and what are the external and internal factors and the prospects that the Gada power transformation system have are the basic focus of this research. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. There are actually 8 parts of written rituals in Gada. The first one, Gobu and the Guddu, is the first phase, which is a preparatory stage, and the actual phase are the folk Ajeru making tukulus for each subclass, Seratuma and the Lalaba pronouncement, enactment and pronouncement of laws. Dagaga Kalu, which means Metacha, and the Garmamsa is riding force, and the Bahu and the Kalala Gatu are the last, or the power transformation system at the end of the 8 years. And the basic research methodology focused on the rule of nature and the science theory were also practiced and implemented in the collection of ethnographic research. And the research design is qualitative and reflective ethnographic research. Data collection was observation and interview and focus group are. What are the factors that are putting in challenge the enactment and enforcement or the power transformation of Gada philosophy are religious issues, as Professor Makulabulcha said earlier. The importation and the transplantation of different belief and religion are the basic factors that are directly or indirectly affecting the power transformation system of the Gada. Still currently this is practiced, and the destruction of ritual and the real center of the Oromo by the past regime and the replacement of other imported religion, as Gumbar said. Different lawmaking interfaces were also replaced by Christian churches, and the introduction and the spread of Christianity among the society adversely affects and outlawed most of the accompanying rites and rituals of the democratic power transformation of called Butta rituals. Butta in other Tekmonosas, in Borna society, it is called Bali, and it is well known in Macha society by the name of Butta. And what are the other challenges or political issues? The monarchical past of Ethiopian regime, the subsequent Ethiopian governments did not give due attention and recognition to the indigenous power system of the Oromo society. We can mention in this case the Warra Bakare Godana of Kumsamurda of the Macha society, the Lake Alekamte and the Lake society, which was the first Warra Kumsa came to power in 1881 and overpowered for about 81 years until the overthrow of Haile Selassie, according to the calendar. And the other case is the modern political system, the importation and transplantation of the constitution, modern constitution from abroad, as other factors. Government interference is another factor, and it is external factors, the interference of the local government directly or indirectly affecting the democratic power transfers in the Macha society. This is attested by other different scholars like Watson, that Sarah Ada folklore is now becoming weaker. It is becoming weak because the government started intervening. The case point in this case is in some parts of Oromia, especially in Abagadas and other government organs, are nominated currently by the current government organs, regardless of the basic values and the principles of Gada philosophy. And the other case is the enforcement of Seraluka, especially in Gendabarat or in Macha society, is totally endangered because of external factors, intervention of the local government. Another factor is internal factor, which includes generational power transformation system, the patriarchal philosophy. The power first son of the current Abagada is proclaimed as there would be the Ababaku of the Robale after 80s. When I was conducting my PhD degree, especially in Macha society, I observed that the first son of the current Abagadisa, Ogesa, Abawarana, and Abalanga, and the leader of the four Gumis that are proclaimed as transferred to their first son after 40 years, when the Robale Gada cycle became in power. However, the time of Shane is only 8 years, no more, no less, which means the Shane party or the generational power transfer. And the other case is the corruption. The great problems that are practically observed in the previous democratic power transfer system in the Oromo society becoming corrupt in some parts. It is contaminated by nepotism and bribe. What we are observing in Macha society is Abagadas are becoming in power without basic criteria and Gada values through corruption and nepotism. This is especially in the Dale society of Macha society and the Jawi society of the Macha Oromo are practically what we are practically observing is power transformation system of Abagadas and Abalangas. And the other case is a dictatorial system of Abagadas. Some Abagadas and Ababakus are refused to transfer political power peacefully to the incoming party after 8 years. This is the case of Oromo, the Macha Abagadas. I don't want to mention his name. Is refused to transfer his power peacefully within 8 years, but he holds the power for about 11 years. Agamajra? Agamajra?
Agamajra.
Okay, the other case is the results, the quantity change and the continuity are other factors. The strong part in my discussion, in my discussion is almost 8 years power transfer is it is practical, even if some parts, written rituals of parts are endangered. Ceremonies of Butta rituals is active. There are also participation of women who are making the tukulus for different tukulus, making for different subclans in the enactment and enforcement of laws, or in the power transformation system of the Gadarobale, which I observed when power transformation system of Gadarobale was held. There are also check and balance to some extent. Some material cultures employed in the ritual reflects ontology, cosmology, and ontology of the Oromo society, even if some parts of elements and some parts of material culture, especially legal elements, are endangered. And the power transformation system is almost all led by Lubas or the retired groups. These are a strong part. However, the endangered parts are three Buddha phases, pre, while, and post rituals are partially endangered because of external and internal factors. Democratic power transformation system based on Gada values, and the Gada values are both Gada values and the basic principles becoming endangered. I can say basic principles of being an Abagada is critically endangered. There is no accountability, rule of law, responsibility, due process of laws, division of power, and separation of power are totally endangered. When I conducted my research in the fieldwork, especially in mature society, and the age and the property, knowledge, and the family, which is the basic values for becoming an Abagada, is almost endangered because Abagadas and Langas or the Gada government organs are currently dominated by political parties which are ruling the society currently. And the size of gulas or participants are becoming less and less from time to time because there are external and internal factors that religion and other factors are putting the number of participants becoming less and less because almost all member of Gada Robale parties are not involved in the society because parts of them are totally neglected the indigenous society, the indigenous philosophy of society because of imported religions. The prospects are one of the most important prospects are the recognition of Gada by UNESCO, as you all know, awareness of Oromo to promote their cultural values, valuable culture are the most important prospects, what we are practically observing, especially with the case of Aaron Karre. The development of Oromo nationalism and self-identity is another prospect that we are expecting in the development and promotion of Gada democratic power transfer system. The high interest of democratic power system of the local community are another prospect. The importance of maintaining peace and security again and again at nearby community also another important prospect we expect. The incorporation of some Gada values in the national and the regional curriculum at higher and the lower educational institution, other prospects that what we are practically observing is a PhD in Gada philosophy has already started in Bulehora and now in Addis Ababa University will be expected to be enhanced or launched in the near future. And the development of interest of local or emigrant researchers to conduct research in this regard as another prospect that we expect for promotion of the indigenous knowledge of Oromo philosophy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Jalata, for this informative and educational presentation that you have made through your research. And we have learned, I am sure, others too, how you defined also Gada and the basic principles of Gada and Gada values, explaining the external as well as the internal issues that Gada system faces. This will be really something very good that could be incorporated in our, what we call learning about Oromuma. So thank you very much for that. Our next speaker is Mr. Solomon Gautama, and his paper topic is Resurrecting the Tenets of Rule of Law in Classical Gada Democracy as a Remedy for the Fragile Ethiopian Multinational Federalism and Beyond. Mr. Gautama, go ahead.
Thank you, the chair. Very quickly, for the interest of time, I would like to start the presentation. Yes, I am Solomon from Walaga University. So there may be a sort of inconvenience. My internet is too weak. I am from Nakamte. The topic is all about just how we can utilize these tenets of rule of law in Gada democracy. That is all about the paper's rationale. I will try to see, compare and contrast some modern principle with the classical tenets of rule of law in Gada democracy. Directly, the outline of the paper is provided. When I come to the introduction, in Oromo, the rule of law is not new because it is a culture for the Oromo. One person said, in Gada system, law is more valuable than one's own child. The Oromo people are committed enough to sacrifice their own children for the observance of rule of law. Of course, as you all know, the Oromo people utilize these systems in its traditional aspect, not after the Second World War, but as a culture, even during the 16th century. So the concept of rule of law in its traditional or classical form is not new for the Oromo. Generally, as we see in different literature, the term rule of law is a very controversial concept in legal and the political studies because it's in a very partisan interest may define the terms as their field. For example, economists may define, people may define the term rule of law in different perspectives. That does not mean that we may not have a consensus on definition. Let me see some core elements of rule of law. It's a symbol of limited government. So, as a precondition for exercising good governance and sustainable development, the manner is aligned with accountability and transparency, both legal and political accountability. And even it is more related with the principle of constitutional governance, like supremacy of law, equality before the law, accountability to the law, separation of power, participation in decision making, and legal certainty, avoidance of arbitrariness in the agency. Anyways, there are notions concerning rule of law in modern democratic and constitutional governance. I will try to divide into four. The first one is the notion of limited government, the notion of legality, the rule of law, not rule of man. Additionally, it may be manifested in democracy and human rights principles as well. When we talk about rule of law, it is a very broad notion, so we can see this rule of law in perspective of legal context, democracy, and human rights. Rather, the paper focuses on analyzing the classical Gada branch of rule of law in line with modern principles. So, the problem, I have three problems, two African-oriented problems and one concerned the Ethiopian scenario. The first one is the problem of nurturing the principle of rule of law in Africa. Generally, as all, Africans never nurtured the principle of rule of law from their tradition. The problem is that everything is transplanted, as you know. Transplanting is okay from civilized world, but dropping all our tradition is not appropriate. But what we have seen in Africa is everything is transplanted, including the religion. Everything is imported. When we have done this, we have just dropped our traditions. But if you see the more developed countries, they nurtured their rule of law and the other principle of governance from their tradition. Take the case of England. England has evolved her legal system from her customs since Magna Carta, for instance, in 1215. In the eastern part of the world, again, they have just received some aspect of the governance from the Western civilization, but they have utilized that system simultaneously with their tradition, like Hindu, Shinto, and Mahabharata. The second is wrong perception. Even including the African social scientists, every elite believe that the source of rule of law is from the Western countries. So they never explored, they never examine from the land of Africa. Even the term, they consider the term rule of law in general is un-African because the system of African governance is scattered, tribal-oriented, and undemocratic culture. So it is not necessary to search the concept of rule of law in the land of the black. This is wrong perception. When I come to my country or our country, the concept between traditions were banned by the law. For example, Minilik was banned the Gada system by proclamation. Even in the 1991 transition, especially under the 1995 constitution, there is no places for Gada. Even in Oromia regional constitution, you haven't get a single term concerning the Gada. Even concerning the Oromo tradition, you have no provision in the constitution. This is really a paradox. So the constitution says any custom may be accommodated under Article 34, sub-Article 5 for personal or private cases. So ignoring this principle as a great problem in developing current democracy. The objective is all comparing the principles, whether we can utilize this tradition today or not. When I come to the result in the discussion, directly my discussion is concerning comparing the principles. So directly let I see the critical principles like the principle of limited government, whether it works in Gada or not. When we say limited government, it means the way certain power is seized. That means the manner of coming into power. If it is through election, legitimate, democratic, so we consider as this is a limited way because we have only one way to come up with or to hold the power. The second is after holding the power or after seizing the power, we should have to be exercise the power, accountability accountable in the transparent manner. Accountability may be legal or political accountability. The time office or office duration should be limited. So let we see in Gada principle whether limited governance is there or not. Holding political power in Gada system is very clear. It is through the people's will. In Gada governance, political power is neither given from above or God, nor inherited from family, sons and sisters. So monarchical system is not recognized in the Oromo. Again, the only way of holding political power in Gada democracy is through the public election. So through force, it is impossible to come up to come to the power or political power. Gada system educate and train the prospective leaders. Even the Gada is different from the current election system. It's more democratic than the current election system, unless it is exaggerated. For instance, if a person is interested to become a Bagada in certain day, he should be trained for 40 years. There is no surprising president or prime minister like in the modern election system. When we come to the second one, conducting the accountability, this is very critical. Accountability in the transparency is a theoretical. Only we have a theory in Africa. There is no practice of accountability in the transparency. Even in the tradition of Ethiopia, if you see, such accountability and transparency has no places. What we have as a government tradition in Ethiopia is Samaya Taras, Nugusa Ikasas. Roughly, you cannot plow the sky nor sue the government. Sishom Yalbala, Sisharik Kochal, you don't benefit. If you never benefit while you are in power, you will regret when out of power. So it never appreciates the culture of accountability. Nevertheless, in Gada system, we have a genuine system of ensuring accountability. Accountability is not theoretical in Gada system. We have the system of Bukisu removing from the Gada position, which is similar with a vote of no confidence in current parliamentary system or the process of impeachment in presidential system. There is such mechanism. This was practiced before 400 years ago. Surprisingly, it is not a newly invented way of subjecting the leaders to prosecution politically like the Western democracy. So using this Bukisu or approving the Gada system, the Bagada, we can ensure the principle of accountability in practice, not only in theory. If you see the term office is completely limited, we don't know we do not know the term of our president, for example, under the current Ethiopian constitution, but in Gada, beyond 8 years is not allowed. Again, there is a ceremony which is very fantastic, what we call Bali. There is a transfer of power ceremony. If you fail to transfer the power on time, you will face the punishment even from God. There is such belief, such custom. So the principle of limited government, the way of coming into power is too legitimate. The manner of exercising power is in accountable and transparent way. And the office duration is limited in Gada system. So we can nurture this system to the zeal of modern limited governance principle. When I come to the second, the matter of formal legality, there is no arbitrary law enactment in Gada system. In the Oromo culture, law should be formal, must be general, law must be publicly stated. So it cannot be demands impossible. This is the formality of law. Law is always general and enhance predictability, certainty, and the security. There is no arbitrariness, discrimination, or enacting the laws for personal interest. When I come to the other principle, for example, comparing to this principle in Gada system, the Oromo people have a great place for the laws, even above their children. They sacrifice their children in favor of the law. Rather than violating the law, it is better to lose your child. This is the most top position of respecting the laws. Additionally, law is made in a very formalistic way in Gada system. There is no arbitrary law. Law should be made according to the law. But the way of making may be opposed based on seniority. After it has made, law should not be break to mean Sera Njugu Nangalo Sera Gada Oromoti. No one can violate. Law is respected as a stafu. Even the Oromo divides the laws into two. What we know today, natural law or God-oriented law, natural law, and parliamentary law, positive law. This category was named in the work of Marshal Dizelvik, for example, in 1901. So the Oromo has a great place for the law, the way of making the law, the manner of respecting the law after the law has already met. Even the laws are divided into God-oriented law, that's what we call today natural law, and directly human rights law and parliamentary-oriented laws. When I come to the last principle, rule of law, not rule of man, discrimination, bankruptcy, prejudice, ignorance has no there in the culture of the Oromo. So law is respected as Safu. It is also a line of human rights in the democracy. We have the principle of respecting human beings, protecting the right of asylum, giving the right of asylum, women, children rights since the 16th century. We have other principle again, democratic principle like sovereignty of the people, supremacy of constitution, separation of power. Everything are there in the Gada system. When I come to the conclusion, it is possible to develop the current principles of Gada system and the deal of modern constitutionalism. Everything are there, every laws are there. What we lack today is really having lack of codified, comprehensively written codes in Oromo is really a regrettable history. We should collect, we should codify, we should comprehensively enact the laws. Simply the laws are there and in orals. So we should convert this in codified one. Thank you. I'm sorry for that. Yes, I think I have completed my time. Hello?
Thank you.
Dr. Gautama, for this enlightening presentation that you have given. I am very much interested in this rule of law. The absence of rule of law, what it creates, and how we, having this rich culture of democracy, the Gada system that you talked about, can incorporate this rule of law and implement it. to support your arguments, every year I take my students to Scandinavia, to Denmark and Sweden. And the reason is to find out, to learn about knowledge societies, a society that uses knowledge to solve problems, to advance, to communicate, and everything. So in our visit, the first day, we stopped at the Supreme Court, which is close to our hotel. And in that Supreme Court building, something important is written that students need to understand very clearly about those societies. It said in Danish, in Copenhagen, med lov man skal styre landet. With law that the country has to be governed. So everything you do as a citizen and as a politician or as a bureaucrat, it should be done by law. This is really what you have emphasized. This is something that we can learn from, because in case of Ethiopia that you have mentioned, it is a colonial country. What does a colonizer do? Is an oppressor, uses force. We will learn from the next paper, okay? Force, it is hierarchical force, by the way, which is opposite of the Oromo culture, system, thinking, and the Gada principles that you have talked about. So we need to do something about this, especially how we can learn more, how we can educate more the Oromo society and transform ourselves with the traditional as well as the modern. So thank you very much for this presentation. And I am sure we have a lot of questions and comments at the end. All right, we go to the next presenter, Dr. Asafa Tolara, and his paper topic is Resistance Movement and State Violence, exploring the nexus between Ethiopian state violence and social suffering with evidences from Oromia. Dr. Tolara, go ahead, please.
Dr. Ismail, I believe that Dr. Asafa Tolera is actually not here with us today. So I think we can move on to Dr. Alamayo.
Okay. All right then. We will move to the next. Our next speaker is Dr. Alamayo Kumsa, and his paper topic is The Urgency of Establishing Oromo Nation State to Function as a Sovereign Modern Nation. Dr. Kumsa?
Thank you very much for organizing this panel, Professor Ismail. I didn't prepare a slide because to save my time. So my topic is, as you said, first, I will discuss three concepts. These concepts are nation, nationalism, state, and the nation states. Throughout history, humans formed a group of various kinds of around criteria that used to distinguish us and the others. One such group is a nation. Written records in different places certify that humans formed large groups, territorially distinct societies. I will bring three historical documents. During the 16th century BC, Egyptians thought themselves to be distinct from both the Asiatic to the east and the Nubians to the south. Here are what Pharaoh Kamo said. It is very important for us today as the Oromo children of Oromo nation. He said, I should like to know for what purpose is my strength. I sit here in Thebes, in his palace, while both Asiatic and the Nubians have the silks of Egypt. A man cannot dwell properly when despoiled the taxes of savages. I will grapple with and rip open his belly. My wish is to save Egypt, to smite the Asiatic. This is taken from his speech. Second, in 5th century BC, historian Herodotus asserted a common Greekness amongst the Hellenists, like Oromumma, what the enemy said, Oromumma Yudam. But for our nation, it is national identity. We have to fight strongly. So let me say what Herodotus wrote about Greekness is similar to Oromo nation. He said, we are one in blood and one in language. Those shrines of gods belong to us, those Sparta and Athenians. All in common, their language from the same blood and believe or worship the same God or gods. In the sacrifice in common, in the hill, our habits, breed of common upbringing. So this reflects the national identity of the Greek people. I am very, very happy to see today Professor Herbert Lewis, because when he, I think in 1956 to 58, when he studied Jimma Oromo, the people of Oromo in that area told him what is their identity. I quote from his book, groups in space related to common ancestry in their present distribution explained as the result of movement of brothers away from each other. So population grows and they expanded to different areas, but they believe that they are from common ancestry and they are brothers and sisters. All this historical fact shows the majority of nations existed from ancient time until today. Nations were not the invention of nationalism, like Professor Ernest Gerler says, but existed for a long time in human history, as Antonin Smith said. So what is nation, theoretically? Nation is a theoretical territorial community of nativity, indigenous. One is born into a nation. The significance attributed to this biological fact of birth into historically involving territorial structure of cultural community of the nation is why the nation is among number of forms of kinship. It differs from other forms of kinship, such as family, because of centrality of territory. It differs from other territorial societies, such as tribes, city-states, not merely by the great extent of its territory, but also because of its relatively uniform culture that provides stability that is continuation over time. Key to the existence of nation are common memory that are shared among those many individuals who are members of the nation about the past events of their people, including about national victories and the humiliation. The child learns to speak the language of his or her nation, and what it means to be a member of the nation is expressed through its customs and the laws. These traditions become incorporated into individuals' understanding of self. When those traditions that make up part of one's self-conception are shared by other individuals as part of their self-conception, one is then both related to those other individuals and aware of the relations. The relations itself, for example, speaking common language, what is meant by the term collective consciousness. Collective consciousness refers to a social relation of each of a number of individuals as the consequence of those individuals participating in the same evolving tradition. When those individuals not only participate in the same tradition, but also understand themselves as being different from those who do not, then there exists a self-designated shared belief, which is called a collective self-consciousness that is distinctive culture. Properties or qualities of a tradition are recognized with which distinguish it from any other. They are the boundaries of social relation that allows us to distinguish us from others. Those who speak one language understand themselves to be different from those who speak different language. The nation is a social relation of collective self-consciousness. This distinguishing shared self-awareness is expressed in and influenced by everyday conduct of individuals who make up of social relation of the nation. For example, the clothes one wears, the song one sings, the language one speaks. The other is key for national identities, not only national identity, but the existence of a nation is a territory. The inhabitants of the same geographical location understand themselves to be related to those self-understanding contains reference to that location. The location, thus, is no longer merely an area of space. Space, it becomes a space with meaning. A territory, usually, this self-understanding revolves around birth in territory. One thereby recognize oneself to be related to those who have also born in the territory, even if they were born before us. In such a situation, there exists a territorially formed people that is believed to have existed over time, and this is what is meant by the term nation. This relation is conveyed by variation of terms that simultaneously refers to both territory and the population. For example, Oromo in the Oromia, Afan Oromo, English in the England, German in the Germans, Kurdistan, and the Kurdistan means Kurdland, Kurdis, and the others. So the nation and the territory are very interconnected. This, okay, what is nationalism? Different schools of thought of nationalism interpret nationalism differently, but let me say only few definitions. Nationalism is the desire among people who believe they share a common ancestry and a common destiny to live under their own government on land sacred to their history. It is definition of American historian. Another historian said, Nationalism is a political doctrine defining the right of nation to decide upon its political destiny. Nationalism has the sentiment of attachment, identification, and the love of nation. Loyalty to the nation. Loyalty is a quality crucial to the construction and the survival of the nation, but also important in evolution, various forms of political mobilization, such as national liberation movements across the globe. At present, one of the most triggered loyalty is the sense of belonging to the nation as the emotional community able to mobilize the highest level of loyalty and the energy from its members through mobilization. Loyalty to the nation involves strong emotional engagement as much so that the individual feels as part of community and identify with its aims, rejoices in its achievement, and suffer its losses and the defeat. Now, let me say something about these political traders of some Oromo so-called politicians. If we study history, those who treason their nation will be punished by their nation when their nation gets their independence. For example, if we see the history of Irish nationalism, one of the Irish nationalist leader signed agreement with British government without the knowledge of others. Later, this republic, the Irish was divided into two areas, and after that, he was killed by other nationalist leaders. The Pakistan and India were divided according to religion the first time in 1947 when they get their independence from British. But nationalism is stronger than religion. So the Bangladeshis in 1971-72 fought for their independence according to their national territory. Those who betrayed their nation and fought with the Western Pakistan or contemporary Pakistan, they were punished. One of their leaders was hanged in 2000. So, and the Vietnamese generals who supported America against the Vietnam escaped to America. America refused when they died to bury them in the cemetery of soldiers. So my appeal is for those political traders. Please don't do, but if you continue to do, later Oromo nation will punish you according to the Gada system. Okay, I will jump this theory of state formations. What we want is nation state of Oromia. Nation state is territorially bounded sovereign polity of state that is ruled in the name of the community of citizens who identify themselves as a nation. The legitimacy of the nation state rule over territory and over the population inhabiting it stems from the right of a core national group, that is Oromo, within the state. So the Oromo must have its own state. The member of the core national group sees the state as belonging to them and considers the approximate territory of the state to be their homeland. Accordingly, they demand that Other groups, both within and outside the state, recognize and respect their control over the state. Nation states are status of in the for particular nation. As Brubaker Rogers says, nation state refuses two principles. One principle is the principle of nation state, sovereignty of its one state, which recognizes the right of states to govern their territories without external interference. Second, the principle of national sovereignty, which recognizes the right of national community to govern themselves. Finally, the national sovereignty in turn is based on the moral philosophical principle of popular sovereignty or people's sovereignty, according to which states belong to their people. So sovereignty is in the hand of the people, not individuals who manipulate the society. National sovereignty principle implies that legitimacy rule of state requires some sort of consent by the people. Oromo nation needs its nation state when? Now. Thank you for listening. I finished, Professor Ismail.
Thank you, Kumsa, for your presentation. And I'm sure you have touched on many issues and many bases that we think that we have to think about and work with also in order to establish a sovereign Oromo nation. And also Oromo identity that you talked about, that comes out of the common good that you have mentioned, the common good. What do we have in common? The language, the culture, the land, the kindness, everything that derives from this real people. In many ways we talked about, you talked about that, which is very important. And the issue of the also nation building. How do we build a nation that we used to have, that has been in many ways destroyed, in many ways through interference, operation, violence, and all this kind of thing that's going on, that has been hampered, and people that has been divided in many ways, where those trust the common reality, the reality of that community used to have, that has been in many ways damaged. How do we resurrect? How we rebuild? How do we renew? That's, I think, what your presentation was. I think we can learn a lot from it. And thank you very much again for this presentation. And our
Dr. Ismail, if I may,
Yes,
unfortunately, the next panelist, Hager Bigeng Haila Meskel, is unfortunately unwell and not able to join us. His presentation was on towards a blended African Western politics administration model and Oromia Ethiopia, along with Professor Clapper, and unfortunately he won't be able to join us today, but we can move to the question and answer session, Dr. Ismail, and you can take a little bit of additional time, but I will give you warnings as the
all right, then,
the time is running out.
All right, let me just say that I want to thank all the speakers for your informative and educational presentation. As you said, we will go straight to questions from the audience. If you have a question, please say a question, or if you have a comment, say comment, and also direct your question to the speaker. All right, go ahead.
So first I see Professor Herbert Lewis, so I will please go ahead.
I'm sort of still muted, I think. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. My question is really for anyone who has this sort of information. I would like to throw it open to the audience. I wanted to ask about the current status of Gada in actuality on the ground in Oromo lands. I mean, we know that as a result of the rise of the Moti, as Asafa Jalata said, of Motuma, and the growth of Islam, and as Dr. File Jalata said, interference from the rulers from the north and so on, and other forces, that Gada was not really practiced in lots of areas of the Oromo land. But there has been, something like 30 years now with the possibility of opening up and building on Gada. My own experience back in 2018, I was able to spend a few days in Jimma, and I met the Abba Gada of Odehule, which struck me as quite remarkable because I had heard just once of the Moti of Abba Jifar having performed sacrifice at Odehule. And here I am hearing that name again. Unfortunately, I had no chance to really speak to him and find out what is the reality behind that. And in the setting in which I saw him, he was with Muslim leaders as well as with one of the members of the royal family of Jimma. So this is quite impressive, but, and I hear about revival, but I don't really know what is going on the ground, and I wonder if people could chip in and tell us what's happening. That's my question.
Any one of you can jump in.
Does anyone know anything about Jimma and the Abba Gada or Gada in at Hule, Odehule?
Yes, also from the audience, you're welcome to answer Professor Louis' question.
May I say something? May I react?
Please do.
Practically, what we are observing, especially in Macha society, is actually Gadahule is one of the basic Gada centers among the Macha society, especially in Gida society. But in general, what we are practically observing in the Macha society is the interference of the current government is one of the decisive factor in transforming how the democratic power transformation system in the Macha society. The good example is, take for instance, in the Wolega or in Dale society, there are two Abagadas. One is an indigenous Abagada nominated or came to power based on the Gada values and the principles, and the other one is simply nominated, rejecting and without considering the Gada values and the principles, the so-called by the Abagada of OPDO. What we are practically observing is, and there are also in take one in the Kalamulaga, is the transformation system is seriously in danger because of intervention of the government as well as the nepotism and the corruption. When I was conducting this research in the Lebanon Society of Macha, the previous Abagada or the outgoing Abagada is refused to transfer its democratic power of Robale into the incoming Abagada because he refused to transfer because of there are some other benefits, and this is because of the interference of the current government.
May I add something?
Yes.
Hello. Okay, thank you, Professor Herbert. Of course, you have precisely put it. GADA has been just deteriorated by a number of mechanisms since the establishment of Ethiopia. First, Menelik II was banned GADA system by law, by proclamation. Then there is a number of influences, continuous influences for not less than 300 years from the time of Haile Selassie. Of course, even during Haile Selassie, from both, GADA was really squeezed between the Christian kingdom from the north, the Muslim Sultanate from the east, as well as some close natural density force from the west. Just it's squeezed. But this was how the people was forced to principle. But even there is a sort of recognition and the constitution. Any nation's nationality in the people, the constitution says, is one objective of the constitution under chapter 10, as well as specifically recognized article 34, 75
Well, there is an echo. There is an echo. The GADA element is incorporated both in the law regulations and the definition. For instance, one. Rather than consumption. But at PhD level, it's already started.
All right. Thank you. Before we go to the next question, Marartu, there is some kind of echo with the microphones of the speakers. There's something we can adjust or correct?
I think it should be okay now.
All right. Thank you.
Okay. I think the question is for me.
Yes,
Yeah,
go ahead.
of course, I haven't get the idea because of some disturbance sound. GADA is incorporated in education system now in Ethiopia, especially in Oromia at elementary level as one course. Of course, this is a good start because we had nothing before, but now we have just started. Starting something language courses or interest matters. Of course, there is no professionals educated or trained in GADA let alone at elementary level, even at higher institution level. So I hope in the future this will be corrected. But it is not sufficient. It is not enough. You see, now, since it has recognized in the constitution, almost now before 30 years ago, but till we are at the instant stage. I don't think so. We should do something in addition to the work of the government. We need more. The starting GADA as education as one course is really true. I think it is good if you upgrade the system to some like field of study, like economics, like sociology, like that, or generally what is given now is just simple general thing. So what type of GADA system we teach in school is not clear. It is given as a general course. We should have to even specify the fields, governance field, tradition or literature, everything, religion. It should be specified, and the field of specialization at university level will be provided soon, I think. I hope. That is my concern.
Thank you. All right. Next.
All right. I think the next person I see is Danye S. If you could please turn your video on. All right.
You hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. I would like to ask a couple of foundational questions. As one of millions of Oromos who have gone to school built by the colonial state, with intention of those schools built to clean me off Oromo values, and I'm sure many of us have gone through the same, we somehow traded our golden GADA system for the inferior system of Abyssinian rule of jungle. We are supposed to know about the rule of law, but we learned about the rule of jungle. how do we get out of that and go back to what we are supposed to know, our own Gada, the one that where we see ourselves in higher state. The other thing is, because of this reason of going to a school of colonial state built, are we even ready for Gada and its implications, for example, in area of accountability, self-government, land ownership, local and accessible government? These are the principles of Gada, for example. For example, the Oromos believe that, for example, Gosa has been reduced to a taboo word. Are we going to bring it back? Because it is necessary to maintain land ownership in the hands of Oromos. Even though we are all Oromos, we all don't own the land of each Gosa, because the Gosa used to be, according to Gada system, it is a unit of governance in which the Abagadas are picked locally. It is a local government. It's a federalist system. Instead of someone being assigned to you from a far-off central location in Arat Kilo, you pick your own governors. They live with you instead of coming from foreign rule, intent with foreign rule. There is also accountability. As we all know, if you have seen the way OPDO has been operating, we know that the entire Ethiopian system has been operating when someone who governs a particular area in the occupied territory, in which Oromos are one of, when somebody is not liked by the community, they are moved over to another location. And this cycle goes on and on and on. And this people who are not liked by the people are being cycled from one area to another area. My question is, Gosa, Gada involves Gosa, and the Gosa has to administer itself, also protect itself from territorial incursions from both internal, inter-Oromo, as well as external, which is foreign attacks. Are we ready for this kind of government? Are we ready for small Gada government, rule of self-government? When we say self-government, it doesn't mean bringing an Oromo from all parts of Oromia and then putting it on Oromos. It should mean empowering the people within the Gosa. I have heard in much of the presentations that I have seen, Gosa has never been mentioned. That is actually the crux, the center of Oromo self-government. Without Gosa, there is no accountability. When I am at fault, I'm held to account for my transgressions through my Gosa, which pays Guma. So we are not touching these areas. And how could we move forward when we don't have local government, when we don't have a government that is accountable through the institutions? Because somebody who doesn't live with the community is running for election. Somebody who does not drink the water that the local people don't drink doesn't send their children to the school that the local people send, are running in Walaga, in Oromia, various parts. For example, I'm from the Sodo Oromo. Girma Buru used to run in Sodo Oromo area, representing Sodo, while he was born in the olden day Sidamo Kutlagar or in the Guji area. And yet again, he lives in Addis. He doesn't drink the water that the people drink in, and he doesn't send his children to school that the people send. Today, almost all Oromos, their dream is not Gada. Their dream is not freedom. Their dream is to land in Shagar. Their dream is to move away from their local area and go to Shagar. And they themselves displace the Oromo farmer to build their villas. How do you get out of that? The Oromo land cannot be protected both from the Abyssinian land grabbers as well as Oromo land grabbers. The way that has been done in the past is the RC never took the land of the Tulama, Sodo, Gosa. They knew each other. They maintained their land integrity from both Oromo as well as from the outsider. Gada has implication. Is the elite ready to live with? Gada has implication in maintaining our integrity, our security, our accountability. Is the elite ready to even document that? And these are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we get an answer, just as a reminder, we have a few people with their hand raised as well. So if we could get a brief answer to this question, and then if other people who have questions can ask their questions, and if we can get the answers as briefly as possible, we can get to as many questions as we can. We have 20 more minutes before the next panel will begin. Thank you.
Who would like to answer or comment on the question itself? Yes, Dr.
Okay, Dr. Danye, according to my view, now they are deforming what is democracy, not only what is Gada system. According to Gada system is bottom up from the ground. So the society which lives in one area elects their leaders, no appointment from another place. There is no such article or idea in Gada theory. If I am mistaken, others, and Solomon and the others will correct me. So let us differentiate what this colonial government is doing, what is Gada system, functioning of Gada system before the colonization. So there is no appointment, there is no person who will send from another place to govern another. So Soldo or Alaku Badeso or Jarso, they elect their leaders and they send their representative to the high position in Gada structure. So there is no such kind of idea. So let us kick out from our thinking about this appointment of a person from another place to send it to another area to govern, because this is anti-democratic, anti-Gada principle. Thank you.
Okay, shall I add something?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, very quickly. Of course, Dr. Danya has precisely said there is a number of problems concerning land, segregation of tribes. I don't know whether it is appropriate word tribes is equal with Gosa. In Oromo, everything in the everything has its own rule. Of course, Oromo people are divided based on age, based on generational section also. If you see what makes the Oromo one, the center is there. What makes the Oromo different, decentralization is also there. If you see during the golden age of the Oromo system, Gada system, the center of the Oromo, what makes the Oromo one, what just attracts the Oromo at one is Abamuda. Every aspect of the Oromo is governed at Abamuda. This is a central government when you compare with the present federalism, especially. If you see, we have different category also, like Sabbo, Gona, Macha, Tulama, we have 5. Then the 5 have their own sectors, up to the Balbala, what we call Olla. Number of things are there. Because of time, I will not discuss all this. But the concept of Gosa, the something like that, is related with the imperial system, is completely different from the Oromo. because in that the Ethiopian view or imperial view is all about suppression. Everything should be suppressed at the king, then down. But here it is bottom up, built up. It's based on rules. Everything is just divided. Concerning land, of course, we are hearing that many scholars, especially unionist scholars, claiming that multi-layer land ownership should be introduced in Ethiopia. We don't know. This is a very confusing word. What is multi-layer ownership? They are afraid to say private ownership. This clear majority of the Ethiopian people will not accept that. So they are claiming now for multi-layer ownership. The government may own some land, some private person may own some part of land, and also some parts of land should be owned communally like that, which is not cope up with the culture of the Oromo. The land is owned by the people, by the community, or what Danya has precisely said, the Gosa. I am afraid what the concept of Gosa is there in Oromo or not. I'm not sure.
Okay. What
Thank
about
you.
we go to the next question, please?
Yes, that would be Professor Makuria. Please go ahead.
Is it me, Marartu?
Yes, it's you.
Yeah, well, I raised my question when Professor Lewis made his question or comment. I wanted to make a comment on his question. The question is, his question is not fully answered, as I guess. Is I think asking about the status of Geda today. We don't have the Geda system as it was. There are Bagadas, but these Bagadas are not, as Alamayo has really pointed out, the Bagadas that are elected before. What is new about the Geda system? What is, in fact, has revived about the Geda is the knowledge. People know about the Geda system today, about what Geda is. The presentation from about the rule of law says a lot about what it is and what people know about it. People know about it, they are not practicing it. It is, Gada is a democracy, participation in your own governance. That is what the Gada, under Gada, what the Oromo people did. They are not doing exactly that today. But the knowledge is there, the knowledge is spreading, the knowledge is in the language, the tradition in the Oromo language. We have the Oromo language being taught now, it is being written. People know the values of democracy, the values of Safo, Naga, which the Gada system accommodated in the language itself. Even if we do not, approach it so consciously. People are learning about democracy in a way. They are not practicing it. They wish it will, they will, or they can practice it. So what we have is more knowledge about the Gada system than, say, in the 1970s. We want to recognize, practice it, but we cannot practice it. The people want to practice it. That is why they are crying for democracy. The Oromo can practice it only if they have freedom. If they have not autonomy, freedom to exercise their rights the way they want exercise it. So we are waiting for the day when we can have a constitution constructed or written based on the Gada values, the democratic values that are in the Gada. And then once you have the Gada system, I mean the constitution, the Gada laws, then it is up to the state, up to the people to practice it. You are forced to practice it. If you are believing Gada in democracy, you are forced then to practice it. It is you, the Oromo, it is the Oromos themselves that have to practice it. They are the ones who have created the constitution. They are the ones who have the tradition. So it is only then that we can have it. We can have a Bagadas today, but they are not really the real Bagadas who have the power.
Okay.
That the people have invested in them. I wanted to say that about these Gosa and so on. Those are details. The other questions that are raised here are just details, and that details can be practiced, can be put into practice only when Oromo are free and have the Gada constitution and then a system, legal system of their own. And
all right. Let's go to the next question, please.
Thank you. So we just have time for two questions. So we have Dr. Guluma, and then last we'll take the question from Girma Shumi. So please try to make the questions and the answers to these as short as possible. Dr. Guluma, you can go ahead.
Thank you, Merito. Yeah. Well, I just want to add to what Professor Mokuya said on the questions previously asked about the status of Gada and other issues. So I think earlier there was a question about how the process of how the Gada functioned before conquest and how the Milik's conquest and the time after that actually the system is damaged and destroyed. But as Asafa actually mentioned in his question earlier, there was a process where the Gada system that functioned in the 16th, 17th century has been kind of being undermined by the rise of a new group of people to power, not going through the normal Gada process, but using force and undermining the system. That change, in fact, took place in some parts of Oromia than in others, as Professor Herbert Lewis studies show. That was, for example, the case in the Gibe region, in Jima areas, and in more other places in the 19th century. But that system that existed in the 17th, 18th century was still functioning in many other places before conquest. So the total destruction of the Gada system actually took place through conquest, Milik's conquest, and then after that. But once that happened, for many years, some of us thought maybe these the basic elements and the basic knowledge of the Gada system, not only the practice alone, but even the knowledge was lost. Probably it would be more difficult to recover it. But as we have seen in Gada was lost after the conquest of Milik and the repressive administration that was established all over now they can recreate very easily. People are not that much when the Gada was practiced before or in the early parts of conquest. Many of us know from family histories, actually, maybe we are the second, be the first generation not to have seen Gada being practiced. I know it from my own family history. And many had already been retrieved. It's not the knowledge that's an issue, it's the independence, the freedom to practice it, which is still because the people are just on a system of government that operates outside the basic principles. So once the freedom is restored, I don't think it would be a problem to fully practice Gada. But one thing we have to also understand and keep in mind is Gada, although it has basic principles, so which had continued over generations and centuries, is kind of a living system. It means it's just, maybe I think some of us think in terms of going to a pure system of Gada before conquest or centuries ago, so that we go back to that pure system that functions then. I think the way it works is not that along that kind of thinking. It's a system which worked perfectly when the people are free to practice it. But at the same time, there are many things that each generation of the Oromo society, in fact, have improved and made the system work even better. That's how the whole system was built. So once the freedom is there to practice it, I think the reforming, recreating, reforming, and perfecting the practice, I think, would be much easier. But it's more difficult and very difficult to do it under a system of government which doesn't believe in the Gada principles and doesn't allow the people to practice it fully. But once that freedom is achieved, I think the system can function very easily and can be updated all the time. And because that's how the Gada system actually was built in the first place.
Thank you.
Now, from the different studies we know, the different studies that we have recently, in fact, seen, there were several times when the system was challenged. In the 14th, 15th centuries, that was one period, challenged by external forces similar to the present. But they were able to recreate it and reform it and make it function very well in the 16th century, 17th century.
The next question.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you. Girma, if you can ask your question very briefly. And unfortunately, we are running out of time for this panel and question and answer session. So everyone else who messaged that you have questions, I'm so sorry. We're going to have to move on after Girma's question, but please.
I'll just make 1 minute conclusion.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead.
Can you unmute me? Unmute me? Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. I think a lot has been said about Gada and Gada principle, and we also practice it when we are at our places. But the problem is, I think, as Dr. Daniel said, the problem is we who are talking about Gada system is completely traded that valuable principle and system with the colonization world views. So saying this, is it really as Professor Ismail said, transforming ourselves as well as working for transformation is crucial by now? This is one question for all general people in this house. The second question goes, my second question goes to Solomon. Sorry, Dr. Solomon. It's really nice you compared the Gada principle with contemporary or with modern world democracy. But that could really help us to get out of such human crisis we face today. Is it really that's applicable? That's what I want to say. Thank you so much.
Go ahead, Mr. Solomon first.
Okay, thank you, Bogirma. So of course, I am not a doctor. Simply, I am say Solomon. Of course, you have put it in this globalized world. We can't resist any system to transplant or to use. But what matters is just don't drop out or setting aside our system, our indigenous knowledge as it is, and just taking the foreign system completely will not work. That is the problem of Africa. Again, the problem of Ethiopia as well. The problem is not taking some good system from outside. Even Gada itself, if the system that we transplant is good, we can take it, no problem. We should not stick to Gada. It's not something sacred rule. We can amend it, we can use it, we can mold it. As the time goes, we should cope up with the time. We will not claim for the 16th century system of governance, of course. If I get your question, the problem is pressure is there. That is a great problem, as everyone said. Heartedly, the people and the government is not working for really for using the Gada system as system of government. But for me, we can use this Gada as a base. For example, the critical problem, even what is just merging Ethiopia and political problem, always is that we do not have even our indigenous system as a base. Everything is taken from outside. So that's a critical problem. I think time is there.
Yes. All right. Let's say in conclusion, we run out of time. Let me just say this has been a very informative, educational discussion on very important topic. We should continue to discuss this topic. Governance. You know, we have the heritage, the Gada system. What about the modern system? How do we transform this Gada system into also modern, especially for modern management, modern leadership, and so on and so on. So it needs a lot of discussion and a lot of research, which I think we should continue to do that, because this is the pillar of any nation and society. Without it, without a good governance, any nation will collapse and turn into chaos. We have to think about this very much. Thank you very much, all of you. And thank you, Marato.
Professor Ismail.
Yes.
Please let me say one word to conclude my topic.
Okay, you have one word to go ahead.
Okay, please. Nation state, to have Oromo national state is our collective human right. To do this, if we study about states were created by war, and this is not history we can study. We know from our history what happened to us. And in Ethiopian constitution, there is no article which says one group of people can arm it itself, the others can't. In the American Constitution amendment, first amendment is to have weapons to protect themselves from their government. Now we don't have our government. We have enemy's government. So we have to, national defense is our right.
All right.
Not to invade others, but to protect ourselves. This is a natural right and the international law right. So please, we as the intellectuals or educated people, we have to arm our people with the knowledge of self-defense. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gomsa. This ends our panel. We go to the next. Thank you, Marartu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Next, we have Dr. Kabuda, who's going to play a video.
Nidagama.
Inna keenya.
Nidagama Martu.
Lucky.
Annan nagaaka.
Dhufaa jira.
Maaltu?
Odaams.
Odaams maalidha inni? Meenaaf ibsuu dandeessaa?
Eeyyee, Odaams kuusaa giddugalaa kan leecalloowwan dijitaalaa Oromoof Oromiyaa ilaallatan bakka tokkotti cimmisu, qindeessu, barbaadanii argachuuf akka tolitti kurfeessuuf raabsudha.
Suuraaleen, sagaleewwanii fi suur-sagaleewwan akkasumas galmeewwan akka barruulee qorannoo, maxxansaalee fi kitaabonni waa'ee Oromoof Oromiyaa irratti fuuleffatan Odaams keessatti kuufamanii jiru.
Gaarummaan Odaams faayiloota dijitaalaa ol fe'uuf, gadi fe'uuf, barbaadanii argachuu fi raabsuuf salphaa ta'uu isaati.
Yaadime utuu teessuma kee irraa hin ka'in leecalloo dijitaalaa dhimma Oromoof Oromiyaa irratti barbaaddu mara bakka tokkotti yoo argachuu dandeessuu fi waayilan keef qooduu yoo dandeessu attamsi gammachiisaa?
Egaa kun kaayyoo Odaams milkeessuuf aggaammatedha.
Ati qorataa waa'ee Oromummaa irratti qorannoo gaggeessuu barbaadudha?
Ogeessa seeraa dhimma Oromoo ragaa barbaadudha?
Gaazexeessaa yookiin dhaabbata quunnamtii ajjeechaa uummata Oromoo irratti raawwatamaa jiruuf barruu seenaa qopheessuu barbaadudha?
Moo nama dararaa mootummaan Impaayera Itiyoophiyaa uummata Oromoo irraan gahaa jiru baruu barbaadudha?
Maarree wantoota kana hundumaa gara marsariitii odams.org dhaquudhaan kuusaa Odaams keessaa qooddachuu dandeessa.
Hojiilee dhimma Oromoof Oromiyaa irratti ofii hojjettee qabdus gara kuusaa kanaatti ol fe'uun kuusaa Odaams gabbisuu keessatti shoora Oromummaa kee bahuu dandeessa.
Tositti deebise.
Oh, Odaams? What is that? Can you tell me about it?
Of course. Oromia Digital Asset Management Service, ODAMS, is a searchable central repository that stores, organizes, and shares Oromo and Oromia-related digital assets from a single location in a secure manner.
Collections of video files, audio files, images, documents such as academic publications, papers, journals, books, and many more digital assets related to the Oromo Nation and Oromia are archived in ODAMS.
What would it mean to you if you could find all your digital assets related to Oromo and Oromia in one place and can search or want to share your work product from one searchable system?
The best part of ODAMS is its simplicity to search, upload, download, and share digital assets in a guaranteed secure environment.
Are you a scholar who wants to study more about the Oromo Nation?
A lawyer who is looking for evidence on Oromo issues?
A broadcaster or journalist who wants to make a documentary on the execution of countless Oromo youth?
Or someone who wants to know more about how the Oromo people have suffered under the Ethiopian government?
Imagine if you had a one-stop searchable online library for all your Oromo and Oromia-related digital asset needs.
Or for sharing your work products on Oromo people and Oromia. That is what ODAMS aims to achieve.
Just go to odams.org and boundlessly access thousands of scholarly documents and many other digital assets.
Marat, 2 mics for you now. I think it's completed.
Thank you. I'm sorry for the interruption, everyone. I was stripped of my host privileges here. Thank you so much to the previous panelists. We are ready to move to the next panel. I would like to introduce Girma Taddasa, who's going to be moderating this panel. The title of it is Archiving Indigenous Knowledge.
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mertu. Because we are different parts of the ocean, for those of you who are east of the Atlantic, good evening to you. And for those of us who are in the west of it, good afternoon. There are some that are closer to the Pacific than the Atlantic. Good morning to you as well. I'm very glad to be moderating this next panel, and thank you all for joining us, and also the panelists. For those of you who do not know me, my name is Girma Taddasa, as Mertu said, and I'm a software engineer by profession, but rights advocate, community organizer, father, and a husband most of the other times. I'm co-chair of the Oromo Advocacy Alliance and board member of and secretary of MTA in the USA and Major Ulama session. The name of this panel is Will the Revolution Be Archived? And the format will be a roundtable discussion, virtual of course. And I'll be introducing the roundtable discussants. So if you, I'm not sure if you're here, but when I call on your names, if you could just wave or raise your hands, and hopefully you are on your videos as well. So I'm going to start from J. Khadija Abdurrahman, Director of We Be Imagining at Columbia University and AI Now Fellow. Their research focuses productive analytics in the NYC child welfare system and the role of tech in mass atrocities in Horn of Africa. Welcome, Khadija. Next is Madeline Bass, is an early stage researcher in the European Joint Doctorate enrolled at the Free University Berlin and the University of Kent. Her research looks at relationships to space and place as a way of understanding forms of resistance in Oromia and the Oromo diaspora. Welcome, Madeline. And next is Ayantu Tibeso. She's also a colleague. She's a scholar focusing on transitional indigenous Oromo knowledge, production, and archival erasure in the construction of Ethiopian national narratives. She's a Kota Robles Fellow and doctoral student in information studies at UCLA. Welcome, Ayantu. And then we have, last but not least, Angatu Yusuf is a PhD candidate in the field of cardiovascular sciences at the University of Leicester. She is a co-host on the Free Oromia podcast and a member of several Oromo civic organizations. And welcome, Angatu. So just in brief, so the panel participants are all part of the board and organizing body behind the Oromo Horn von Africa Zentrum Archive, in short, OHAZ. Asker is one of the co-founders, the founders and current manager of OHAZ. Dr. Sufyan as an advisory lawyer with particular knowledge of German Oromo connections. Ayantu provides expertise in archival processes, and Madeleine offers logistical support. Some of the names I mentioned are not here, so there's been a rearrangement. And the presentation will be kind of a hybrid between a panel and a roundtable, building on the momentum on the conversation that was concluded during the OSA Media Conference. There is some excerpt that was sent to me, but instead of me reading it, I will actually let the panelists themselves introduce it. But to start with, I would just like to ask, for the benefit of the uninitiated like me, what revolution are we interested in archiving? What does it matter if the revolution will be archived, and why is it relevant now? Madeline, do you want to get started?
Sure. Galitoma, Obogirma, those are some good questions. I hope we have a time to get to them today during our panel. So I will begin by sharing a few slides and doing a brief presentation, and then we have some structured questions for our panel, and then we'll move to the overall Q&A. So I'll share my screen. Okay, so as stated before, my name is Madeline Bass. So this panel is in some ways a continuation of the presentation given during OSA mid-year. In that presentation, we discussed knowledge production, the colonial, the anti-colonial, the decolonizing, with specific attention to the Oromo Horn von Africa Centrum and the archives here. But in this session, we will kind of walk alongside that theme, but take it forward and hope to make it a bit more concrete. So although knowledge production, and particularly Oromo indigenous knowledge production, underlines the conversation, in this panel, the focus moves to a bit more radical territory. So we want to think through the ways in which the archive and archival practices both reflect the imperial conditions around them and open up for more revolutionary otherwises. So to make this terms of the argument clear, I would start by taking a closer look at the institutional forms we find ourselves working within and against. I'm thinking in tangent with Gil Scott-Heron's claim that the revolution will not be televised, and a riff of the same phrase by the group Insight, who says that the revolution will not be funded. So begin by asking the question, will the revolution be archived? Discussion of institutions, epistemologies, and the radical potential of the archive. Indian scholar Anya Lumba, talking about the complexities of nation and nationalism in the aftermath of colonialism, writes that to engage with current debates about the colonial subject and resistance is also to examine our own construction and to reflect on the possibilities of our articulation. And it is with these last two phrases that I want to frame the conversation, with the tension between our own construction, or the structures and institutions that surround us, and the possibilities of our articulation, or as I understand it here, how archival practices provide pathways towards a more liberatory future. In trying to define the construction of our current moment, particularly as the moment comes in a time of global crisis, I'll focus on a few particular pieces. So first, the nation state, which we've already had some rich discussion about, as a post-imperial, colonial, neoliberal form. Next, civil society and all that that includes, and rounding it out and connecting these aspects, the epistemologies of knowledge production that come from these institutions, and especially from their archives. The state form as a constructed and constructing body is a concept with particular salience for Oromo people and Oromia today. So nation states are often erected in the shadow of or as a continuation of the empires that came before them. These are nation states born of and held together by violence. We all know well that the Abyssinian post-empire struggle to keep a grip on the lands it colonized and incorporated by force has resulted in extraordinary and unwarranted death and destruction. Inside the legal and juridical borders of the nation state, the possibilities for revolution are warped into a path towards reform. Anything critical of this state is deemed too radical to even attempt, and we are instead encouraged to mend and repair an entity that continues to produce harm. While Indigenous people organize themselves in confederations and councils, prioritizing relationality and shared rule, the European export of the nation state and all of the racism and anti-indigeneity of this worldview suppresses these modes of living and being in favor of a rigid, uncompromising form. Civil society works within and alongside the nation state to construct our socio-political conditions. Civil society is made up of private sector, mass media, religious organizations, nonprofits, and non-governmental organizations or NGOs. Civil society begins as a site of radical potential, a liminal or marginal space where people can organize in pursuit of justice, but often becomes deeply embedded in or working towards the same ideals of the state, confined by its norms and standards. Nonprofits offer a particular case study of this phenomenon, thinking again towards that initial claim that the revolution will not be funded. Organizations that previously worked towards radical ends are confined to providing what's called non-antagonistic social services, buried under bureaucracy and criminalized for engaging in politics. Actions originating from civil society are only acceptable if they fit within the language and viewpoint of the state and respond to general causes like human rights or equality. Organizers who seek to address the structural harm causing this inequality are stifled by a lack of funding and recognition, and often struggle to retain enough money to put food on the table of local organizers or keep the doors open of these safe spaces. In this realm, what scholars call the nonprofit industrial complex has served to push revolution to another type of impossibility. Archives and archival practices struggle within this frame, as it becomes clear that if the Revolutionary Archive is funded, there will be conditions attached. In completing the construction of our circumstances, the ideologies and epistemologies enforced by the state and civil society are a reflection of their violence. Decisions are made about what is considered knowledge, what that knowledge means, and how or if it is preserved. When only the dominant group experience is read and recorded, the homogeneity of the state is maintained and other ways of knowing are institutionally marginalized. The archives of these state-sponsored experiences are held with great regard in museums and universities, and access is restricted to elites with the right institutional affiliation. This archive sets the terms and conditions of knowledge over time, and in doing so dictates the terms of potential liberation, as the knowledge claims about Oromo people coming from this authority act to suppress and overwrite Oromo lives. Moving from these constructions and forms of oppression, I'd like to close by discussing the practices that bring forth the so-called possibilities of articulation, and more specifically, the creation of a more livable world. I understand the articulation of a liberated Oromia or Oromo personhood as taking place with each assertion of resistance and refusal of an undeniable past, present, and future Oromuma. While the institutional archive has not made discursive or physical space for the Oromo people, archival practices have thrived beyond and outside. Oromos have archived and preserved their culture through a rich oral tradition, songs and poems, artwork, cooking, land use, and even, as Khadija brought up during our discussion yesterday, through music videos. These stories and sacred memories are passed down and shared in ways that have remained unintelligible to the state institution. Coming back to the revolution and the work of liberation we engage in, the archives offer a crucial site and practice for radical remembrance. Rather than beginning, as I did in this presentation, with the construction of the empire and the erasure and the violence that it has brought, we may turn to the archival practices that have resisted each of these institutional impositions. I'm thinking today of the formal archive, like that of the Oromo Center in Berlin, but also of Oromo women's protests in places like Berlin, and what it means for the streets of a German city to be filled with the sounds of Oromo voices, and how the memory of that moment lingers on. I'm thinking of the social media accounts who carefully track, document, and report on every death, who celebrate every victory on the front lines and every life that remains. I'm thinking of podcasts and radio programs that take the time to document and record the world around them, making an archive in the radio waves and transmitting it across the world. In all of these ways of archiving, the revolution is being watched and worked for. And through this collaborative practice, and otherwise and in elsewhere, beyond the suppressive state and silencing institution comes closer to our reality. So with this as the background, I want to take the conversation from the theoretical into the practical and move to hear from our panelists as we discuss what we have come up with a few very critical questions. So the first question, and we'll start with Khadija, would be, how do Eurocentric ways of knowing institutions, states, and funders impact our understandings and uses of the archive?
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you so much for inviting me here to be here today. I feel like so much still of a guest and a newcomer. And I just want to take that moment to ask Ayantu actually to start, and I would love to respond from there.
Thank you, Madeline, for getting us started. Can you all hear me? Okay. And I think I have a cold, so if you hear me coughing, that's why. So I think that oftentimes when we talk about colonialism, we talk about land, because land is important, and we talk about control and rule. But I feel like the part of it that doesn't get as much attention is the conquest of knowledge. And I feel like that's so critical to this conversation, to this first question that you've raised. And there's three ways that I think that it's important. First is that archives are imagined as a physical place that you keep textual documents, because Western archival norms emerge out of, I guess, post-empire nations and nation states. So there's this sort of like desire to think about the archive specifically and only in relation to documents. And this has huge implications for Indigenous people and people who create and keep their knowledge and information and transmit it in non-written ways. And I think the second bit is this fascination with writing, and this view of writing not just as one mode of communication or as one mode of record keeping among others, but writing as a signifier for a superior form of civilization. In Ethiopia, we know that part of the Abyssinian mythology is that Abyssinians have these ancient scripts through which they can then have legibility, not only legibility, but also make claims about land and legitimate colonization through those documents. And the third, and I'm just speaking very broadly to kind of give the sense of like where I'm coming from. And the third, I think, is that disregard for non-Western and Indigenous ways of recording, transmitting, and preserving knowledge systems and cultures. And I think for us as people who are trying to think beyond Western paradigms, I think like these are so important to think about. So yeah, I'll leave it there.
Thank you. Yeah, I think you did a really great job of breaking all that down. Let's pass it over to Angatu. So the same question, how do these Eurocentric ways of knowing institutions, states, and funders impact our understandings and uses of the archive?
Thank you, Madeline. And I'd also like to start by saying that it's an honor to be invited to speak on this panel and represent the Free Oromia podcast in this space. And, as Ayantu very beautifully articulated, these Eurocentric ways of knowing create the perception that indigenous modes of knowledge production and transmission and preservation are less legitimate. If they are not recognized, or if knowledge is not recognized or endorsed, or its preservation and transmission isn't funded by external and specifically Western sources, that knowledge would be seen as less valuable or significant or less credible. Because Western institutions have positioned themselves as curators of valuable knowledge and history through their imperial legacies. And like recognizes like. And the Ethiopian Empire has made conscious efforts to pander to white supremacist ideologies and position itself as a bastion of civilized knowledge and history in Africa. And as Ayantu articulated, it's adopted Western models of archiving and knowledge production. And this has lent the Ethiopian narrative a visibility and credibility that particularly Oromo in this indigenous knowledge hasn't been able to get. So what we're contending with is an invisibilization across two dimensions of imperial structures. The Ethiopian Empire that has enacted deliberate and destructive policies to erase the Oromo identity by any means possible, and Western imperialism that has set a standard of archiving that erases indigenous modes of knowledge transmission. So these are the issues that we're up against when we're trying to disseminate knowledge that comes from an Oromo-centered position, or a position that centers Oromo, the Oromo nation. We're doing well, I would say, in view of that. But of course, it makes it that much harder to spread the truth, essentially.
Yeah, thank you for that. I think this question of legitimacy, which you guys have both touched on, and that idea of like recognizes like is a really great way of kind of encapsulating that. All right, and let's bring it back around to Khadija.
Thank you again for both of those comments. I guess I was just, and I bring this point up a lot, but I was born in 1988, and since then I've been a Oromo. But it was really in June of last year that I've been thinking about it more intentionally and systematically in the wake of Hachalu Hundesa's assassination. Because at that time I was working on Reimagining, has a lot of different things, but including a podcast that's looking at the social implications of technology. And as I was seeing these accusations being made against to delegitimize the Oromo protest movement, and I was entering that into Google search, I was only receiving back results that confirmed kind of the state's talking points and said, there's like hallmark signs of ethnic cleansing. It's funny how that like accusation now is like really slipped back into the periphery. But I was reflecting on that recently because I'm writing a piece, and it was so easy for me to begin writing that piece a year later, beginning in Tigray. And it's so easy to begin this story of who we are and how to understand Ethiopia by centering the Northern Highlanders. And it's so much harder to center Oromia. And it's also really complicated to even think about what that means as a diaspora. Because who am I to speak for this region in which I'm both not in, but has 34 million people who are often spoken on behalf of, but do not have access to the type of platforms where their point of view and like the full diversity of that can get amplified onto social media or onto larger media platforms. And like, what's the responsibility in there? Because to you guys, I say, yes, I am a guest, even though I have been a Oromo this whole time. But if like with my bio, you saw like I tried to grift up, was the joke that I was making on our way onto the Zoom. And so I have all these academic affiliations, and I cannot emphasize enough, and I'm sure a lot of people know, like the thing about these Western systems of knowledge production is that the emperor has no clothes. It all is this elaborate, like multi-syllable lie. And the moment that, you bring in those kind of academic affiliations, you're given tons of power, and people call me over to speak on behalf of the entire like Oromo nation, which is completely ridiculous, right? Because and in the best moments, I'm really just trying to tap into the archives of my childhood memories, where Oromo knowledge wasn't necessarily transmitted to me intentionally,
but I was allowed to sit in the room as my like aunties and uncles stayed up late at night doing chat and like putting on all this music that I knew was in Afana Romo, but it wasn't told to me like that this was important in the same way that my cousins were told to wake up at 6 to go to SAT prep. It was not transmitted to me with that level of intentionality. And so when I'm thinking about centering Oromo knowledge production and beginning at Oromia, I'm thinking about what does it mean when we've been hailed into our own invisibilization, when we participate in that, right? Because the thing about, I really like Ayantu's point about kind of the hegemony of text-based knowledge production. I thought about this a lot with the irony of Abiy Ahmed like hailing his Medemer book, and then you have like this in the interstitial period as between Hachalu's assassination, right? And like we have this juxtaposition between protest music and song and like people who are rendered almost like not as subjects, right? Even though they're incredible scholars, these are Oromo country musicians. And then you have a state power that's releasing a book that is just like erasing all of that, right? And so what does that mean? And I guess the very last thing that I was gonna say, and I think we spoke about this yesterday during our like kind of prep meeting, but I was reading the articles that came out right after Hachalu was assassinated. And one is that they reported that Hachalu, Hachalu, you know, like this anglicized spelling, was murdered in Addis Ababa. And, you know, the irony of saying that this person was murdered in Addis Ababa rather than Finfinne, like, and that irony is not even rendered visible to them. You know, the spelling of his name is anglicized without any kind of explicit direction. No one is saying explicitly, oh, there's these ancient Amharic characters that you could be using, or, you know, this is like, who are these people to deserve double letters? Or no one is saying that explicitly, but yet it happens, right? And so those are some of the things that I'm thinking about as I'm being like welcomed into this conversation and like trying to learn.
Wow, yeah, thank you for that. I can definitely, I mean, as the non-Oromo member of this panel, the question of who am I to speak is something that I definitely think through a lot, and I hope reflects in my work and my presentation. But yeah, the idea you said of being allowed to sit in the room, I think is such a lovely way to put that in the physical room that you were in, and also in this kind of metaphorical, in spaces like this, in the archive, learning from Oromo people and time in Oromia, and all of that is such a powerful place to be. Yeah, so on to our next question. How do archival practices exist outside of institutions? And let's start this time with Ayantu.
But we started last time with me, but that's fine. Unless somebody else wants to go first. Okay. I think, so I feel like, let me just share a quick reflection, because I think this question, because of what I mentioned earlier, this conquest of knowledge, and this sort of like cooptation of our imagination in terms of like what's knowledge, what's an archive. I think I was also like a victim of that when I first started doing my work. I was thinking of like an archive precisely as what I said, a place where, you know, where knowledge and memories are kept. But like I realized that first there was no quote unquote archive for me to go to. So I started by interviewing Oromos who are still living in Ethiopia and who are still producing knowledge about the Oromo. And I was asking them, well, what's your relationship to the archive? What's your archive? How do you go about writing your histories? And actually, one of the people that I interviewed was Hachalu Hundessa, and he had nothing to say about the Ethiopian archives except basically just to kind of like offhandedly say, actually, like my source is my people. Like I don't need to go to the colonial archive to access this knowledge. And for me, I feel like that was such a fundamental moment that redefined how I understood how our imagination has been captured by these colonial ideas. Because then my research shifted, because then my question was, looking at exactly how people are defining source itself, how people are defining archives itself. And one of my findings is that a lot of people are turning to those indigenous categories, to those indigenous thoughts and memories, because Oromos did not lose their memory. If Oromos lost their memory, we wouldn't be here. We're here because Oromos did not lose their memory. And yes, we have some writing, but a lot of it is oral, but also our oral record keeping is so powerful. And so my research has shifted to the point where I'm like, I want to know more about that oral record keeping through which our memories and our knowledge have been kept. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, that was lovely. This idea, thank you for that answer. Yeah, the idea of the imagination and how much of our imagination holds onto the archive if we open up to it. Okay, so if we want to mix up the order, then this time let's jump to Khadija second. So we'll close it on Gatu. Yeah,
you set me up. You set me up, Ayantu. Well, like speaking of Ayantu, I would say the closest that I've ever gotten to an Oromo institutional archive is talking to Ayantu about her visiting institutional archives. I have never been to an institutional archive of Oromo knowledge. So, I mean, literally nothing I know is from there. And I'm sure that that's true of like the vast majority of people. And like kind of a totally somewhat non sequitur that I was going to bring up. I've been thinking a lot about particularly now as like so many Western media outlets are just making shallow analogies to Ethiopia, to like random other countries in Eastern Europe about like what is the disconnect between Black studies, which is not given a modifier saying American Black studies, but ostensibly it is, and then African studies and like the conversations that happen in OSA, like why is there that disconnect? And there's one particular conversation that I've been really interested in that was initiated by Catherine McKittrick, who wrote a book recently, Dear Science. And in it, so much of the book is in the footnotes. And this is really a testimony, particularly to how Black women often communicate with each other through the margins and through these through kind of annotating the main text. And I feel like that resonates so much with me and my experience of how I'm interacting live with what's happening politically, like right now in like Oromo political life, culture, Ethiopia, through my own learning process, like to the degree that Twitter doesn't just enable fascism, but actually allows for like some kind of public commentary and dissent. In that moment where you see Oromo people quote tweeting Abiy Ahmed or like Tibor, the US State Department Secretary of State, who's talking about this like ancient 3,000-year-old Ethiopian empire. And then you see that moment where people are like, no, and also the African Union is like sitting on Tulama ground, right? That's like a moment where we're seeing people annotate live that this state-sanctioned history, because the question of institutions and like building infrastructures that requires like that kind of state-sanctioned level of support, which is absent, right? Like given the positionality of Oromia. But what do we have? We remember anyhow. And so I think like the challenge right now to me, as I see it from where I'm at, is like, how can we expand our lexicon and like our vocabulary to describe the specificity of that memory? Because when I saw Ayantu making that claim about like, okay, the African Union is not just in Finfinne, it's on ground that was stolen, land that was stolen from the Tulama Oromos. Somebody else who's Tulama Oromo is like, well, and also, these other groups of people from Oromia are also stealing our land, right? Like, so how do we understand the specificity of that claim and the heterogeneous, I'm struggling with the multiple syllable words, but like the differentiated impact over time across our peoples, right? And I guess I would just to say that like, we are not the only ones that are struggling and feeling suffocated and feeling like we cannot breathe as we try to force our ways of knowing into these institutions, into these like academic descriptors. And I think a more transnational conversation around how other people are encountering that issue, learning from Oromo people and also us learning from them and having a shared knowledge system could also be a way forward, because obviously like the current paradigm does not work.
Yeah, Yeah, thank you. I like that you were talking about live annotation. If we go back to the Gil Scott-Heron quote, the way that the song ends is "The revolution will be live." So I think that speaks really well to that. And communicating to the margins too. I mean, just the way that this panel was all connected to each other is that Ayantu and I actually met through Twitter, and then through that, and then I think I connected to Angatu through Network of Oromo Studies, and we've all kind of linked through these marginal spaces that aren't necessarily our academic institutions providing us any structural support, but that we've kind of worked to build these networks of people who are in pursuit of the same things in the margins and kind of in the shadows of what possibilities there are. So thank you. And let's close up the question with Angatu. So what kind of archives are existing outside of institutions?
Yeah, thank you, Madeline. Well, when I was invited to participate in this panel, is when I was first exposed to the idea that our podcast could be considered an archival practice. We hadn't thought about that before, or thought of it in that context as the hosts of the Free Oromia podcast. But upon reflection, it was interesting to see the recognition of how the podcast fits within that paradigm, and it's allowed us to capture the psyche of the young Oromo diaspora at this particularly tumultuous and pivotal point in the liberation struggle. And it's provided a space for discussions around Oromo-centered knowledge in a contemporary context. And we've also had the opportunity to explore how youth in particular relate to and apply such knowledge to current circumstances in Oromia and Ethiopia. And I think it's quite interesting that it's a podcast altogether. It's sort of, I guess it sort of speaks to the inherent draw towards oral modes of knowledge transmission and archiving that we have as Oromo people. It's sort of built into us in a way. But there is generally a growth of archival practices across digital platforms, particularly social media. And there's a growing trend among Oromo youth to document their lived experiences and produce, disseminate, and share content and knowledge in digital spaces. So, I appreciate that you're opening up our minds to recognizing this knowledge production in these new forms or new modes as a credible and legitimate archival practice, and bringing the knowledge that is being produced and shared across these platforms, because it's very contemporary, very current. It adds to the scope, it adds to the complexity, and it also shows us and teaches us how our knowledge and our understanding of our history has developed over time, how we relate to it over time, and how we apply it to our lives now. Yeah, I think that's another way in which archival practices exist outside of institutions. And as an example of this, we had Madeline on one of our episodes on the podcast, and on that episode, she taught us about this concept of shadow sovereignty. I think you mentioned it just now, Madeline, and how we are creating these institutions, creating these spaces, relating back to Khadija's point about a lack of state-sponsored or state-backed resources for producing and sharing and storing our knowledge. We're sort of doing it for ourselves in these shadowy spaces, and taking control of our own narrative and our own sort of shadowy sovereignty until we reach a point where it can transcend the shadow and come into the light. But we are working actively to preserve the knowledge that needs to be present when we get to that stage in this moment. So I think that's very powerful.
Thank you. That closing note of yours, that preserving the knowledge that we need for when we get to the point, I think is a really great transition in terms of, thinking of the archive and what is the value of preserving these things, as they really are the kind of building blocks and the structure to take us to a place where we don't have to be as suppressed or suppressed at all by these institutions. I think another point you brought up, this idea of youth knowledge and the kind of youth form of documenting through social media, is something I think, and Ayanta and I've also talked about this, is looking at the archives of the student movement of the 70s, 80s, and into the early 90s, is they were putting out pamphlets, and it's all really hand-bound, carefully handwritten, typed out, stapled, printed with so much love and care, and how your podcast and how the social media documentation is really kind of the next generation of that, and oral and written forms. All right, so our third and final structured question, think about the order, get ready, you don't know who will go. But our third question here is, how can these archival practices be stabilized, expanded, and shared? And let's take it to August7. Right back to you.
Thanks, Madeline. I think you've probably put the person who has the least to say on this on the spot, but but that's well and good. Might as well get my short answer out of the way first, and then delve into the more insightful answers from the other two ladies. Just the digital platforms that we're already utilizing, tapping into that more, and digital platforms and social media present a really great opportunity to expand the scope and the reach of Oromo-centered knowledge. So if we are able to strengthen our activities on these platforms, to organize our activities on these platforms, to organize these online resources, I think that can play a really large role in getting the information and the knowledge and the history that we know and we have produced and that we recognize as our reality to broader audiences, and creating that capacity to allow this knowledge to influence how other relevant entities relate to Ethiopia, relate to Oromia, relate to our situation, and those entities that have power to act or influence these situations, how they then choose to do so. Really tapping into the power that exists in these digital platforms and in social media in particular, in a more organized manner.
That was a good answer. You did a good first. This idea of organizing activities through social media brings me back again to the idea of the shadow and the shadow sovereignty, and that it's something that, of course, as we learned also from Khadija at the mid-year conference, that there is this kind of shadowy control over platforms like Twitter through the state, maybe not as visible in Ethiopia as in other places, but how they're still not regulated to the point where they've erased these forms of organizing, and how these kind of conversations can happen and these networks can build up in a way that isn't being recognized, but still contains a lot of power. So thank you for that. And since I mentioned her name, then this time we will jump to Khadija.
I feel like this mixing up of the order has not benefited my own aversion to going next. Is that so I think to the degree to which we can have a consensus that archive describes accurately like what is this political project that we have of preserving collective memory, I think we can begin from the archive itself, or like this, when we talk about stabilization, like what is the situation we find ourselves in this moment, and like what are the stakes. And from my perspective, like to the degree that represents anything, like things that I have been thinking about is just one, what I mentioned before, this disconnect between some of the like really amazing radical Black theorization that's happening within the Americas, and then kind of the very particular claims because of my personal lived connection to the Oromo people and to Oromia as like a geographic point in place and point in time, and also as a political project. I'm really interested in the idea of like,
a post-state liberation project, but what does that mean like practically? Like, how do we implement that? How do we think about that in the context of financialization? How do we think about that in the context of like the UN's ID 2020 project, where they want to biometrically identify 4% of the world's population, including Oromo people? And so for me, the thing that I feel most strongly about is how little we know at all, in fact. And so one of the projects I am very into experimenting for this reason. And so one of the experiments that I felt like went rather well recently was that I partnered with University of Washington to do something called the Otherwise School, Tools and Techniques of Counter-Fascism, that was focusing on Tigray, Oromia, India, and the Black US South. And it was trying to create a space with 20 people. There was no academic or professional requirements, but keeping it intergenerational and having intense political and historical study followed by intense analysis around technology, including movement communication, surveillance, and surveillance, like what does it mean to watch the watcher, as well as platform governance, right? And the idea is I'm really interested in this idea of one, like what does it mean to build transnational solidarity in a way that's not just like hashtag free Palestine because we're all connected, but in a way that's like really substantive and we're actually sharing resources and building transnational infrastructures, because all of these nation states are inherently violent, producing refugees and exiles, and like we can't think within the borders because the borders are a lie anyway. And I'm also thinking about how can we have this like knowledge exchange back and forth and refuse the kind of ossifying or the hardening of certainty that occurs in all of these spaces in so many different forms. And in that, how do we get like actual tangible financial resources? How do we declare like real tangible material objectives that we can achieve? Because, we're also fighting against despair. And I don't think that you can verbally convince people to feel hope. I think that you have to work and co-organize and co-design things where you help bring into the world changes where we feel hopeful, where we feel connected, and we feel like we have a community. And so, I think that people are the archive, and so I think that the archive is alive, and like, what does it mean to think about this as like an ecosystem?
Thank you. Questions of international solidarity is something I can definitely think through a lot. I'm thinking of one book in particular by Tiffany Lethabo King on the Black Shoals, where she works to combine, critical Indigenous studies and Black studies or African diaspora studies, and how kind of rare even those connections are. So for myself, kind of as a scholar of the Oromo people, but not an Oromo myself, kind of I think that intersection is something that spoke to me or really helped me understand Oromo condition, and that it's the question of indigeneity and the value of land and those land relations, but also this larger question of being African diasporic people and what that means within Oromia and within the diaspora, Africa, the global north, and kind of all of that together. So with our last answer, let's go to Ayantu.
Okay, just before I answer, Marartu, did you want to say anything? You had your hand up.
No, I'm just joining the line for the.
Oh, okay, sorry. I thought maybe you had instructions. All right. So, I mean, I think this is a huge question, but I feel like there's like a couple things for me, just already in relation to what I've said, in particular, thinking about like, what is an Oromo archive? What does an Oromo archive look like in the 21st century? I think that since the 1970s, and even before that, but specifically since the 1970s, a lot of Oromo activists and students and scholars were very focused on creating actual written literature, because I mean, it's crazy to think about, but like in the 1970s, there weren't that many books that people could just read about their people. And I think the desire to create written literature is so important. But I think for me, I have to really be careful to think both the written and the oral together. because the oral has, one is living, like Khadija was saying, but also it has this much larger history, not just in terms of its contents, but also in terms of like its structures. So when I'm thinking about what is an archive, I also want to understand what does an archive look like within an Oromo knowledge system, within an Oromo society and paradigm. And I think the next thing, this was the more theoretical question, but the more practical question too is like, how do we share stories and histories generationally? Looking at, right now I'm looking at these archives from the 1970s and 80s, and the pamphlets are wonderful. I love to look at them, but what I really want to know alongside them is like the personal stories. I've just started doing interviews, but I feel like in that move from the oral to the textual, we lose a lot. And I feel like maybe oral histories is how we fill that gap. I feel like, you know, the rest will address in the Q&A.
Wonderful, thank you. Yeah, what do we lose in the transition? What do we lose and what do we gain? I think is a really rich question in speaking of, and any of these things in revolution and archive and institutions. And yeah, if we want to make these big liberation dreams possible and feasible, there's sacrifices that have to be made. And in what ways do we have to cater ourselves temporarily, let's say, to these kind of Western epistemologies we don't believe in order to achieve a greater goal? So coming back again to the question of funding, it's constantly trying to fit our big dream into these little pockets of money that we can get from here and there that maybe feed one person and maybe keep one center open. And yeah, those are, we compromise in hopes that it gets us to where we eventually want to be. And I don't know what we lose and what we gain there, I think is a question that we only can answer ourselves. Yeah, so we're done a bit early, but I guess since hands are already lining up, we can turn over to Obagirma and get to the general audience Q&A. But again, thank you so much to the panelists for your really rich and wonderful responses.
Thank you so much, Madeline, and thank you so much all the panelists. I started being an uninitiated viewer, but I'm sure, just like me, a lot of others have also learned a lot from this. So thank you so much. I think one thing that I want to add, maybe as a knowledge, is Madeline. There's two ways to become an Oromo. One is being born to an Oromo, and another is there's Gada experts who can help me. Maybe you don't have to repeat saying you're not, one of the non-Oromo participants, but we'll talk about that in the future. Then I gonna open this up for Q&A. We actually expect 10 more minutes, so we'll have more. I saw Dima's hand first, then followed by Mikias. Oh, sorry, I think Mikias first, Dima, and then Merertu and Danye. Let's start with Milkias.
Milkias, if you can start your video. Oh, actually, Milkias does not look like he is connected to audio. We might have to come back to Milkias. I'll send him a message.
All right, okay. Then Dima is next. Can you turn on your video, please, and audio?
Can you unmute me, please?
You're unmuted.
Oh, okay, thank you. Well, I really appreciate these young ladies, this second generation of Oromos to engage in the Oromo struggle. I was very much intrigued by the title that says, "Can the revolution be archived?" I wrote an article December 1, 2016 that says the revolution is televised by the Oromo youth, referencing just what you referenced, Gil Scott Kerr. And then, you know, the TV was analog and they could not be televised. It was live. Now, the digital revolution, Gurma will attest to that, has created different fields. The Oromo youth were recording and televising their struggle. If you look at the YouTubes and the social media, you know, all the carnage that the Wayanes did to the Keros are in the YouTube archives or in the social media archives. So kudos to these ladies, as well as we had the Oromo Student Union in North America that we recorded every aspect of our meeting since the 1970s. It's in different people's house. Perhaps we'll be able to, you know, track them down, as well as every OSA meeting has been recorded, video as well as audio wise. I don't know why it's 35 years of OSA. We started OSA in 1983 in Minneapolis, Minnesota. Okay, it was about 38 years ago. My good friend Dr. Muhammad was there. Emmanuel Nagasa, who was a lawyer, he was the one who wrote our bylaws and so on and so forth. At any rate, that's beside point. I appreciate your engagement, and the archives are there, and please go look for it. And kudos to all of you.
Thank you, Dima. Do you want to comment on that, Madeline, or proceed to the next? I don't think it's not a question, really. So.
Can I just comment on that really quickly because it's very relevant to me?
Go ahead.
Dima, thank you for confirming this hypothesis that I had, that the records are there and that they're in people's houses. Expect me to be getting in touch with you and many of you in the audience, actually, because a lot of you have those records from the 1970s onwards.
I would just add one, not related to Ayantus, but one thing. Dima, it was funny that you mentioned 2016 because that was at that time I was living in Oromia, and just kind of struggling to use a VPN in West Oromia and Lubabor and Jima, and kind of struggling to use a VPN to get any like scraps of news I could from Twitter, but you wouldn't see anything on TV, and all of the news you got and what you heard was kind of word of mouth, or if Jawar posted something. And it wasn't really until I came back to the US in the fall of 2017 that I was able to go back and have a lot more clarity about things that were happening, 50 kilometers away from me, because it's so much suppression taking place in so many different ways. So yeah, just a funny note about the year. Thank you for that.
Thanks, Madeline. Is Milkas able to hear us or able to communicate now?
It looks like he's still not connected to audio. I have not gotten a response.
Well, then that'll be you next, then, Roberto. Go ahead, take the mic.
Thank you. This was fantastic. I just had a question, not to any specific panelists, but just in general to whoever may have some input on this. I wanted to know what you all think about the future, or what should be the future of archives in the Oromo community. I think, as you've all described, compared to what we might traditionally think of as an archive, there are really a variety of digital and non-traditional archival systems in place here in 2021. So how critical do you think the consolidation is in the process of maintaining knowledge, and how can those consolidated systems be formed in a more I would say non-traditional, but I guess also traditional in a sense when we're talking about more indigenous systems of archiving and maintaining knowledge. Thank you.
Anyone can pick up.
Well, I was gonna say, I'm really excited to see the aftermath of Ayantu's receipts of the OSA YouTube videos, because I had a hard time finding them myself. And, I think, this is not just true of OSA, but particularly under COVID-19, the default is that everything is recorded. But often there's not a lot of thought being put into what does it mean to be a custodian of the archives, and how do you actually disseminate that information? And then in terms of Eurocentric norms, is the dissemination of that information takes the form of like academic white papers or invited lectures. But when we're thinking about like the Oromo archive as like Oromo life, right? It's like what kind of knowledge is passed down, like as somebody is like the midwife bringing somebody's baby into this world, like literally, you know? And I think that the answer to that question has to be like of multiples. It looks like not just documenting our activities. I don't care whether it's oral or written or, you know, in the form of a school, whatever it is, but there has to be room for all the multiples and all the like different layers and possibilities. And there has to be a lot of experimentation and failure and like embrace of that failure so that we can keep trying and keep doing new things. And I think like, for me, I often joke around like about the Uncle Listserv dynamic. Like sometimes what is rendered legible as the political is only like slogans or a manifesto or something that fits within a pamphlet. And that leaves like very little space to talk about kind of the politics of the interpersonal, about what happens with families, not just the inclusion of women into an identity of Oromo nationalism to recreate kind of what their male counterparts already take a position into, but what does it mean to take like a queer or a feminist position and analysis towards the question of what does it mean to be free for Oromia? And I think like to get to that answer, we have to, I guess it's more of a question to me of orientation. Are we like open enough to encourage and to like you know, elevate that which doesn't fit into Eurocentric norms of dissemination or knowledge production, you know, as scholarship? Does I'm sorry, I have like a super New York accent and I forever mess up people's names, but like Garana, what's his last name? Ayantu, help me. Galana
Garumsa.
Galana Garumsa, you know, like, is he getting invited to the Oromo Studies Conference? Like, you know, is that being like, is that a keynote speaker? Like, how do we think of keynotes here? And like also thinking about, you know, this is like a super academic term, but we use this phrase called the libidinal economy. And it basically means like, how does desire and enjoyment operate to facilitate like our understanding and processing of knowledge? And are we
in Angata. That was very inspirational. I'm gonna let Danny ask his question. We have about 25 minutes or so, and so please keep it going. I'm really enjoying this. And then followed by Danny, it's gonna be Perry that's gonna ask her question. Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you so much. This is a most lively session. And also, it's not just looking back, it's also forward looking for me. This is what I've been looking for. For example, Khadija, you just mentioned about accessibility of archives. Okay, that is the most important thing. This is how Oromos live naturally, basically. So how do we create a culture of archiving permeate across the board in the general public is my first question. Because if you look at Gada, and the experts, the people who know Gada don't have PhD. By mistake, some of the people have been calling me doctor. I would rather you call me grandson of Abba Kalecha, because my grandfather was Abba Kalecha. So I don't have PhD, but he knows much more than me. He knew much more than me about himself. And I have to go to his school to learn who I am, thanks to the people. So the idea of archiving, how do we make it a culture of the general public, the regular folks, not of those who have gone through the other. We are the students. So how do we get it there? Because Gada is a practice of the general public. Galana Garomsa is a Gada expert. I learn about Gada from him, not the other way around. I don't have anything to teach him. So that is a frame of mind that the Oromos have to go through in charting our future. The other thing is, as we study these things, as we study Gada, as we archive, there are two purposes that we do as colonized people. One is the worst one that we don't want to do. The other one is a way for the right way to do it. I will start from the first one. A colonizer will tell you, you are inferior, your culture is inferior, and your values are inferior, even though they are serving you the best. And what they are giving you as a substitute is inferior, and you know it, you are dying in it, you are shedding blood in it. You know, in your heart, it is inferior. But then they tell you. So you study your own history to disprove that I'm not the beast you are describing me. I'm not as bad as you are telling. I'm not a barbarian as you describe me. Just like Thomas Jefferson called the Native Americans who were struggling for their freedom, calling them insurrectionists, barbarians. They were fighting for their own freedom. And household insurrectionists to the Black people who are fighting for their freedom. An African American should not be studying his history to disprove that. No, I'm not barbarian. No, I'm not insurrectionist. It has to be a tool for the liberation forward, for forward looking. Are we studying Gada to feel good about our past, or are we using it to chart the future so that we'll become free people? That is the crossroad. And you already answered some of it. And you said, talk does not give hope. Working together on what we hope to achieve is the way to go. And I'm sorry, this is Khadija, this is the best line. Thank you so much. This is everything to come forward. This is the crux of everything. Thank you.
Thanks, Daniel. You want to comment, panelists?
Well, I was just gonna say I love all of that, and you know, I also love your Zoom name, and so I often make this joke, but it's a joke that's worth repeating. Is that I work in tech, right? And so I always say like techno-capitalism puts in charge of humanity people who have never read the humanities, which is literally true, in that there is no humanities in like PhD and AI and machine learning. But also is that I feel like I've made it so far in a lot of tech and data policy as somebody who's never attended college, because no one reads and they're just generally not interested in learning. And so I also do not have a PhD, and I spend a lot of time working with people who are PhD students to try to like have them detox and be like, what are these words that you are saying? What meaning do they have? And this is not to say that I'm a Philistine. This is not to say that I'm against like having conceptual frameworks or even like to go so far to the other point to act as if reasoning itself is like a Eurocentric norm and we don't even possess that within oral or textual traditions as a Oromo or as Black Indigenous people. But it's to say that, you know, at the academic institutions and also a lot of times like the UN, these civic society institutions are a form of violence that like have knowledge production or knowledge practices become so disembodied and so removed from the everyday kind of life of being with each other. And so, you know, that just like really resonates with me, and it's like that's my part of my life experience that informs that practice. There was one last important thing that I wanted to say about this. I lost the thought, so I'll let somebody else comment.
I just wanted to thank Danye just quickly and also say, like, you know, as Toni Morrison reminds us, the function, you know, in her case, she's referring to racism, but this also applies to, I think, colonization, is that like its very function is to keep you distracted. You know, like the colonizer says you have no language, so like you're trying to prove that you've no language. But I also really want to honor like the very real work that Oromos have done in the decades past to really ensure that there is a written record, right? Because in the contemporary world in which we exist, the writing is here and it appears here to stay for now, and we need that. I think for us it's like that balancing, like how do we think about our knowledge from within our own paradigms and not as a reaction to, so that we can also show that we have a written text or we have a nation state in this case. Like all of these are, you know, structures of colonization that we need to be fighting. But also even this conversation, this panel here, I feel like in a way it's an example of the way Africans are rethinking what decolonization actually means. Because the conversation that was being had in the 60s about like, if we could just remove the oppressor is not enough. Clearly, we need decolonial politics, and part of that is rooted in the knowledge. Yeah, thank you.
So I think Khadija, you remember your thought maybe?
Sorry, I did remember now, and I wanted to share this. And so those of you who kind of know me a little bit better, you might know that I'm like super obsessed with mushrooms. Usually when I explain this, people think it refers to like psychedelics, but no, the most fascinating thing about mushrooms is their root systems, they're called mycelium. And so they often join up with the tree's root system to form mycorrhizal highways where each organism is exchanging nutrients and information saying that there's going to be incoming predators. And so there's a lot of uses, including like the development of vaccines from the mushroom's root system or fungi's root system called mycelium. But one of the interventions that I was thought so deeply about when I was reading Gemetru's book on sacred knowledge traditions of the Oromo is that the way that its intervention is ecological. So an example of this is when there was an oil spill off of the Gulf Coast. They put these like mycelial mats onto the oil, and it did not just detoxify the ocean in terms of like getting the oil and like extracting it into there. It also then started to generate new growth. So like plants started growing out of it, and those plants then attracted birds. And then as the birds came, like other predators came to get the birds, and there was like a whole ecosystem that was generated, right? And so I think within our own communities, and some of this is bias of being diaspora, but seeing like people's kids feel isolated, alienated, not seeing themselves in the curriculum and the textbooks, having these generational disconnects, right? And like it produces all of these other social problems. And the way that that can be addressed as we're thinking about like how to bring the archives into the world is thinking about what do those like practices look like as an ecosystem, as intergenerational? How do we have something where we're not just The thing that I love about the music video example is that you can automatically see when you put that on, then people start dancing. Then people start sharing stories about when they were younger and they were writing the pamphlets. Like, how do we create a set of, how do we enforce a set of like social activity structures and processes that like are inherently desirable, that like keep it going, rather than just like, I think the thing with institutions is they like deliverables. They like the paper, they like the event, and these are not inherent. And then like we're always past deadline and like CP time because we don't want to do it, right? And so like, how do we think about things that like bring us inherently together as a community to like deepen those bonds? And then, you know, I'm still in the process of learning about Gadda, but I think like one of the things that's very helpful in there is this idea of like role defining, because part of defining that role is giving people a sense of belonging and responsibility that doesn't necessarily rest as a burden, but feels like a way to kind of cohere a community.
Thank you. Unless there's more to add to this, I'm gonna let Perry ask her question, or Madeline, you wanna add something?
I would just add one thing. This note about
Sure.
detoxing from the PhD is something, yeah, that I think we have to go through a lot. And I'll call her out here. I don't know if she's in the audience, but Ade Esther Gameda is someone who I've learned so incredibly much from, and who has such a wealth of wisdom and strength, and knows so much about the Oromo struggle in such a transnational way. And something that I struggle with her is getting her to own that beautiful knowledge that she has, because I think that this conditioning of, well, it's not from the PhD, so it's not this elitist kind of knowledge, but it's, yeah, how do we detox and really learn to appreciate these wisdoms that we have when we strip away the value of institutions that really haven't given us much other than a few pennies and a 20-page grant report or deliverable. So yeah, the detox.
If I could just make one quick comment as well about what kind of stuck with me about the comment that was made by the person who posed the question, and that is the intentionality behind the storage of knowledge and the dissemination of knowledge, having the intention of archiving it for the purpose of application. So keeping application as the kind of root sort of drive behind why we are archiving and maintaining this knowledge. And that wish or that drive towards application, maintaining or helping to maintain the sort of purposefulness behind these archives and behind the storage of knowledge, so that it never becomes irrelevant or outdated, or so that it never becomes something that exists just for the sake of existing. It exists for a purpose, and that purpose is to know how to apply it, think about how to apply it, and structuring the way that this knowledge is stored and shared around the intent of applying it. So keeping it consistently relevant as times continue to move forward. So that really stuck with me, and I thought that was a very important point to make. Obviously, that's something that's extremely difficult to do in current circumstances, when there isn't, sort of state effort behind that type of application. But again, in preparation for that, maintaining that intent of application throughout these processes of producing the knowledge, storing the knowledge, archiving the knowledge, disseminating the knowledge, then that will put us in a much stronger position when we move forward in our struggle.
Thank you, Ngatu. I guess testament to how thought-provoking this panel is, that great questions are being asked and great answers are coming out. Perry, sorry for delaying you. You're next.
Thank you, guys. That was fantastic. I learned so much. Really, really, really worthwhile. And in kind of thinking about how to democratize and decolonize knowledge, right? In making things accessible, making them free, multilinguistic, and so on. I'm thinking about sort of all of the Oromos that we have lost in the last couple of years. Mansamo Miso just last year, who was an amazing oral historian in RC and had collected lots of photographs. And I'm particularly interested in photographs and video. And so I'm wondering, with the songs, the poems, the oral narratives, what do we do? And do you have some idea of how we could create something for the audio, the textual, the video, the photographic? Would OSA be a place to store it? How do we move forward with that? Because in just the case of Bonsamo, we're trying to create an archive of his work, but honestly, when we digitize all of that, to what extent is that going to be available to others most broadly? And so I'm asking a very practical question, just what are your thoughts on what we do? Is OSA the appropriate place? And I love Khadijah's idea of the mushroom. Maybe, I don't know the aroma word for mushroom, but maybe that would be a name for it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Perry. You want to comment?
I mean, I feel like I'm always like the loudest and I talk the most, but I was just gonna say, like, on a practical note, is that I think the most important thing is that there's tons and tons of ideas, and there's often a lot of barriers that people encounter into implementing those ideas, because we often have, like, and not just OSA, I'm just saying in general, people have a rigid sense of what the outcome can look like. But I find when you have this, when you set up a space, and this could be digital or in real life, where people feel like their ideas are welcome and they can co-govern, you know, kind of even what the end product will look like, a lot of amazing things come out of it. And I'm happy to share like other projects that I've worked on, but just for an example of something that is like other than what people typically think about, as I did an oral history archive of my neighborhood that I used to live in. And then we wanted to embed this into an actual geographic map that was created in a makerspace with the community and with technical people exchanging knowledge. And that would have like buttons and things that you could play the oral histories that were embedded into this physical map, and that like everybody learned how to make this thing together, and then like also fought over it and like figuring out like what kind of listening experience do you want to have. Because the thing about digitization is that it makes it very available at scale to people who you might not want to share it with. And the same question happened as far as making a tangible map, because do you want the user experience to be loud, where if you're stepping 6 feet away, everyone can hear it together? Or do you want it where you have to put your ear up close and that listening experience is very intimate? And like, who gets to make that decision? And all to say, like, that sounds like a cool idea, but there's so many amazing ideas that I'm sure that are just even in the Zoom call. And I think it's worth thinking about, do we have spaces and do we have like cultural norms? And I'm not saying like of the aroma, but I mean like in an organization that encourage that, and for people to take the risk to share an idea that sounds like totally out there and like to try it out.
The question, yeah, like the question of practicality and idea is something that I wish I guess I'm talking, even though I don't have as much to say as I would like to. But the kind of original vision with this semi-paired panel is that we got some grant funding to start digitizing the archive in the Romo Center of Berlin here, which is mostly the student union 70s, 80s, and 90s, and some things before then. And we've been having these conversations for a few months of kind of where to go. And right now we're just in preservation mode, and we just are scanning as much as we can and organizing and categorizing and figuring out what's here. And we've been struggling with all those things. Access, I think, is a really great point. So when you upload anything to do with the OLF, if you just put that on the internet, that you know that the trolls are going to come in from the right wing and say, oh, look at this terrorist organization, whatever they say. So you can't just put it up there. You need to put it up there with the narrative and explain in the context for all of those things, and how that just, or is the answer instead that the access is restricted. So I think, I wish I had more on the practicalities, but I have a lot of questions myself, and work to do towards that more practical and concrete end. But yeah, still just in this preservation mode of trying to keep it.
Perry, I think like your question is like really like the practical question is, I feel like it's a huge question too. I've been looking at Mukurtu, which is like this open source platform. I'll put the name in the chat. But basically a lot of Native American tribes have been using it, and it allows an archival system built specifically for indigenous communities who have, because there are norms within indigenous communities of like how knowledge should be accessed and who should have access to it. Like even in Oromo culture, like traditionally there are things that like certain people can know and things that other people can't know. There's public knowledge and private knowledge. And it's like for us in the 21st century, as Maratu was asking earlier, it's like, what are the norms? Are we going to honor Oromo norms? And what would that look like? And also on Mukurtu, each community archive is able to designate like the levels of accessibility. And I'll share in the links so you guys can all see. But I think this is a question that we really need to deliberate over, because it involves like issues of ownership. It involves also prevention of harm. There's so much body of work that is written about the Oromo that is essentially negative, that is intended to cut the Oromo down. So my big concern with creating like a physical Oromo archive or a digital Oromo archive is how do we prevent the misuse of information so that it doesn't fuel further demonization and further misinformation about Oromo life. I don't have answers. Hopefully, I don't know. I'll know more at the end of the dissertation. But these are like some of the questions about OSA possibly being the platform for it. I don't know. I think that's something to think about for sure. And even this question of should there be one archive? Like, what would that mean? What's the ramification of that if it's online for privacy, and digital resources go missing or get messed up all the time. So if you put everything in one place and that site is hacked, then what happens? Some of you may remember recently with Raya Studios. Raya Studios had over 500 original Afan Oromo music videos on its YouTube. But Perry, I'd be happy to talk further with you, of course, beyond this.
Thank you all. There's one more hand raised. We only have 2 minutes. If you can make that brief, please. I think Kia.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I think we are talking something very, very important and significant, in my opinion. I think myself and Boni, I think a couple of weeks back, met, and we were talking about the digital archive of the Oromo. I mean, we raised the Raya studio, and I think it's important I could raise it here. For example, for Kello Media, we've been working 2 years, and our YouTube is being suspended last week. So that's fine. It's the platform, but the matter of the fact is that we don't even have the ownership of the program that we were doing for the last 2 years, and that needs to be dealt with. I think there should be not only just, this is not about Kello in general. If Oromos cannot have the ownership of their content, anybody can just get up and just take it away and just tell you that, oh, this is a community standard violation or whatever the case is. I think there's something serious that we have to really come over, because whether it has to be handled by lawyers or legal experts, this is really part of the reason is, I think, for most part, the Oromo nation in general, we're not exposed to the international community a lot before, because we were oppressed, subjugated, exploited, all that kind of stuff. Now that even if you go to YouTube or Facebook, the people that are on those places are not against the idea of Oromo by itself, or let alone the narrative of the Oromo people. So those are really, really needs our strength and how we organize ourselves to kind of fight back, because I mean, it's really difficult to even explain to them like what we've been through and what we are going through. For example, the word naftanya, for example, it's been naftanya is not a group of people. It's just a system, and everybody agrees with it. But it's been regarded as a hate speech, for example. And for that, everybody uses this term. It's not like really hate speech. But for those things, there are pages that are being closed. And those pages are like the main source of information for the Oromo people. And we don't even have a lot of medias, Athena Media. Raya Studio, when the shutdown, I was one of those people who were trying to help them out. It's really difficult to explain to them that this is nothing about hate speech. And I think this is very something that we really as a Oromo needs to work on. That needs to come, like, we had a meeting with Facebook people. I had like more than two times. So they had a policy that they brought on Ethiopia, specific policy that doesn't work for any other people or nation. They said that, for example, if you talk about OLA, it's not good because OLA is not a state actor. But you can talk about TDF, the Tigrayan Force. So that's so unfair to the Oromo people. Like, this is just, the double standard is kind of crazy. But I, like, for me as an individual, I don't have the power to really really stand in front of these people. But I think as a collectively, we should do something. This is something serious that the Oromos need to organize themselves and come back like really hard and voice our grievances. And I think this is one of the things that we should focus on. Ayantu is saying that I don't know really what we could be doing. And I think this is something serious that we really need to discuss. And thank you. That's all I can say. Sorry for taking a lot of time.
Thank you, Kia. And unfortunately, we ran out of time, actually 2 minutes over, so I'm not gonna let more comments. But it was been, like said, a very enlightening program. I was excited for this panel. I'm leaving this even more excited for what is to come, what's next from this. Thank you so much, Madeline, Ayantu, Khadija, and Angatu. I now leave the floor to the next panel. Thank you.
Thank you all very much. That was phenomenal. It's my pleasure to introduce the next moderator, Bonnie Holcomb, to introduce and moderate our keynote conversation for today on the topic of the decolonization of knowledge. Bonnie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Maratu. Thank you for doing such a superb job in keeping our excellent conversations going, and for your poise and your engagement with all of the speakers and spanning generations. It is my pleasure to moderate this essential part of the conference this year. Instead of inviting one person this year, we invited two in conversation. We are extremely honored to have Dr. Vinay Lal, who is an extremely knowledgeable and well-versed person in exactly the focus of our conference. As Maratu has underscored, and others too, committing to the project of decolonization seems an unlikely prospect in a country that is known to be the only non-colonized entity in Africa, with Liberia as a second. But the experience of the Oromo has been similar to the kind of colonized experience that has been documented by people and studied by people like Dr. Vinay Lal. So he has come to address the issue of the epistemologies of South and North, and how the politics of knowledge that he has made a special focus of his work applies across our continent and across the globe. And he is aware, he is conversant, and actually has known our other speaker for about 30 years. They've been in conversation. And so this extends a conversation that started quite long ago. Vinay is bringing knowledge of subaltern history, of post-colonial theory, and the politics of culture in general, theoretical work. And we invite him to address those issues. We also are extremely grateful for the fact that he's here as a person who is involved with the kinds of issues we just saw in the last panel. He blogs. He is part of India's largest media network. He has at Lal Salon, he reflects on culture of politics and the politics of culture. He has an academic YouTube channel with 2.3 million views. And as he knows and becomes familiar with Oromo issues, there's also an opportunity for Oromo to link up through the connections that he has to other peoples and other conditions that are similar to Oromo. So with that said, OSA is profoundly honored to welcome you, Dr. Vinay, and to hear from you about the epistemologies of the South and North before we turn to your colleague, Gamachu, who will make specific highlight of the Oromo knowledge system. So welcome to our conversation and to our conference and to our community.
Thank you very much, Bonnie. I just want to make sure, can I be heard clearly?
Very clearly.
Okay, excellent. So thank you very much, Bonnie, for hi Gamachu, for the introduction and for your generosity here. And my thanks to the Oromo Studies Association for this invitation, and of course to my old friend Gamachu, whom I've now known for about 35 years. I think in his previous life, he must have been an Indian, or possibly in my previous life, I was an Oromo, because it seems to me that even when we have not been in touch, we've always been in communication in some fashion or the other. Now, the questions that we are addressing today, why are these questions important? Let me begin with that. We are living in an era of profound anti-intellectualism. The prognostications of people such as Francis Fukuyama they were absurd back then. I wrote about that when he was talking about the end of history 30 years ago. They sound extraordinarily stupid, to put it mildly, right? Foolish. Because what did he say? The end of history, the idea was after the breakup of the Soviet Union, the fall of the Berlin Wall, that now the entire world would gravitate towards liberalism. This was the apotheosis of human history, that all of us would become addicted to the idea of what we might call the free liberal society. And that we were all destined to be consumers, because this was the final destination of humankind, was to become good consumers. That is the triumph of the free market, right? The market economy. This is what that prognostication was really all about. Now, what's become very clear is that social discrimination and social inequality have become entirely legitimized. They were legitimized before. We have found new ways to legitimize them. Inequities are growing. Most disturbingly, and this is critical, nearly every single form of dissent has been co-opted and packaged and managed. This is crucial to understand, because if the West is good at anything, and I would say the United States is spectacularly good at it, it's in actually packaging, emasculating, and marketing dissent. Right? So we need to find a new language for dissent, a language which is not the language of dissent as we know it, because that dissent has already been absorbed, you see, right? Now, post-colonial theorists were writing. I mean, I was a graduate student in the 80s, and they were writing at that point, people like Edward Said, Homi Bhabha, Gayatri Spivak, as if their work was going to shatter the world, break loose the chains in which people are bound, and usher in a new age of emancipation. And I think as Ashish Nandi, an Indian intellectual and very close friend of mine with whom I worked for many years, we've done 3 books together, as he so brilliantly and presciently in his book, The Intimate Enemy, Loss and Recovery of Self Under Colonialism, as he pointed out, the West is everywhere. It is, in fact, there even in the critiques of the West. We use the West to critique the West. That is to say, we use the categories generated by the West to critique the West, right? And for those of you who are saying to yourself now, well, what about China, for example? How does it come into the picture at this juncture? I'll turn to that in just a moment. But let me just add a couple more fundamental postulates, right? What I'm going to say here in the first instance will seem obvious to many of you because that is in fact the subject of the conference, but we'll see that it's not so obvious. And I'm going to give you an illustration of that, right? But what is it that I'm really speaking here that people take for granted? That is that even today, even after the work of people such as Foucault, who really was fundamentally not interested, of course, in colonialism per se, what he was interested in was the intellectual history of the West and how that intellectual history could be reworked entirely to generate new categories. But his conversation is not with intellectuals or thinkers from India or China or Africa. It's really with the Western intellectual tradition. And I think that we need to understand that this is true of almost every figure of critical importance in the last 4 to 5 decades. Even someone like Derrida, who of course is someone who is acquainted with the history of Algeria. And as you know, many French intellectuals had that link there. Some were even born there. But it's true of all of them, all right? So the work on colonialism, even today, continues to be largely focused on colonialism understood in the traditional way. That is, as a system of economic exploitation, as a system of extraction of resources, military expansion, and all of that. I think very little attention is actually paid to the idea of colonialism as the conquest of knowledge. Colonialism as a conquest of knowledge, right? The common sense understanding of colonialism is also about colonialism as an economic system, military expansion, and all of that. And we have to, of course, recognize that this common sense is always socially constructed. There is no such thing as common sense, which is just common. It's always socially constructed. So there is a common sense, in other words, about colonialism. And one of the first tasks for a teacher, for a pedagogy of decolonization, is to actually deconstruct the common sense behind what we call colonialism, right? Now, secondly, and this has been adverted to, hinted at in Bonnie's comments when she was introducing me, which is that it is precisely for this reason that it is altogether unimportant and indeed altogether misleading when people say that Ethiopia's experience is nearly singular in that it was not colonized on the African continent, the other exception being Liberia, of course, but in Asia, the one example that people often have in mind is, of course, Thailand. Okay, Thailand, Japan is another interesting case but Japan, of course, does come under American occupation at the end of World War II. That's much later, and Japan had its own empire. So Japan's case is different because Japan itself became an imperial power, certainly around 1900, right? And the case of China is a little complicated because it's not formally colonized, but there are spheres of influence. But again, all of this is really quite immaterial, as we'll see, because as the case of Ethiopia demonstrates fully well, a country doesn't need to be colonized at all in order for that country to replicate all the features of the conquest of knowledge. Okay, and of course, in the case of Ethiopia, the first fundamental point there would have to be, obviously, this the fact that a certain discourse of Ethiopianism becomes predominant in the understanding of what is called Ethiopia, in which this kind of space that Gamachu and Anissa have actually written about elsewhere as well, a certain kind of Euro-Abyssinian colonial project becomes predominant. But let me turn to the case of Thailand, because here, and I think as Bonnie has pointed out, I'm not here to speak about Oromos and Oromo knowledge formations. That's something that Gamachu will obviously do. And I want to offer a much broader picture. So let me just turn to the case of Thailand for just one moment here, by way of an illustration that it's a fallacy to think that because a country hasn't been colonized in the formal sense, therefore it has a different kind of singularity. Now, there is a book that's written on Thailand called Siam Mapped. Siam Mapped. It's by Thongchai Vinichakul. And what he really does there is he looks really at the advent of European or colonial cartography. And what he demonstrates fully well is that when you're looking at, you see, the colonial state always thought in Thailand you didn't have a colonial state. So here we're really talking about cartographers who are doing work on Thailand, wherever they may be based. Their supposition was that countries such as Thailand never had a tradition of cartography. Okay, what they don't understand is that there is a distinction between cosmography and geography, that there are in fact different conceptions of geography, that there are pre-modern forms of map making, which do not rest on the distinction between the religious and the secular, which is quite important to European cartography. And in this work, what he demonstrates is how Siam was completely remapped with complete obliviousness to the indigenous traditions of map making, which were in fact more complex than the colonial ways of rendering things. Because there was also an understanding, you didn't need Foucault for that, actually. These pre-colonial societies understood it. What did they understand? The proposition that Foucault makes really well known to us, which is that scientific enterprises such as cartography do not merely map something and reproduce that reality, they create that reality. A map doesn't, it's not simply a matter of saying that there's a word out there and the map really simply replicates it. No, it actually creates that reality in various ways. And that is what, of course, what Vinichakul set out to do was to show exactly how this was being done in the case of Siam. All right. Now, does the rise of China portend something different here for a moment? Because I am increasingly encountering the argument in some spheres that the rise of China might suggest some difference in how knowledge production is done. I beg to differ entirely with that proposition. All right. And I want to make it clear why I say that. I am well aware, of course, of the footprint that China is having increasingly in many parts of the world, not least of all in Ethiopia, where when I went 5 years ago, it seemed to me that China was everywhere, including the railway system, the new light railway system that's been introduced in Addis, relatively new, right? The footprint of China is everywhere in terms of development, in construction, in telecom, bridges, and all of that. But if I were to ask all of you who are listening in here, or anyone else, name me 2 Chinese social scientists whose work you deploy, or just name me 2 Chinese social scientists to begin with, right? Or 2 Chinese philosophers, I would say almost no one would be able to do that, right? Because China can have a navy which can now go into the blue sea, as it were, right? It can be a country with enormous economic prowess and all of that. Joseph Nye would say, and these are the more popular cliched category, that it still doesn't have the kind of soft power that
that America has. But I want to say that China cannot achieve that conquest of knowledge, which is concomitant to the exercise of military economic power, right? Because the entire body of work done in China has not produced categories of thought that we can use, right? That's the fundamental point over here. In fact, what is fundamentally interesting is that Chinese practice of social science, much like the practice of social science in India or in Sudan, Ethiopia, wherever, is in fact almost entirely lock, stock, and barrel borrowed from the West, right? That's what we're really speaking about. Now, that brings me to the second set of questions, right? And that is, what can we expect from post-colonial theory, subaltern history, post-structuralism, and all of that? Now, that's obviously a very large subject, and there are certainly progressive academics who are firmly of the view that such interventions, as we have seen in the course of the last, let's say, 4 decades, approximately 4 decades, 4 to 5 decades, captured in the work of people like Foucault, Edward Said, Derrida, and many others, Agamben, you know, whoever your favorite suspect is, if I may put it this way, right? That these interventions have made a very, very significant difference. Now, I think that there is something to learn from all of these schools of thought, but I think they fall radically short of what we require for our purposes if we're seriously interested in the decolonization of knowledge. In fact, I would go so far as to say that in some respects, these interventions have aggravated the problem. Aggravated, not diminished the problem. They have further eroded the possibilities of some kinds of intellectual autonomy, and they have made the Western university the primary locale for all dissent. Right? The Western university. It is not an accident that all your subaltern historians from India, that's what the school is, and then eventually it moved, as it were, became mobile. So Latin American historians started embracing subaltern history, and many people thought, well, this is a wonderful illustration of how some third world school of history, of thought, of scholarship now starts to become crucially important in the West. So the empire, you know, is turning back now. The gaze has been reversed, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that's the case at all. I myself am completely conversant with subaltern history. I wrote a long critique of it. I know virtually all of the historians associated with that school, right? And why is that the case? Before I turn to that, let me turn to Edward Said. Now, like, you know, when I was growing up, I mean, we were all under the shadow of Edward Said. There's no question about it. When Orientalism came out in 1978, it was a pivotal moment. But here are some of the fundamental problems. I'm not going to get into a detailed critique because I've used his work productively, but here are some of the fundamental problems with Edward Said. I'll just mention 2 here. One is his entire inability to deal with the question of the transcendent. See, he was such a hardcore secularist that he could never engage with any intellectual who dealt with the idea of religion. Okay? And I think that you have to. You could be a non-believer like I am and still recognize that you have to fundamentally engage with the idea of religion. I'm going to put the word religion in quotes, scare quotes. You'll see why, because there is no such thing in many cultures. No such thing called religion. And this has become a massive problem in India, right? And that when we actually speak religion, I'm going to so far as to say that even when people think they're following entirely their own religion, all they're really following is a Protestant version of their religion that they don't recognize almost everywhere in the world. That's what's really happened, because we'd have to see how a certain notion of Protestant Christianity became completely universalized and really transformed even Hinduism, Judaism, Buddhism, and so on. All right. Without moving into that question for the moment, let me go back to the question of Said and transcendence. That is, his inability to comprehend the idea of the sacred created a fundamental problem in post-colonial theory. And in fact, this is one of the many reasons why the sacred comes back with a vengeance, so to speak, right? The other interesting problem with Edward Said is that at the end of the day, Edward Said really engaged only with the Western intellectual tradition. Let us not forget that. Many people say, oh, that's entirely untrue. What about his commitment to the Palestinians? Well, of course, he's fully committed to the Palestinian cause. And he's fully aware of the misrepresentations, as it were, of Muslims in the media, right? Particularly the Arabs. Said long held to the view that the last great prejudice in America was, the prejudice about the Arabs. You could get away with saying anything you wanted about them. Now, that is not an engagement with the intellectual traditions of Islam or with the Arab world, not at all. In fact, what is striking is that as he becomes older, he becomes kind of like the grandfather figure, and then therefore he feels that all he has to do is give you lists of books that you must read. The 20 most important books in this or that. That's what he does in Culture and Imperialism. He never engaged with the intellectual traditions as such of another civilization. Okay, and I think that that is an enormous problem in his work. Many people will simply condense it and speak about his Eurocentrism. His own daughter, who wrote a beautiful memoir, says that, well, my father was really a professor of Western literature and philosophy, and that's how he recognized himself. And he was an aesthete. He didn't even bother with what you might call the lower class, working class traditions of the West. He was always interested in the high culture of the West, right? Now, when we get to subaltern history, one of the interesting problems there is that the subaltern historians, if you read them, the arguments are unquestionably very interesting. So one of the arguments, for example, is that if you look at colonialism, well, there's a rebellion somewhere. Let's say take the Indian Rebellion of 1857-58. Well, we don't really have any Indian voices as such, very few, if any. So how do we actually understand how the Indians were thinking, right? So what Ranajit Guha, the founding father of subaltern history, essentially argued was that you have to read the prose of counterinsurgency. You don't have the documents produced by the insurgents. You have the documents produced by the counterinsurgents. That is the colonial state and its functionaries who were charged with putting down the rebellion. You have to read these documents against the grain. You have to read them for their gaps, for their erasures, right? Read them, develop a strategy to see how these texts betray themselves. And it's an interesting move, and it yields good dividends. But there's a limit to it, because ultimately, how did the subaltern historians view India in this case? India was, as it had been for every school of thought before they came along, simply the place where you went for your raw data. Right? You mine it. Now you mine it differently, but you go to it for your raw data, and then you use the superior analytical mind of the West as embodied in the theories of Foucault or Derrida or Gramsci or Heidegger or whoever, right? To come up with a different theoretical narrative about how to approach these texts, right? But you wouldn't use, let me put it to you this way, So you start using Foucault to now reconstruct the history of sexuality in India. Right? You use the 3 volumes of the history of sexuality, and one is going to reconstruct the history of sexuality in India. How about if we used the history of sexuality in India as we know it to rework Foucault? How would we do that? Right? That is not the problematic that subaltern history was fundamentally interested in. All right. So these are only simply 2 illustrations by way of suggesting what are some of the limitations of using post-colonial theory and subaltern history. Now, before I get to the last portion of my talk, earlier on I had adverted to an example I was going to give of the difficulties, the enormous difficulties of engaging with the problematic of the decolonization of colonial discourse and the decolonization of knowledge. So here's the example, and I'm certain that there are many of you who will take a very different view, which is fine. But I want to offer that example. As all of you are aware, there is a discussion that has been going on now for some time about the repatriation of...
That's the 2-minute warning.
Oh, I see. Okay, well, I have a long ways to go, but okay, I'll try to wrap it up in 5 minutes. Okay. The repatriation of art objects, right? I'm sure that many of you have heard that this is the case with art objects from Benin. So that's one of the most well-known cases from Africa. This whole question has come up with respect to art objects from Cambodia. Okay, huge discussion going on about that, and some of them have now been returned very recently, about 17,000 art objects from Cambodia. Now, what is my position on this? My position on this is very different than anything I think that any one of you have ever heard of. Because yes, I certainly do think that these art objects should be repatriated. But I have a fundamental problem with that. And my problem with that is not the problem of well-meaning, well-intentioned liberals who will say, yes, it should be, but the problem is that in these countries, they don't have the resources to take care of these objects. You know, I mean, look at Cambodia, look at Sudan, look at this and that place. You know, you return them and then these museums get looted. People don't respect their own art. They don't have the resources. There are lots of arguments. You can put them together. Part of the argument is the people there don't have that sense of responsibility. They don't have that sense of history. They don't value these objects, right? They don't have the resources to take care of them. You return these art objects to Iraq that were looted from there. Well, Iraq is still undergoing turmoil, as is Afghanistan, right? Those are many of the arguments. The other argument, of course, is that, well, they shouldn't really be returned because, frankly, this is the cultural patrimony of the entire world. No one country really can claim it as its own, so to speak. Well, if that's the case, why don't we ship all the Picassos to Afghanistan, Sudan, Ethiopia, India, and Pakistan? If it's a culture, because Picasso is also the cultural patrimony of the entire world, right? And the Matisses and the Gustav Klimt prints that you see behind on my door here, that's all the cultural patrimony of the entire world. No one would agree to that. But here's a fundamental problem. The problem is, what is this thing called the museum? See, the museum is a particular institution. It is a certain way in which we perceive the object. That is not the nature of the object in most cultures. The museum, in other words, is a form of knowledge. It's a form of knowledge. When you take Cambodian art objects, which were really like public art, okay? Now what happens is you put them in a museum. You see, yes, you return these objects to the countries from where they were looted, but these objects no longer have that meaning in any case. And I can tell you from my experience of museums in 15 countries, including Ethiopia, when I was in Addis, I went to the quote National Museum there. The locals hardly ever go there. I mean, in India, the National Museum gets 15 people on a Sunday morning. The British Museum gets 100,000, and you have to stand in line for an hour to get in, or to the Met. Metropolitan Museum in New York, because people have a different relationship to this bounded space called the museum. Okay, it's a certain form of knowledge. So in other words, when we repatriate these objects, we free ourselves of one legacy of colonialism only to enter into another one. Right? That is the fundamental problem here that I'm really speaking about. All right. Now the epistemologies of the South. So let me just wrap up with that. I had quite a bit more. One never realizes how quickly the time passes here. But let's take a couple of instances of how we might think about this, because we do have to remember that what does it mean when we speak about the colonial conquest of knowledge? What it means is that the colonial state was, in the first instance, an epistemological state. And apart from the genocide, with which it can obviously be charged, it also committed epistemicide. That is, the particular manner in which it dealt a death blow to varying forms of knowledge. I don't want to call them alternative. Why? Because then that simply makes the Western framework of knowledge the paramount one, and everything is an alternative to it. There are different registers of knowledge. Okay. And what it did was, colonialism was, it dealt a death blow to these different registers of knowledge, as it dealt a death blow to various ways in which one thinks about science, you see. Okay. Because we do have to recognize that it is Western scientific knowledge which has brought us to the brink of destruction. And of course, what we'll tell you in the West is that this same Western scientific knowledge will save us from that brink of destruction. That is technicism. This is the idea that whatever problems are actually produced by science and technology will be resolved by science and technology. And I'm saying that this is something that we must resolutely fight. This proposition is one of the most dangerous ideas ever perpetrated. Okay. But so then the question is, so what does it really mean to speak about the epistemologies of the South? And this is aside from the question that the West, in fact, repressed itself before it repressed everyone else. Right? That is that there were, in fact, multiple systems of knowledge in the West. How a certain framework of knowledge, going back essentially to the Renaissance and then the Enlightenment, becomes the dominant framework of knowledge is a question that is far beyond the parameters of what I can address. But I simply put this as an aside for you to think about how the West, in fact, repressed its own traditions, how certain traditions within the West became recessive, marginalized. You know, Goethe and Newton both being fabulous examples of what really happened here. But let's look here at one instance. And here I turn to the work as conclusion to get to the epistemologies of the South here. I turn to the work of Peter Worsley. Some of you may be familiar with his work, a leading sociologist, anthropologist of his day, with a very different, particularly in his work in the last 20 years, it took a very different turn. And he wrote a book which I reviewed when it came out. This book is called Knowledges, in the plural, knowledges, not in the singular, culture, counterculture, and subculture. The first part of this book is a study of the Aboriginals of Australia. And what he seeks to demonstrate there, I think that this is what Gamachu will speak about when he turns to the Oromo and their sacred traditions and their forms of classification. When I knew Gamachu, he was finishing up, or he had finished up a master's thesis and was working on his doctorate, and I still have it in my library, the master's thesis, which he gave me a copy of, and it was on systems of classification among the Oromos. Okay, now this is what Peter Worsley does, and then he tries to draw out certain kinds of philosophical and epistemological conclusions, right? How do they classify, okay, their flora and their fauna? But he because there are systems of classification which are exceedingly different and which point to a very different worldview, right? So for example, if you're looking at medicine, see here you think of medicines in allopathic medicine, which medicine or do you take if you want to attack a problem of the lungs, of the liver, of the kidney, muscular pain, etc. Now, among the Aboriginals that he looks at, Peter Worsley in Australia, what you do is you actually classify medicines based on the source that they come from. Do they come from the leaves, from the flower, from the stem, from the bark? 30 different categories, right? And you might say, well, what difference does it make? Of course, it makes a difference because then you conceive of the body in a different way, right? What is the corporeality of knowledge here that we're really speaking about here? All right. Or let's take, for example, the question of land. Now, you know, enormous amount has been written on land. We know that land in the West is fundamentally something that you can alienate. That is, that you can sell it. Okay, it's an object which exists in the market economy. And we know that among, for example, Aboriginal populations all over the world, not just in Australia, all over the world, people had a very different relationship to the land, a very different relationship to the land, right? Because the land was not something that you could alienate, it was held in common, it was sacred, etc., etc. But he goes much further. So he begins with an illustration where he says, and you know, you could see a film I'm going to recommend. It's called The Tracker. It's an Australian film, and it's really, it has 4 or 5 characters fundamentally only. So there's some Aboriginal man who's on the run. He's been accused of the murder of someone, of a white woman, and so there are these 3 white men who are looking on the hunt for him, and they have an Australian tracker, an Aboriginal tracker. Trackers are well known in the history of the colonial state in Australia, how they used Aboriginals. Because what does a tracker do? A tracker reads the land the way in which you read the Bible. He reads it. He sees the tracks. What the white man cannot see anything. All he sees is empty land. Emptiness is something that frightens the West epistemologically. Emptiness, right? Although there is the spiritual plenitude, a tradition of spiritual plenitude that comes out of emptiness, but otherwise emptiness frightens the West, I would say. So there's this land, and so what do you have to do? You have to fill it. You have to make it productive. All they see is this emptiness. What the tracker sees is a whole history there, because from those footprints, he can detect whether these are the footprints of a man or a woman, an adult or a child, when they were made, approximately 2 hours ago or 3 hours ago or 24 hours ago. He can tell from the smoke of a fire which clan set fire, started that fire. In other words, he can read. This is a different way of reading. The problem, of course, was that none of this was recognized as a way of knowing. In fact, of course, the typical Western view was these people are simply illiterate, right? So here what I'm doing is I'm gesturing at suggesting what these ways of knowing are, what is the nature of knowledge embodied in them, and how do they actually offer us a very different view of the world, without which I think we are actually on that brink of destruction that Western scientific knowledge has brought us to. Thank you.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you very much. This is valuable to all of us, and I made a moderator's decision to allow you to finish by taking some of our Q&A time, which we had thought would go to the audience. Now I think we'll limit it to the conversation between the two of you, and others can engage, in other platforms. But that was really superb and opens the way for us to discuss what Gamachu brings as you talk about the fundamental relationships among things that are that pattern the worldview. This is where his strength is, and so the mesh between your two talks is perfect. We in the those who watch and are sensitive to what goes on in the Oromo community are aware that the last weekend was marked the 1-year anniversary since one of the most talented interpreters of the traditional wisdom that the Oromo cherish had passed away. And now that legacy makes people very, very interested in what they need to understand about what the core parts of sacred wisdom is among the Oromo. So Gamachu, you are an expert on this academically and personally. You've grown up with this. You've traveled across all the regions where Oromo live and all regions of Ethiopia. And we appreciate the fact that you're bringing your knowledge and wisdom and interpretation to us. So please take the floor and continue this conversation with your colleague.
Oh, thank you very much, Kabeno. I'm greatly honored to appear with Vinay. And Vinay is a person I learned from. We briefly met, but we truly met. And it was in London. And he was always, when he was a person one can easily talk to, because he understood before you, in fact, told him what you're talking about. So I learned from Vinay a lot, and I wish I lived with him all my life. But look, I am not really theoretically oriented. The only theory that brought me into this field was reading Marxism. In the 70s, reading Marxism was a fashion in Ethiopia because everybody was like to say some praise from Marx was like a status symbolism. So everybody was reading Marx, and I tried to read Marx, and I understood very little. The only one thing I understood was Marx talked about his theories and then said that just reading Marxism alone is not going to solve your problem. You have to go and study your own subjective problem. So I thought, oh, that's a good idea. So I went back and tried to study what the Oromos knew about themselves and about their God, and about their language, about their past, and about their present. And so it took the whole of my life. Just one thing led to another, and I went to studying birds, and it was ethno-ornithology funded by the Norwegians. When I say I, please, it's not just me alone. It was with Anissa. Anissa was at the heart of it, and what we studied together in Kenya. Of course, in Ethiopia, I worked with Lambert Bartels, who was a Catholic anthropologist who studied the Oromos for 18 years. And I also worked with Alessandro Triulzi, translated fixed texts and for historical documentation, and he was a historian. And then I worked with Professor Gudrun, and we studied the African concept of development. And then one thing led to another that actually led me to grasping what I came to call the Oromo system of knowledge. Oromos really believe that Waka, or the creator, created everything. He is all-knowing, and the only thing Waka did not create was water. Water was a pre-existing thing that the Oromo knowledge system doesn't tell you when it was created, but Waka created everything, anything and everything out of a body of water. And that body of water is called Walab. And Walab is a body of water that was in existence, and it divided into two, the upper water and the lower water. And God creates three things out of the upper water and two things out of the lower water. And this constituted the primary classification of the Oromo creation myth. And in this creation myth, God creates out of the upper water the sky itself, and water itself, and the heavenly bodies. So three of the above and two of the below make up five things. And this Waka calls Yaya Shanam, or the Oromos call it Yaya Shanam, created by Waka. Yaya Shanam divides into Trad and Daya, two of the lower water from the lower water and two from the upper water. And further details of creation took place. Just before we go there, do these 3 into 2 or Dad into Trad exist in day-to-day Oromo culture, you know? And the example is how Oromo construct the round tukuls, Oromo houses. And if you look at that, that also divides into, one side divides into 3, and the other side divides into 2. So you see A, B, C, D, E, and it replicates the creation myth. And further, you also have the roof structure, which also replicates the myth, the creation myth. What is given in the creation myth keeps repeating. And then you come to classification of domestic animals. They are actually hoofed and cloven hoofed. And the cloven hoofed are basically 3, and the hoofed are 2. And it goes on, and classic birds, which Vene was referring to, My master's thesis was cosmology and classification of birds in the Oromo of the North and Northeast Africa. Birds are classified in space, birds of the upper sky, Atlantic lensa, birds of the middle sky, Anatiraka, and birds of the lower sky, Shimpere, and birds of the land, which is ostrich, and those who don't fly unless they are bothered, and birds of the sea. So here also you see that there is 3 in the air and 2 on one on water and the other on the ground, making up replication of the cosmic, the creation myth. And then comes the Oromo settlement, the Gada regions, and in Oromo there are 3 on one side, on the western side of the Rift Valley, the escarpment of the Rift Valley, and 2 on the eastern side of the Rift Valley. And if you look at the Oromos would name the eastern part Barentu or Pariantu, and the eastern 3, they call it Borana or Boroana. So the name Borana and Barentu are not as Bahare, wherever, if he at all a person called Bahare ever existed. He thinks that Borana and Barentu, 2 sons of the Oromo, which is not true at all. Barentu is Bari Antu. It's a compound noun. Bari meaning sunrise, and Antu meaning towards the sunrise. And Borana meaning those who are towards the west or the sunset. And by the way, these 2 are divided by the Great Rift Valley, and therefore the 3 on one side, the 2 on the other side, again is a replication of the creation myth. And then comes, now that we have looked at the Yaya Shanan and as it manifests itself in Oromo, there is a secondary kind of classification that the Oromos call Ayana. Ayana is could be classified into 3 major parts: those who appear in single Ayanas, the paired Ayanas, and the triple Ayanas. And in the belief system, the creator actually completed there are things that he created taking just 1 day. There are items that were created and that took the creator 2 days each, and others it took Waka 3 days each. And so if you add all of them together, they make up 27. And it was on the 27th day that man, by the way, in Oromo, man doesn't mean male. Nama doesn't have gender. Nama, when you say Nama, it could be a male or a female. So somebody or this guy was not like God did not take dirt and breathed on it and it became a human being. What it did was, as when God completed all the other creations, this fellow, this man emerged, this number emerged out of the Lord water. And when God or Waka turned and glanced at it, it is split into two halves. One side becomes male and the other side becomes female. And that was the image of a human being. Now, number 5 in Oromo. Oromo has got the Oromo view of numbers is really a very complex topic. And in the book, you would see a chapter on numbers. But this number 5 is all pervasive in Oromo culture. And then there is a relationship between the number 5 and the number 7. So in the Gada system, you find these number 7, or what they call makabas, cycling through the wisdom, which consists of 5, and that forms basically the chronology, the Gada chronology of Oromo history. And Professor Asmarom Nagasa has beautifully described the relationship between these things in his Gada book. So here you see that the Gada, up there you find 8 years, and then you have 40 years generation. And when the Gadak cycle closes, it closes in 360 years, meaning 40 times 9. And 9 is another mysterious and interesting subject to be studied in Oromo culture and in Oromo concept of numbers and mathematics. And finally, Oromo chronology, they say that there has been 9 cycles of great years. The cycle of the Taya, they call that the Jatama, by the way. The Jatama of Taya, the Jatama of Itosa, the Jatama of Munyo, the Jatama of Suftu, the Jatama of Itach, Madile, Abrobji, Wardai, and the current Jatama we are in is the Jatama of the Borana. And there is also other ways classifying development in Oromo. So in Oromo concept of development, they actually look at development as Guddina, Gabbina, Bal'ina, Badada, Hormat, Dagag, Dagahor, and all these together are called, are subsumed under the term Finna. And Finna is the name, the Oromo term for development, the way I understood it. And then there are alternation. The good Finna will be will run its course and become a bad fin, and a bad fin would run its course and becomes a good fin. And what actually regulates this alternation is the concept that we call sabili. Now, in order to understand the Oromo, I have taken out Juru. Juru meaning Juru is a root word for jireng, and it is also a word for work. So they are usually coupled, juru jireng. That's a very interesting concept to be studied. And then you have the Gada, you have the Jatam, you have the Ayana, you have Sadli, and then you have the Uma, you have the Fin, you have the Horo, and all these things together and in their interaction is what constitutes Oromuma. Now, having presented this briefly, I would like to actually come to the keynote speech, because I never thought that I would present this, but without this in the background, it would be difficult to actually make or understand what's going on today. Now, before I read the keynote speech, I would like everybody to know that when I talk about Ethiopia, Ethiopia is not a name of a country. It is not a name of a particular ethnic group. It is not even a name of anything. It is actually a name of a political ideology. That's why we don't have, we have Kenya, but we don't have Kenyanism. We have Uganda, we don't have Ugandanism. But we have Ethiopia and Ethiopianism. That tells you that Ethiopia is basically a name of a political ideology rather than a name, primarily a name of political ideology that is given to the territory that we today call Ethiopia. So let me read the keynote speech in which I tried to problematize what it is that Oromo and Ethiopian South, Oromo and Ethiopian relation. One of the most significant facts of contemporary Ethiopian situation, the re-emergence of Oromia and the Oromo people. The re-emergence of Oromia and the impact of the Oromo on this region in general and on the entire state of Ethiopia in particular are indisputable facts. It is clear that Oromia is a vast territory. The immensity of its size and the massiveness of its problems alone makes it difficult for anybody to speak with accuracy on any aspects of its rapid and kaleidoscopic changes as we see it today. Oromia, as we all know, came under European-supported settler domination during the last quarter of the 19th century. From that time until the early part of the 20th century, all parts of Africa were brought under colonial rule. The European colonial powers portioned out various parts of Africa as their sphere of influence and began ruling and exercising power in accordance with the dictates of, the dictates of their laws, culture, political tradition, and economic demands. The settler in Ethiopia, under the military protection of European powers, also settled the Oromo land, and dominated the Oromo people in every sense of the term. This process of settler domination that we now call the Naftanya system sets in motion the economic and political orientation that explains why Oromia is what it is today. Under the settler rule, Oromia has been transformed, but the Oromo people have played very little or no role in shaping their own future. Economic structure and political and religious institutions favoring the settlers were imposed on the millions of the dominated and silent Oromo masses. Unbridled economic and human exploitation proceeded unchecked. And socially, the Oromo people found themselves uprooted and placed outside the age-old values and beliefs on which their communities had thrived for centuries. As time went on, the Oromo people rediscovered themselves. They became conscious of their own identity, yet found themselves robbed of authority to change their lives. The fact that in whatever form could not be regarded as an honest partner with whom one can plan a democratic pluralistic society while they exercise the power and violence at the expense of the subject Oromo masses. This realization brought about the subjective self-promotion we now call Oromo consciousness or Oromo nationalism. In pinpointing the tension inherent in the development of Oromo scene, we should point out the fact that deep down in the heart and mind of every Oromo, there is echo of the past. And I repeat this, there is echo of the past. There is the echo of the past Oromo world with its values and cosmological ideals, the past that the Oromos has lost touch with due to the interposition of the settlers' value system that dominated them for over a century. Oromo is seeking an integration with all that is good and constructive about this past in order to salvage the Oromo personality and to find a foundation on which to build the future institutions of Oromia. In the Empire State of Ethiopia, people religiously believe that both the Bible and the Quran to be the word of God and given by God. Both the Bible and the Quran condemns ancient Oromo beliefs and Oromo ways of life. This has created a situation where the Oromo who are converted to these religions, where the Oromo hearts and are torn between what they have come to believe as a religion and historical facts. And the new religious Oromos came to accept, like they have accepted either Islam or Christianity. And these, the truths that this religion preaches doesn't actually correspond with their own view of the world. The conflict between historical facts and religious convictions are indeed dangerous. Because of such religious fear and intimidation, even educated Oromos have failed to appreciate their own ancient history and as a result suffer from self-imposed identity crisis. The writing of the Oromo history and culture thus suffered from a quite unique form of double-barreled prejudice. Number one, religious scholars, whether Christians, Muslims, or Jews, have been adamant to acknowledge Oromo tradition as an important source of Oromo history and culture, although the sources of their own history and culture is nothing but tradition as well. Number two, rationalist scholars are equally adamant in acknowledging the existence of science and philosophy among other peoples and cultures prior to the Greeks, dismissing any claim to knowledge in other cultures. Hence, myths and fables invented by Christianity, Judaism, and Muslim writers have come to depict a savage horde out of the Oromo nation. Modern writers on Oromo did even worse by legitimizing these myths and fables by fabricating actually, modern writers on Oromo did even worse by legitimizing these myths and fables fabricated by non-Oromo writers, giving it a seemingly scientific credibility. Thus, institutions such as OSA, Oromo Studies Association, should work to undo the false perceptions about the Oromo culture and history that have been absorbed into our minds through our lives from the so-called Ethiopian history books and religious traditions. The main goal of such an effort should be to shed light on Oromo history and culture from an Oromo perspective that has been conspicuously absent from Ethiopian history and culture. It is a challenging effort because of the double-barreled prejudice. So let me just conclude by saying that in short, there are sectors of Oromo culture and history that be studied with maximum reward. I congratulate OSA on this special and historical occasion of the 2021 annual. Wish OSA a good luck in the future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Thank you for providing so much richness for this occasion and for the good wishes and the kind of projection for OSA going forward. It's a pleasure to hear from you, Gamachu. And I had failed to hold up this when I introduced you, which is now going to be more interesting than ever to the people who heard this keynote speech, because many of the implications of the core principles and structure that he explained here is explicated and unpacked in this book that he wrote with Anissa Kassam and published in 2019. This is available on the internet in both print and electronic versions. So now, as I said, we extended the speaking time, which takes away from our audience participation, but we don't want to miss the opportunity for you to raise at least one or two questions to each other to bring together the points that you had made, or to explicate further some of the points that you made in your talk. I'll start with Vinay. Do you have any questions for Gamachu as part of a conversation that would hopefully we would carry into the future.
Yes, I do have some thoughts and questions. Let me try to be brief, however. See, Gamachu, I would say this is, you know, we have a large area of agreement, so I don't need to spell that out. So I think we should move straight away to some kind of provocation. See, if someone is looking at your work here, it's very clear that you are trained as an anthropologist. Okay, you're trained as an anthropologist, and the work on classification, for example, and even the PowerPoint that was shown here is something that, for example, when I look at the anthropology of South Asia, I have seen lots of works which are in that vein, where you give classifications. Okay, this is how such and such Aboriginal group, or even non-Aboriginal group, it could be a mainstream caste society group, as it were. You know, what is their view of the world? How do they think about water, land? How do they classify birds, animals, etc., etc.? Okay. Now, we know, you know that better than I do because you're an anthropologist, there is also a critique within anthropology. There is this self-reflexive turn, as they call it, within anthropology, which was provoked by the kinds of critiques that came from people like Fabian in his book Time and the Other, right? Where he talks about the whole idea of co-evilness and the fact that anthropology in the West denies this kind of co-evilness to the object of its study. The fact that it's an object is already obviously a problem, right? So what I would therefore now ask you is the following, and to think about it as a provocation. You see, the Western scholar or critic would say the very fact that you have produced this body of work is a testament to Western scientific knowledge. Because typically, among the Oromo, among many groups in Australia that I know of, and in India, which I know even better, they know all of this, but they don't reproduce it in a form such as the form in which you've reproduced it, as it were, which can then be passed on. Okay? Because this knowledge is, as it were, embodied in the body itself. There are what are called pneumopraxial practices, okay, here. And so this quest, it could be argued, is very much a quest of the Enlightenment, okay, the quest that you're engaged in. Now, I'll give you a very dramatic example of what are the problems with this decolonization and the whole project of the Enlightenment and how it persists virtually unchallenged, despite all the critiques of the Enlightenment that we have today. You know, if you go to a Holocaust museum, there are probably several dozen Holocaust museums, mainly in America and Western Europe, mainly. There are a couple here and there outside that. And of course, Israel has museums which basically chart what happened. Okay, what led to the Holocaust? So the Nazis come to power, how they came to power, the fall of the Weimar Republic, etc., etc. Right? It's pretty standard, pretty standard. I've been to about 8 or 10 of those because I have an interest in the museum as a body of knowledge. Now I went to one such exhibition which was unique. Why was it unique? Because at the very end of it, it said something which was the most chilling thing. It's as chilling as the Holocaust itself. And what was that? That the Nazis, and this has been documented, the Nazis, of course, were committed to the whole idea of the final extermination, right? Exterminate all the Jews. However, they were also committed to something else, that once the Jews had been exterminated, they wanted to build in Berlin, on the supposition that, of course, they would win the war, 1,000-year republic would be established. They wanted to build in Berlin a grand museum dedicated to the history and culture of the Jewish people. Now think about this. You see, you want to eliminate every single living Jew you can lay your hands on, but you want to build a museum dedicated to their history and culture. That's bizarre, some people would say. I would say it's not bizarre. It is the logical culmination of the Enlightenment quest, because that idea was you can map everything in the world. You can know everything. And it is important to know the history and culture of people that you cannot deal with in the flesh. You have to exterminate them, but much in the way in which we have a fossil record of the dinosaurs, the Jews become part of the fossil record of humanity from this point of view. They are a phase in that evolution, and therefore you have to know about them. Okay? So this is the problematic in a way. You see that the very project you're involved in can very easily be viewed as an instantiation of the Enlightenment quest. You see? And we have to understand that even categories that, for example, when you say history and culture, right, a phrase you used in your keynote talk a number of times, particularly towards the end, that it's imperative that the Oromo know their history and culture. Well, you see, of course, at one level, I have to agree with you. But at another level, I have to say that there are many different epistemologies of the South. In a country like India, it is important to disavow history, not to know it. Because there is an ethics of forgetting, which is crucially important in much of the global South. This is not something that people want to hear, especially people who come from communities such as the Oromo or hundreds and thousands of groups that are not part of the mainstream Western tradition. What do I mean by that? You see, for example, in the epistemology of the South, in the case of India, we have to understand that Hinduism is a religion of mythos, not a religion of history. And under the colonial influence, the Indians began to transform it into a history, a religion of history. They began to historicize their deities. So you began to say, oh, Krishna was born in such and such year and such date. Complete humbug. Complete humbug. Because no one was ever interested in India in the historicity of someone called Krishna. This idea of the historicity was based on the idea which came out of German biblical criticism of the historicity of Jesus. You see? And that became the model for what is a proper religion, what is a proper form of religious inquiry, etc., etc. So as a historian, I have argued for the importance of ahistoricism as one kind of epistemology of the South. I am not suggesting, I want to be very clear, I'm not suggesting that I am recommending this for the Oromo necessarily. I am simply saying that we would need a kind of self-reflexivity about all of these categories, such as history, when we begin to try to understand what are the challenges before us.
Well, Gamechu, it looks like he's raised one of the core issues of a project of reconstruction. So I welcome you to respond there and also raise a question to Vinay.
Yeah, basically, I'm not going to respond because I truly and clearly see the problem that he is raising. In our case, me and Anissa's case, what we have tried to do is to take something from the Oromos and give it back to them. It's not a contribution at all to any theoretical or epistemological. In fact, we were only responding to Mudime's assertion that is there a possibility that an African epistemology could be forged? No, I don't think we even responded to that sufficiently. But I believe that we have given the Oromo, who have nothing, we have given the Oromo something, a people who have nothing. And that's what the world doesn't understand. In Ethiopia, in religion in Ethiopia, when they preach, implicitly, loving God is closely intertwined with hating the Gada. And this has been preached for a very long time. And the Gadas are considered, meaning Oromos, are considered people who have nothing to contribute to the world. And what we're saying, even if we can't contribute to the world, we have something that we call our own. So in a sense, we are saying to the Oromo children, no, the real issue is like, is there a concept called human right? Like the child's right. Do my son or my daughter have the right to know something about me, her father, her grandfather, her great-grandfather? Is this not part of the human right to know something about your great-grandfather or something about your past? I think it must be part of a human right thing. We don't really care very much to deal with epistemology as developed by the West, which is a vast area and requires an in-depth knowledge. And my response to Benet is, honestly, I didn't write this book as an anthropologist, because anthropology is the study of the other. Yes. I wrote or I worked on my own culture. Whether to be called a sociologist or whatever doesn't really matter to me, as long as I could feel I have given something to Oromo children. And this is the minimum. This is the minimum I could do. And I think people should appreciate the terrible situation Oromos find themselves in Ethiopia. Ethiopia is a terrible place to be when it comes to a people exercising their culture and learning their history. All we are taught in history is Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. I don't think even the Amaras themselves relate to that. It's just a new phenomenon that came with the introduction of modern education, and the state thought that, okay, the world has history, therefore let's make up history. So they found some myth and fables, and now we are quoting that. We are saying that's not what my grandfather says. My grandfather doesn't tell me about Queen of Sheba and King Solomon. No, he tells me something else. The Basagulyo never told me about the Queen of Sheba and King Solomon or all these imaginary kings, Galados, Caprodos, and all these Greek names of kings. And Galados is a Greek name, Were Ethiopians at one time Greeks? What is it? You know. So I'm not responding to Bene's question. In essence, I'm just pouring out my frustration and the frustration of all these young Oromos who are caught in this complicated situation and have to reel under this Ethiopia ideology, which doesn't really represent their view.
Well, if I may, I do see a question for Vinay in there, which is interesting to the rest of us as well and relates to epistemologies of the South in general. Is it and can it be considered a basic human right that a child be allowed to receive the wisdom of that child's culture without interference?
Yes.
And I think that project is part of what we have to conceive when we address the theme of this conference. What actually does that entail for us in our own work?
Yeah. Well, I will respond to that, but let me first say, Gamachu, what you said, very well said. I have no difference of opinion with that at all. But some of the questions behind that query still remain, because again, and then now this goes to Bonnie's framing of the question. You see, the question has to do with the categories that we use to think through everything. So when you say the history of the tribe, or when Bonnie says, does a child have a right? Now I want to pause there, because yes, if I accept the terms of the discourse, that is that we all speak about rights, there is rights talk now over the last several decades. But as someone who is aware of the history, so to speak, of all of these ideas, I would have to immediately pause and say, well, you know, let's not forget something that moderns have forgotten, that not only is the discourse of rights very modern itself, but this discourse of rights has also been actually used largely to exploit much of the world. And more importantly, the discourse of rights is concomitant with the discourse of duty. That has disappeared from the modern vocabulary. No one speaks about duties anymore. This is not a part of our working vocabulary. Every group speaks about rights. And of course, now there are rights that we are imagining or that we are claiming, which were not part of what became the discourse of rights post-World War II, when the UN Declaration on Human Rights was created, and other similar bodies of thought and instruments. Because what were the rights that were spelled out? The rights that were spelled out were political rights initially, and then extended to social and cultural, and then very gradually economic rights. And now, of course, for example, do we have a right to clean air? A right. Do we have a right to clean air? Do we have a right to clean water? Do we have a right to XYZ? It's hundreds of things, thousands of things. So you see, what's happened here is now this category called rights. When did this become a category of thought? Because the question is, do the Oromo think about rights within their knowledge system? I don't know of any knowledge system outside the modern West which actually thinks of something called rights. Okay? So if you're looking at this and through the framework of epistemology, we have a problem here that we would have to think about, because the minute we use the category, we are already, in a sense, working within a framework of thought that we want to otherwise disavow. There's a bind there. It's a bind there that we have to think about. But when going back to Gamachu's formulation, I entirely agree. In some colloquial sense that yes, of course, a child should have, as you put it, Bonnie, the right maybe to know the history of the tribe. That Gamacho says, all I really want to do is make sure that the children, my children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, the children of the community of the Oromo, that they have access to their history and knowledge. But let's not forget that the project of epistemology is not just a project to know oneself. Because how does one know oneself unless one knows the other? How do you know your can you know your civilization unless you know at least one other civilization? And I'm now thinking two, actually, another two civilizations equally well. Which is why I think, by the way, what the West has to say about itself is almost all entirely rubbish. And from my point of view, I'm using a colloquialism because the West never really bothered to know. And that's where that's where Said comes in, because he said, well, the Europeans thought they were writing about, Central Africa or East Africa or India or the Arab world. They were never writing about them. Their works actually tell you something about the intellectual milieu of the West, because there were certain presuppositions that they used when they wrote about these places. That's what Orientalism is about. It's about how a certain set of representations were used. Now, I think that it is us who are from the global South who perforce, by the force of history, have had to know about the West as well. Okay? There was no such thing as growing up as an Indian intellectual without knowing the history of the West too. You know about your history and culture, but you also know about the history of the West. Okay? And this is why I think that we now have to use these epistemologies generated in the South to actually not just know ourselves. You have to deploy them to critique what the West knows about itself. That is the real intellectual project, in my view, not simply knowing oneself. And to that extent, therefore, I would say that Gamacho has framed his ambition much too modestly when he says, I want to basically ensure that the history of the tribe is known, okay, to my children, grandchildren. I'm saying it's actually too modest, because we have to think about how these epistemologies, whether it's of the Oromo, whether it's of an Aboriginal group, okay, or whether it's of the Santals and the Bhils in India, right? How their epistemologies can actually now be used to reframe our understanding, not just of ourselves, but of the West and therefore of the world. Yeah.
That's a lovely place to end. Thank you very much, gentlemen scholars, for joining us, for blessing us with your thoughts and your presence with us. And we anticipate that this is the beginning of a conversation that we hope to continue on the many platforms that you moderate and that you participate in, Vinay, and Gamacho, in the way that you continue to go forward to educate children and hopefully create workshops and conversations around the work that you have done with ANISA. So with that, we thank you. As I said, when we've made an executive decision to allow these men to speak to the completion of their talks, not so much in Gamacho's case, in Vinay's, that we would need to eliminate audience question and answer and leave the questions to go back and forth between the speakers. It was a concession we had to make to the limitation of time, but we do look to the projects that you have alluded to, and the liberty that is part of what you have presented, and we thank you for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Vinay, I would keep in touch.
Yeah, we'll be in touch.
Sorry for the neglect.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye, Bonnie.
Goodbye.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much. That was a very, very interesting discussion and talks. And thank you, Bonnie, for moderating. To close out today's program, I will pass the floor to Dr. Guluma and Dr. Kabada to do the OSA award announcements.
Yes, Galatomi Marartu, thank you so much, Marartu, for the wonderful convening of the event. I think
Can
maybe
you turn your video on?
sure.
Okay.
Okay, I think thank you so much, Marartu, again for the wonderful convening of the event. I will give the chance Dr. Guluma to run the award business starting from now, and the EC will contribute in our roles.
Dr. Kabadam, let me know if it's going to take us longer, Dr. Kabade, so that you can move to the second one while you get ready and get connected with it.
Yes, Dr. Guluma, we can continue. Like the story, outstanding student award is connecting from back home in Oromia. Will join soon.
Okay, let me know when you are ready. In the meantime, I'll move on to the second.
Okay.
The second award, person to the award. Yeah. Okay, the second one is Dr. Mohammed Hassan. Professor Mohammed Hassan.
He is here. Professor Mohammed, if you are at your computer, if you could turn on your video.
Yeah, if you unmute him and.
Great.
Yeah, you hear me, Professor Mohammed?
Yes, I.
You can go ahead, yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready, very ready.
All right, okay, thank you very much. So you will be announcing for us the Distinguished OSA Award awardee tonight. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Gulumma. Dr. Gammachu hedduun gammada si arkuu kiyyaa fi rabbi ijoo guyyaa tokko ni dubbanna. The OSA board chairman, I think, drafted a beautiful 2-page statement, or board members drafted that statement. And I am going to excuse myself not to read that. Instead, I would just like to say a few words about Dawood Ibsa from Jalle Dawood Ibsa from what I know. It's just mentioning really my own reflection about his contribution, if OSA board members do not object.
Go ahead, please. I think.
Afaan Keenyaanis, afaan Ingiliziinis ni danda'amtime, which one?
In dandeessa baruu anuma barbaaddeeni.
Okay.
Nu gaggabaabsi.
Yeah, gabaabsuuf community activity jira achirratti na yaamanii hizaa'aa takkaa fi cina dura na yaamanii ganaan achi deemaa dhiifama jechaa barbaadeeti. Hanqaan an beekutti Jaal Daawud Ibsaa qabsoo Oromoo keessatti yeroo dheeraa fixee more than 40 years amata 44 ni taha nama qabsoo tanaa jecha lubbuu isaa he nearly lost his life. It was a miracle that he was saved. Nama mas mana hidhaa Itoophiyaa yoggaa meeqa dhandhame yoggaa meeqa keessa ture sunilleen qalbii isaa hin cabsine ta hedduu nama gammachiiftu. San qofa kan hin tahin leadership irra yeroo dheeraaf ture ammaan tana you know, like every one of us, everyone has strengths, weakness, and so on. Yeroo dheeraa struggle irra ture amma cufarraahu personally tanama dhugatti impress na goote akka namatti akka leaderatti odo Jaal Daawud muratee kan karaa meeqaan pressure irra kaa'anii bilsiginnaa join godhee qabsoo amata 50 akkam banne godhuu dhabuu isaa. There is nothing more important than that. Ummata keenya qaanaysu ummanni keenya yoggaa 50 all since 1960s qabsoo irra godhan sanita fiddee Oromiyaanis akka jaaramtu ijoolleen ummata keenya afaan keenyaan akka baran abiyyifaan bilsiginnaan nafxeenyaal maal barbaadan galgala ganama Oromiyaan diigamuu qabdi Oromummaan cabuu qaba jedhanii galgala ganama repeat godhan nama cabsuu dadhaban keessaa isa tokko. Laal odoo namni biraa leadership isan irra jiraate har'aan tana qaaniin ummata keenyaa wasana takkallee hin qabdu. Tanaa jecha akka laalcha kiyyatti at least the killer bilsiginna killer machine join godhuu dhabuu isaa it makes him a great hero to me personally. Really, kabajaa inni ummata keenyaaf qabu, kabajaa inni qabsoof godhu. Tanaa jecha OSA board members award isa kennina jedhanii decide godhuun I think it is very timely, legitimate. Maaliif nama sacrifice godhuu qofa kan hin ta'in movementi ummata keenyaa save godhuun at this stage. Akkuma in the 1980s Galaasaan save godhetti akkuma amma haalli inni keessa jiru hedduu disappoint nama godhutti inni haalamma jiru kana save godhuuf hedduu nama gammachiisa jechuu barbaadeeti. Dhiifama yooniin an faagarraa bahe wahumanatti dhagahamteen dubbachuu barbaade hedduu galatoomaa jechuun barbaada. Boarding kana decide godhuuf with the executive committee galatoomaa jechuun barbaada. Fixadhe gama kiyyaan.
Galatoom Professor Mohammed. Yeroo ammaa kana obbo Daawud Ibsaa manatti ittifamee wanta jiruu fi momentii kanatti nu wajjin connectii gochuuf nu wajjin virtual conference kana irratti argamuu hin dandeenye. Garuu akkuma Professor Mohammed jedhee baay'een keenya waa'ee Oromoo seenaa isaa aadaa isaa wanallee qorannaa. Inni garuu gara caalu dhaloota isaa seenaadhuma sana ejjechuu irratti wanta bobba'ee turee fi amma immoo mana keessatti gurguramee wanta jiruu fi kanuma yaadachuudhaaf OSA'n distinguished award waggaa kanaa isaaf akka laate barsiisuudhaa fi yoo ammallee nu dhaga'uu dhabe yookaan nu faana bu'uudhaaf hin danda'u ta'e yeroo hambiraa namoonni isatti aksesii qabanii nuti kana murteessuu keenya isatti ergaa keenya nu dabarsannee abdannaa nagaa fi security isaaf baay'ee yaaddoo qabna. Garuu rabbi isaa eegwenna. Kanumadha. Galatoomii Professor Mohammed. Dr. Kabada, are you ready now?
Yeah, we are ready now. Kia will announce the winner of Outstanding Student Award for this year. Kia, floor is for you.
Okay, got it. Go ahead. Go ahead, Kia.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I will announce the award winning for Outstanding Student is Obsitut Aba Ali. Obsitut Aba Ali was born and raised in Borana Zone, Oromia Regional Government State, Oromia Regional State. As one of Oromo child, she was socialized under Gada system. She is a pastoralist community of Borana Oromo who contributed a lot for the foundation of the Gada system, yet marginalized and disadvantaged community. In her community, girls are not encouraged to reach far in their education, but Obsitu got opportunity to learn and reach this far. The paths were not smooth. It was full of challenges for her to thought out. However, she was a woman of courage who always worked hard for fulfillment of her dreams. One of the dream was realized when she joined the School of Law, where many people thought difficult for women students. She said, during my stay there, I was looking for junior female law student from my community, but unfortunately, I found none and finalized my study being the only pastoralist female law student, yet the outstanding and top scorer from university, College of Law by scoring GPA of 3.91. Obsitu's achievement in the university is not limited to academic success. Rather, she has also participated on different national and international moot court competition representing her university and her country as well. Among these, she participated in All African Human Rights Moot Court competition held in University of Botswana, Gaborone, participated in National Moot Court competition on women's leadership and political participation prepared by UN Women in collaboration with Addis Ababa University, and also National Moot Court competition on international humanitarian law organized by the ICRC at Wallo University. Besides, she was the winner of the Best Memorial Award and second runner-up on above the mentioned National Moot Court competition. Currently, she is assistant lecturer of law at Haramaya University. She stated her this as my presence here in university is not only as an individual accomplishment, but also it will play a great role in motivating others to follow my path. It's my wish to represent my nation Oromia, to advocate for vulnerable women by upholding indigenous Gada values in complementary with the formal system of the government. She also wanted to promote the protection and enforcement of human rights in our community and initiate a policy reform in order to address gender-based violence and gender inequality. Furthermore, she is highly interested to work on women's empowerment by encouraging their participation in all dimensions of development. Thank you very much, and the floor, I leave it to Dr. Kabada.
Thank you, Kia, for the wonderful introduction. Dr. Gurma, maybe you should give an opportunity for OPSITO to accept the award.
Sure, yes. Yes, welcome.
Yeah, proceed, Dr. Gurma.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, congratulations, OPSITO. If you want to say a few words, you are welcome. You have the floor. You can use Afan Oromo or English, whichever you want.
Okay, thank you for giving me this golden opportunity. Badhaas kanaaf waan na kadhimamtaniif waan outstanding student awardii kan na kennitaniif galatoomaa jedha. Maqaa kiyyaaf maqaa dubartoota Oromoo cufaan akkasumas immoo dubartoota horsiisee bulaa cufaan galatooma isaanii jedha. Wanni xiqqoo ani jechuu barbaadu hin dhageessisaas. Galatooma. Wanni ani jechuu barbaadu isteejiin kun isteejii guddaa akka ta'e hin beekaa. Maqaa nama gurguddaatti irra yaamamaa nama Oromoo bu'aa guddaa buuse. Nama akkasii nama gurguddaan fuula itti badhaafamudha. Fuula kanarratti maqaan kiyya yaamamuu isaatiin akki malee gammachuun na dhagahame. Akkasumallee itti gaafatamummaan guddaallee na dhagahame. Maaliif jennaan hojii ana gammoo jedhu waan diqqoo ammoo diqqeen isaa sun irra waan dabrammoo nama idduuf dhaloota na dudduub jiruuf fakkeen dansaa ta'uu danda'a jettanii waan fudhataniif kuniin akka gartee ani kanaan dudduu itti gaafatamummaan na dhagahame dhaloota na dhufuuf fakkeen guddaa ta'ee hojii kan caalu guddaa hojii namni fakkeen godhatee dura deemuu danda'u akka hojjedhu carraa waan na uumuuf waan badhaasa kanaaf na kaadhimamtaniif waan na badhaastaniif iddoo galatooma jedha. Ammallee kanarratti wanti mirkaneessuu barbaadu ijoolleen Oromoo dubartootii Oromoo ciccimoodha. Fuula ba'an cufatti nama milkaa'ee galu nama waan baheef tokkollee hin hanqanne sun akka dansaa mana wanni xiqqoo nu dhabne nama hin danda'a jedhee bahu qofa yoo hin danda'a jedhanii ba'an ijoolleen dubartiin Oromoo tokkollee takka milkaa'in malee galtee hin beektu. Kanaafuu hojiin guddoon hojjechuu qabna ammaan kana dhalootiin danda'a jedhu oomishuu irra jedha. Waan kan keessatti ammoo duraanaaf gahee guddaa olaanaa fudhadhaan illee associationii kallee waliin ta'ee hojii guddoo waan qorannoo illee deeggaramu hojjechuu barbaada. Carraa waan naa kennitaniif waan badhaafameef guddoo galatooma jedha. Horaa bulaa deebana.
Hedduu galatoomii atis hedduu galatoomii baga gammaddee waan ati jettetti hin boo'inaa. Atis immoo hojii keetti gara fuulduraatti itti jabeessitee ijoollee obboloota keenya ijoollee keenya jajjabeessitee akkuma keessaanis akka badhaasa kana badhaasa caalaas akka argachuu danda'an akka gootu abdii qabna. OSA keessattis immoo actively gara fuulduraatti akkati qooda fudhattu abdii guddaa qabna. Galatooma.
Galatooma.
All right. Okay. Next.
Can we all take a moment to give OPSITO a round of applause?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
I just unmuted everyone. Thank you.
Okay. That's great. Okay. All right. Okay. Our next award is for the OSA Lifetime Achievement Award. This year's award will be presented by Professor Asafa Jaleta. Asafa, please go ahead.
Award 2021 Lifetime Achievement Award in Obolube Birru Abdema. Obolube Birru bara jaatamaadhaa kaasee nama Ollaansoo Oromoo keessa ture. Bara 65 keessa Polytechnic College kan jedhamutti the first Oromo Student Union ijaaruudhaan hojii guddaa hojjete. Baruma sana keessa immoo miseensa Maccaa Tuulamaa ta'ee ittuma dargaggeessa ta'ee jiru miseensa ta'ee keessatti hirmaatee wallaansoo Oromoo gara fuulduraatti adeemsisuudhaaf carraaqa guddaa godhe. Bara Maccaa Tuulamaa immoo sappireetii ta'uu mootummaan Hayila Sillaasee baanee godhu bara 67 keessa al jedhee baqatee hin banne akka namoota kaan hin dhiibne Oromoo wallaansoon Oromoo underground movement ta'e lafa jalatti gale. Gaafa inni lafa jalatti galu akkatti wallaansoo kana gara fuulduraatti tarkaanfachiisuudhaafitu carraa barbaade carraa sana keessatti maa itti ba'uudhaan wallaansoo gochuu calqabe. Underground movement yookiis immoo sochii dhossaa kan deemsisaa ture hoogganaa kanatti kan ture hoogganaa cimaa guddaa kan ta'e Baaroo Tumsaa ture. Baaroo Tumsaa fi Addisuu Tolsaajjiin olii galanii akkamittiinitu cal jennee teenyee ilaalla wallaansoo kana yeroo hoogganooti keenya hidhaman ajjeefaman cal jennee ilaallu jechuudhaan wallaansoo nama 3 dhossaadhaan calqabanii achirratti utuu waan biraa godhin waan tokko qoratan kitaaba Baaroo Tumsaa fideef mataan dureen isaa maal jedhaa The Battle of Algiers, a brutal portrait of urban guerrilla warfare kan jedhu addisuudhaan Baaroo ta'anii lubee ta'anii qoratanii maal gochuu dandeenya jedhanii yaadi isaanii egaa waan akkasii calqabuudhaaf ture. Achumaan murtee tokko murteessan. Murteen isaa maali? Cal jennee teenya ilaallu rakkoo uummata keenya hoggana keenya irratti ga'aa jiru, Maccaa Tuulamaa irratti ga'aa jiru. Waa katabnee baafnee manifestoo wayii baafnee mootummaa kana irratti pireejerii gochuu qabna. Uummati Oromoo waan kana baruu qaba kan jedhuudhaanetu kitaaba caaffata gaazexii 6 yookiis immoo peejii 7 kan qabu baasanii dura ta'an tooppikiin wanni kana akkamittiin amma yoomitti uummati Oromoo roorroo Habashaa jalatti jiraataa kan jedhu kaasanii kana muuxannoo waa'ee taayippii gochuu waa'ee waan ittiin taayippii godhan dhabuun rakkoo guddaa keessa darbanii obbo Lubeen kana hundumaa barbaade manifesto kana piriinti godhan taayippii godhanii achuma koppii 500 baasanii facaasan. Koppii 500 sana facaasanii mootummaa Amaaraatiin uummata Oromoo akkas gochuun hin dandeessu nu cal jennee ilaalloonni facaasanii utuu baay'eetuun turin obbo Lubeen seekuritiin Itoophiyaa obbo Lubee identifaayi goote qabatte guyyaa 27 mana dhossaa lafa jalaatti hidhanii garafanii guyyaa 27 booddee waan godhan dhabanii achumaanis immoo pireejerii guddaa karaa firootaa namicha poolisii koomishinii irratti pireejerii guddaan ka'anii obbo Lubeen hiikamee gadi ba'ee gisee achii gadi ba'u hojii argachuu hin dandeenye rakkoo guddaa turre ga'ee firris itti muu calqabee biyya kana keessatti jiraachuu hin dandeessu amma afaan diina jala galteettaa biyyaa ba'e jedhanii gorsanii horii walitti buusanii biyya gara Ameerikaa dhufe gara Ameerikaa immoo eessuma isaa Siisaayitu jira achuma dhufe akkuma dhufeen cal jedhee hin teenye Oromummaa baatee dhufechuu hin danda'ama Ameerikaatti paayinariin Oromummaa biyya alaa fidanii warra biyya alaa irratti akka dagaagu gurgeessaa obbo Lubeen tokko akkuma dhufeeni ijoollee Oromoo barbaaduudhaan yaada jaarmaa barattoota Oromoo jaarra kan jedhuun yaada sanaan amansiisee waggaa 1974tti waldaa kana ijaaranii waldaan kun deebi'ee maqaa Union of Oromos North Americaatti geeddarame. Union of North America immoo waldaa qorannaa Oromoo kana kan isheessa. achi keessa bahe waldaan qorannoo Oromoo. Obbo Lubee Birruu waldaa kana keessattis waldaa qorannoo Oromoo keessattis hirmaachuudhaan yeroo hundaa ammoo hirmaatee akka jaarmaan kun guddatu kontribuushinii guddaa godhee egaa baay'ee kan nama gammachiisu obbo Lubeen ijoollummaa isaadhaa kaasee neeshinaal Oromummaa biyyaa akka ijaaramu seenaan biyya Oromiyaa seenaan uummata Oromoo neeshinaalizimiin akka guddatu godhee halkanii guyyaatu hojjete baay'ee nama gammachiisa guyyaa tokko illee gar tokkotti utuu hin dabin jaarmaa polotikaa keessatti hirmaachuudhaan wallaansoo Oromoo keessatti hirmaachuudhaan akka Oromummaan guddatee wallaansoo Oromoo waan godheef yeroo xinnoo keessatti haasa'ameen waan godhee garuu gabaabamatti kanaa baay'ee nama gammachiisa achievement life long achievement award argachuunsaa baay'ee na gammachiisee galatoomaan jedha.
Galatoomi. Tole obbo Lubee baga gammaddanii yoo gabaabsatanii waa jechuu barbaaddan yeroo gabaabaa isin ilaala.
Tole. Hin dhaga'amaa?
Eeyyee.
Bareeda. Waan ani hin eegneen argadhe warra kana ani argachuu qaba Lubeen jedhanii maqaan kiyya akka ba'uu fi warri qopheechu kun immoo awoordii kana qopheechan irratti waliigaluu isaaniitiin ulfina guddaan isinii qaba. Hundumti keessanuu na beektu Lubeen nama haaraa miti. Waliigaluun garuu rakkoodha. Isin waliigaluu keessaniif waliigaltanii Lubeen argachuu qaba jechuu keessaniif baay'een gammada. Tokko kana. Kan lammataa qabsoo keessa hoggaa seennu ani hoggaan qabsoo keessa seenu ijaanan argaa waanuma tokko nan calqabaadha malee anatu fixan baasa jedhee hin beeku takkuma. Xinnaas ta'uu waan baasuu ta'ee keessa seenaa akkuma Dr. Asaffaan dubbate isteeppiin irra deemee biyya Itoophiyaa keessatti waanan homaa gatiin buufne ergan hidhamee hiikamee jarri na biraan hafne malli isaa ala ba'uu duwwaadha jedhamee ala ergan ba'e akkuma inni jedhe hin adabanne dhaabamni kun dhaabbatee hundumti keessanuu beektu warri amma OSA keessa jirtan odoo biyya kana isiniin dhufin 71 tan dhufe asi OSAn isin yuunivarsiitii keessa jirtu garuu dhaabni jiraachuu itti gammaddu isa nan nagaa addi bilisummaa Oromoo biyya keessatti hoggaa jalqabu bakkeen itti biyya addunyaa wajjiniin communicatii godhu dhaabne sanii dhaabuma santuu exactly wannoo ta'ee OSA fide addi bilisummaa Oromoo as ture bakkeen isaan qubatan hoggaa deemanii na keessattuu odoo hin nuffin waan Oromoo taanaan ani cufaa'uu loluudhuma narra ture qawwee qabadhee jettee kan baay'ee ana onnite kan gaaf tokkollee gufuu natti hin ta'in kan caalaa na onnite haadha warraatiyyaa Yashii Lammaatii na wajjiniin calqabdee hamma ammaa wajjumaan jirra. Kanaafi anaafi ishii wanni addaan baasu hin jiru. Awoordiin kuni kan nu lamaanitti ta'a, kan ibsaaniitti ta'a, kan Lubee Birruutii fi kan Yashii Lammaatii ulfaadhaa isiniin jedha. Ani homaa waan steppiidhaan waan tokko argaa jira. Oromiyaan lola biyya keessatti ummanni keenya qawwee qabatee lole ijaan agarre barma darbe kana kunoo waaqni lubbuu isaanii warra caakkaa keessatti agabuu bulanii bilisummaa keenyaa lolanii waaqni kana ga'uun isaa kana arguun isaa waan guddaadha. kan lammataa warri kana naa kennuu keechanii fi isinis na beekuu keechaniif galata kan waaqaaf ta'u kanani boodarra jedhu kanan irraanfanne obboleechi keechan sisa ibsaa kana odoon argin nu biraa deemuu isaa duwwaa hundi keechanuu garaa keechan laphee onnee keechan keecha waan jiruufi isa walumaa yaadannaa ulfaadhaa yaa obboleewwan koo isiniin jedha.
Galatooma lubbuu dheeradhaa galatooma bulubee.
I will just briefly unmute everyone and we can give Obolube and Adeyeshi a round of applause.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, I'll turn over to Dr. Kabada.
Okay, thanks so much. I think the next agenda is a business meeting. I think Marartu, maybe could you share a membership renewal link so that every one of us has an opportunity to register as a member and participate in the business hours meeting following this event. So maybe I'll return back to Dr. Guluma in terms of OSA regulation, but I think we can register and pay our payment and participate in the business meeting starting from now. So feel free to fill. I think Maratu is posting the link online. If you have not done yet, please do. It's a very quick process. You can do it in a minute or so. And our business meeting will start from here. So as the OSA bylaw requires, members are required, only members are eligible to participate in the business meeting. From this on, we expect members to stay in the meeting, and the rest of the participants will see you tomorrow morning. As I said at the beginning, we have very interesting panels tomorrow. We'd love to see you, and the link is in the website, also shared through the different social medias. Please come on time and enjoy and have a good day in the evening, wherever you are. So please, you can still register and stay in the meeting. You don't have to pay ahead of the time. If you pay it now, register it now, you can participate in the meeting. Over to you, Dr. Gulum, if you want to add anything.
The link is in the chat for anybody, and also it's been posted on the live stream as well.
Yes, I think at this moment, those non-members can leave as already announced. Those who are late on renewing or becoming members at this moment, I think you have that opportunity. And then once we, I think, verify the remaining attendees are all active members, I think you can proceed with the business meeting.
Thank you.